Chapter 1 Awakening System. No. Let go. The sound of fierce fighting from the movie came from the mobile phone. Chen Tianhao's blood boiled. He couldn't help but clench his fists and sweat for the characters on the screen. The thrilling battle scene caused beads of sweat to appear on his forehead while he was watching the movie. After a few minutes, the tension in the movie's plot gradually eased, and Chen Tianhao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took a tissue and wiped the sweat from his forehead, then he slumped lazily on the bed like a deflated ball, with a look of fatigue and satisfaction in his eyes. The movie he watched was not a simple one, but he went to great lengths to buy a collector's edition from a second-hand dealer for $10. The content tells the thrilling story of how the flight attendant and passengers dealt with the criminals in the airplane bathroom and put up a tenacious resistance. Chen Tianhao is just a freshman at an ordinary fake university in Donghai City. His parents are honest farmers who run a small store at home. The family's annual income is only about 50,000 or 60,000 yuan, which is just enough to make ends meet. On the university campus, Chen Tianhao couldn't help but show envy in his eyes when he saw his classmates driving luxury cars and taking their beautiful girlfriends out for a stroll. He fantasized countless times that he would be able to live such a glorious life one day, but the reality was cruel. At the age of 18, he has never even held a girl's hand and is still a senior single dog. On weekdays, his biggest hobby is watching romantic action movies. Sometimes he would take the martial arts scenes in the movies as his own training projects, practicing them in the dormitory, and jokingly said that this was to pass on the traditional craft. Of course, this is just his way of entertaining himself and relieving stress. After all, he still knows what to do and what not to do. On this seemingly ordinary day, when Chen Tianhao was immersed in the plot of a movie, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Detection host has watched 1,000 romantic action movies. Awakening Godly Rich Cultivation System, the host is Chen Tianhao. Do you want to bind? What? Is this true? Chen Tianhao jumped up from the bed in shock, his heart full of surprise. Thinking about how his boring time watching movies over the years was not wasted, it was as if the country had given him the key to a new life. This is a real benefit of the times. He didn't have time to think about it and clicked it impatiently. Sure. Confirming binding successful. The system interface appeared clearly in his mind. Host, Chen Tianhao. Strength, 5+. Agility, 6+. Constitution, 5+. Spirit, 5+. Appearance, 5+. Skills, none. Note, the peak level of ordinary people is 10. At the same time, the system issues tasks based on his situation. 1. Find a girlfriend with a beauty score of 90 or above, and you will be rewarded 100 million Chinese yuan. 2. Get up early and run 3 kilometers every day for a month, and you will be rewarded with 3 energy points. Energy points can be used to improve the host's abilities in various aspects. Looking at this dreamlike mission, Chen Tianhao clicked Accept Mission without any hesitation. Host binding system successful, issuing binding rewards. Since the host is currently financially insufficient, we will provide a 1 million startup fund. A car lottery ticket, a car worth 300,000 to 1 million yuan will be awarded. Chen Tianhao was so excited that he almost jumped up. This was simply a counterattack package tailor-made for him. I was originally worried about my ordinary conditions in pursuing a 90-point beauty, but now it seems that nothing is a problem. With a huge sum of millions and a precious car lottery card in hand, Chen Tianhao felt itchy. The first thing he thought of was to upgrade his equipment. He decided to buy the latest mobile phone to show off his current rich status. His current mobile phone is still the cheap Xiaomi phone that his parents bought him when he was in high school, which is really a bit outdated. Now that he has money, of course he has to buy the latest Apple 16 Pro Max, the one worth 13,999, so that it will be worthy of his status as a super rich man. Chen Tianhao immediately took out his mobile phone and navigated to the nearest Apple store. Fortunately, there is an Apple store in the university town, which is about 10 minutes walk away. While the people in the dormitory had not returned yet, Chen Tianhao quickly cleaned up the messy battlefield on the ground. He couldn't let anyone discover his sneaky hobby, otherwise he would really make a fool of himself. After he had tidied himself, he walked briskly along the school road, his heart full of pride. At this moment, he deeply felt that because of this sudden change, even his walking posture was much more confident than before. In the past, he always felt inferior in class because of his background. He always walked with his head down, did not dare to actively communicate with his classmates, and made few friends at all. Now with the help of the system, he is eager to start a new life. Bite. It is detected that the host has a strong desire for success, and the time-shortening card is awarded. Note: using this card can shorten the mission time by half. Do you accept the reward? Chen Tianhao was also stunned. This. Only a fool would not accept this. You still need the system to tell you this. Immediately click to accept. The time reduction card has been issued successfully. This is a godsend. System, you are so good to me. You know that I have low self-esteem, so you let me use the plugin to shorten the time. Success is no longer a dream. Sent. Chen Tianhao also jumped up excitedly. Brother Tongzi, awesome. I love you so much, Momota. Chen Tianhao was also constantly gesturing at the air on the side of the road on campus. What's wrong with this guy? Is he sick? A girl whispered. The passers-by nearby also looked at Chen Tianhao. Maybe his girlfriend dumped him. This is happening more and more often now. Poor kid, oh. Another girl next to her also muttered. Chen Tianhao looked at the discussions of the people around him, covered his mouth, and walked over with his head held high. If it were before the system came out, he would still care about the opinions of these people. Now he just wants to say that you people don't understand the world of rich people. Chen Tianhao's confidence is growing. He is no longer fooled by these external things. He cannot communicate with people who are not on the same level as him. Continue walking towards the school gate and continue to enjoy the scenery of the campus. After walking out of the campus gate, Chen Tianhao continued walking forward according to the route set by Gauda Navigation. 10 minutes later, Chen Tianhao arrived at the Apple store. When I walked into the store, there were not many customers. After all, Apple phones are expensive and not everyone can afford them easily. Chen Tianhao, who was standing in front of the display stand admiring his favorite mobile phone, turned around inadvertently and was suddenly stunned because he saw a familiar figure. Chapter 2, Class Beauty. Shen Mengqing is working as a mobile phone salesperson? As soon as Chen Tianhao arrived at the door, a salesperson came forward. Shen Mengqing. Chen Tianhao also showed an incredible expression and spoke uncertainly. You are Chen Tianhao. Shen Mengqing also said uncertainly. After graduating from high school, he was admitted to a first-class university in Donghai City. Due to the family's financial difficulties, my parents only give me 1,000 yuan a month for living expenses. It was impossible to survive in a place like Donghai City where every inch of land is valuable, so I had to find a part-time job in an Apple mobile phone store through the school's QQ part-time job group. Great! I didn't expect to see you, the class beauty, here. It's fate. Chen Tianhao also said indifferently that if it were before, he would never dare to talk to a beauty like Shen Mengqing. It's just the people in the class who are yelling. Stop making fun of me. Are you here to buy a cell phone? Shen Mengqing also said uncertainly. After all, Chen Tianhao's family situation didn't seem like he could afford such a phone. Apple phones here cost more than 6 or 7,000 yuan, and ordinary people simply can't afford to buy such phones. An Apple phone costs about 2 months' salary for an average person, so it is quite expensive. So Shen Mengqing spoke uncertainly. Looking at Shen Mengqing, who was wearing a white shirt and a blue uniform today, with her long legs and black stockings, Chen Tianhao's face lit up. Considering Shen Mengqing's height of 170 centimeters, Chen Tianhao is not much different from him when standing next to him. Chen Tianhao was also very excited. After all, he usually had no chance to get close to a beautiful woman. Yes, I want the latest iPhone 16 Pro Max, Miss Shen, please give me one. Chen Tianhao also looked at Shen Mengqing with a smile on his face. From here, you can clearly see the little white rabbit bound by the white shirt, which is about to burst out. Chen Tianhao also took a look, but in order to prevent Shen Mengqing from noticing his abnormality, he reluctantly looked away. As for Shen Mengqing, she was shocked by Ling Chen's words and did not notice anything unusual about Chen Tianhao at all. Are you sure? Shen Mengqing was also shocked and said that she didn't expect Shen Tianhao to be so rich. That was an Apple 16 Pro Max worth 13,999. For Shen Mengqing, who had just entered university, this amount was almost equivalent to his living expenses for 1 year. This was the money his parents had to earn by doing farm work at home for nearly 3 months, so Shen Mengqing couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that Chen Tianhao was a rich second generation and his parents trained him and tempered his will in school? I didn't tell him about the situation at home. Now that he is in college, I told him the real situation. My family is a billionaire. Am I going to reveal my true colors? Shen Mengqing fell into deep thought. The other side. Ding, it is detected that Shin Mengqing value 91's favorability towards the host has reached 50. Do you want to bind the relationship as a lover? Option 1, no binding, no adverse consequences. Choice 2, bind, reward 10 million Huaxia coins. Girlfriend fun note, can only be used for Shin Mengqing's consumption, not for me. At this moment, Chen Tianhao was still thinking about how to hook up with the class beauty from high school. The system immediately arranged it for him. Thank you, brother system, you are my father. Chen Tianhao also immediately chose the second option. Any normal person would choose option 2. I don't know what else there is to consider. My godfather, please accept my greetings. Detecting the host's approval of the system, a reward of 1 million Chinese coins. Dear customer, your China Construction bank account number ending in 9474 has received a transfer deposit transaction of 1 million yuan, and the current balance is 2,002,580 Huaxia yuan. Chen Tianhao also took out his Xiaomi mobile phone and looked at the text messages sent on the phone. This scene was also discovered by Shin Mengqing, who looked at the deposit of 2 guwan yuan on his mobile phone. It seems that I am not wrong, especially since Chen Tianhao is using a Xiaomi phone. Shin Mengqing also felt that his guess was completely correct. Okay, please get me the latest Apple 16 Pro Max. This time, Shin Mengqing didn't say anything. After all, it was natural for Chen Tianhao to buy an Apple phone with his strength. After a while, Shin Mengqing brought the latest edition of Apple 16. Here, handsome Chen, the iPhone 16 you wanted. Shin Mengqing was also unusually polite. After knowing Chen Tianhao's identity, she had other ideas. Okay. Thank you. After activating the phone and completing various procedures for purchasing the phone, he immediately scanned the code to pay. At this time, Chen Tianhao also spoke up and invited him. Are you free? I'll treat you to a meal the day after tomorrow to thank you for your help today. I wonder if Miss Shin is free. If it had happened before, Shin Mengqing would definitely not agree. After all, she had seen many people like Chen Tianhao. But who says he is a rich second generation? Okay. Then it's settled the day after tomorrow night. I'll wait for you. Shen Mengqing also smiled slightly and promised immediately. Chen Tianhao was also surprised. So easy? I thought it would take a lot of time. It's true that having money is good. Just now, Chen Tianhao deliberately showed the savings to Shen Mengqing. The purpose is to demonstrate one's own strength and complete system tasks. Money is meant to be seen by women. Bye. See you the day after tomorrow. After finishing his work, Chen Tianhao also left the university town. After leaving the university town, Chen Tianhao also returned to school. Soon after, he arrived at the boys' dormitory area. He lived on the 4th floor, room number 404. Pushing open the door, Chen Tianhao walked in and found Zhao Pang and Chen Xing playing games. The dormitory is a quadruple room. Another roommate is Fuyu, a native of Donghai City, whose family owns 3 houses. Before, I was the richest person in the dormitory. As for Zhao Pang, he is from Gansu province, and his height is 175 centimeters, the same as Chen Tianhao. He has a carefree personality and loves to play tiles. He has no girlfriend. Chen Xing is from Sichuan province. He is 180 centimeters taller than Chen Tianhao. He has the same personality as Zhao Pang and likes playing League of Legends. He also has no girlfriend. Brother Chen, come on, let's start the game together and play tiles together. You are the only one missing. Chen Xing also shouted. You guys go play, I'm going to lie on the bed for a while. Chen Tianhao is still thinking about his car lottery card and has no time to play games right now. You're going to the catheter again, how boring. Why don't you come down and play with us? I don't have class today anyway. Zhao Pang also echoed. Today is Saturday and there are no classes at the university. Next time, let's not do it this time, let's be together next time. Chen Tianhao also joked that he didn't care about it. They were all adults, so they naturally had to do adult things. You can't act like a child anymore. Chapter 3 Mercedes-Benz E300L. System, use the car lottery card. Chen Tianhao, who was lying on the bed, also spoke. Okay, the car lottery card is in use. Congratulations to the host for getting a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz E300L. The 2025 top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz E300L has a black body color. Note, the car has been purchased using the owner's identity, everything complies with court regulations, and all car purchase services have been selected. The owner can go to Pudong District and pick it up at the Mercedes-Benz 4S store using his ID card. Mercedes-Benz E300L, this is one of his favorite Mercedes-Benz models. Especially on TikTok, it is simply the ceiling for ordinary people. As for Maybach, that was not something that the former Chen Tianhao could have imagined. I visit Haifeng Car Talk every day, and my favorite is the Mercedes-Benz E300L. I think about it while sleeping. I love you forever, I choose Mercedes-Benz E300. Especially after hearing the message from the system that he had won the Mercedes-Benz E300, Chen Tianhao was so excited that he was speechless. This is a luxury car that costs less than 620,000 yuan. Chen Tianhao doesn't know much about other cars, but he knows the E300 very well. After all, I use E300 every day. I didn't expect to be so lucky. I thought it would be good enough to have a BBA priced at more than 300,000 yuan. A luxury car was delivered directly. Now Chen Tianhao couldn't suppress his excitement at all and couldn't lie in bed anymore. He decided to pick up the car now because he loved the Mercedes-Benz E300L so much. It just so happens that I can use the driver's license I got during the summer vacation. It really is true that hard work pays off. Taking the driving test was definitely the wisest decision at that time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to drive now. So Chen Tianhao got off the car, picked up his ID card and prepared to go to Pudong District to pick up the car. Fortunately, he is in Jiangsong District, which is not too far from Pudong District. Brother Chen, where are you going now? You just came back not long ago? Seeing me go out, Zhao Ping also asked. As for Chen Xing, he was addicted to his own game. I'm going out to do something. After saying this, Chen Tianhao also left the dormitory. At the school gate, Chen Tianhao also used Gauda taxi to call a BYD Han car. A few minutes later, Ling Chen also got in the car. 6343. Chen Tianhao also reported the last digit of his cell phone number. Brother, are you also going to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store to pick up the car? The driver also started talking to me in a very familiar manner. In his opinion, it was impossible for a college student like me to afford a car. Yes, I want to experience it and buy one when I graduate. Chen Tianhao also said indifferently that he didn't plan to tell others that he was going to buy a car. After all, no one would believe him even if he told them. It would be better to just respond according to his ideas. It can be seen that the little brother's family is well off, but a luxury car like Mercedes-Benz is out of reach for ordinary people like us. Not to mention the purchase cost of at least 300,000 yuan, but the insurance and maintenance of the car alone cost more than 10,000 yuan a year. Ordinary people can't afford it at all. The driver also sighed and said that when he was young, he also fantasized about driving a Mercedes-Benz when he was young and successful. When I first entered the society and was earning a few thousand yuan a month, I realized how naive my ideas were. In addition, I was unemployed at the age of 35 and had to go to Didi. When things were good, I earned a little over 10,000 yuan a month, and when things were bad, I earned 7,000 to 8,000 yuan, which was not even enough to pay for my child's milk powder. My wife at home wants a divorce and life is so difficult. Sometimes I envy rich families. No, I just want to take a look and see if business is okay, driver. Chen Tianhao also watched the driver constantly telling me about his life experiences. Listening to the driver's words, Chen Tianhao also saw his life without the system. But everything has changed. While chatting, we also came to the 4S store in Pudong District. After getting off the car, I went straight to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Sir, are you here for a test drive? A salesperson also hurried over, wearing a 4S store sales uniform, about 24 years old, and looked like he had just graduated from college. She is quite pretty, and she and Xin Mengqing have their own charm. The most attractive thing is the gray stockings and black high heels, which perfectly show his beautiful legs and make people's eyes bright. In school, she is not only the campus belle, but also the department belle. To ordinary people, she is definitely a great beauty. Although Chen Tianhao was wearing jeans and a black sweatshirt, there was no look of disdain on her face. It seems that the quality of luxury car sales is still good. At least the kind of dog eye looking down on people plot didn't happen to him. Hello, I'm here to pick up the car. Chen Tianhao also smiled and spoke politely. What, sir, are you sure you're not kidding? Lu Ruyan also spoke up, her face also filled with disbelief. After all, Chen Tianhao looked like a college freshman, how could he possibly afford a Mercedes-Benz? Looking at his clothes, they cost less than 100 yuan in total. He is definitely from an ordinary working-class family and cannot afford a Mercedes-Benz. I'm just here to pick up the car. Chen Tianhao also said helplessly that this is the helplessness of young people, there is no persuasiveness. Chen Tianhao had no choice but to repeat it again. This is my ID card, please help me check it. When Lu Ruyan still thought Chen Tianhao was joking, Chen Tianhao handed over his ID card. This is my ID card. I bought a Mercedes-Benz E300L. Can you check it? Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was still in a daze, Chen Tianhao also reminded her. Okay, excuse me, I'll take you there right away. Lu Ruyan also reacted quickly and brought Chen Tianhao to the front desk. Chen Tianhao's ID card was also entered into the computer at the front desk. After a while, it was shown that Chen Tianhao bought a top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz E300L and paid in full. The time still shows that the order was placed not long ago. Lu Ruyan also looked at Chen Tianhao with curiosity. She didn't expect that he could buy a Mercedes-Benz E300L worth more than 600,000 yuan at such a young age. To be honest, he has seen many people driving Mercedes-Benz E300L, but most of them are middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s. In the eyes of sales, driving a Mercedes-Benz at the age of 18 is different from driving a Mercedes-Benz at the age of 30 or 40. The former represents the family's strength, while the latter may have been purchased with a loan taken out under tight constraints. Looking at the information on his ID card, Chen Tianhao is only 18 years old. Driving a Mercedes-Benz E300L at the age of 18. Now Lu Ruyan couldn't help but look at Chen Tianhao a few more times. After graduation, with a salary of several thousand yuan in hand, Lu Ruyan longed for a rich boyfriend. After all, with that little salary, she could barely make ends meet and saw no hope at all. The working life was completely different from what he had imagined. Chapter 4. Let us go out for dinner together. At this moment, Lu Ruyan also showed an envious look. If his family conditions were so good, he would not have to do a sales job here that only paid a few thousand yuan. You can pick up the car now. Chen Tianhao also spoke to Lu Ruyan, who had been in a daze. This is really strange. Is this salesperson abnormal? Why is he always absent-minded? Is he suffering from some disease? It would be great if the system could check girls' information like in the rich novels like Tomato S. Bite. Host's thoughts detected, start investigating. Number of romances, 0. Physical condition, healthy. Is it not good looking enough? Why is there no binding icon? For girls whose appearance is less than 90, or whose favorability is 90 but less than 50, the host cannot bind them. The system's voice also sounded in Chen Tianhao's mind. Forget it, I don't need this anyway. I will have plenty of women in the future. Okay, excuse me, I'll take you there right away. Lu Ruyan also came to her senses, and immediately took Chen Tianhao's hand and walked towards the car pickup area. Feeling Lu Ruyan's silky little hands, many thoughts came to my mind. If I were to use it to. Lu Ruyan's favorability continues to increase, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70. Byte. Issue tasks now. Detected that Xin Mengqing value 90 has a favorability of 50 towards the host. Do you want to bind the relationship as a lover? Option 1, no binding, no adverse consequences. Choice 2, binding, reward of 10 million Huaxia coins for girlfriend. Fun note, can only be used for Lu Ruyan's consumption, not for me. Note, there are still 2 places available for binding. You can vacate the place by becoming a girlfriend or completing the tasks issued by the system. Originally, Chen Tianhao wanted to bind like last time, but when he saw this situation, he hesitated. If he met a pretty girl, wouldn't there only be one spot? Suddenly, Chen Tianhao thought of something. Now he is a wealthy man and no longer the poor boy. Even without the system binding, he can handle it with his own strength. Thinking of this, Chen Tianhao was in a good mood and clicked the binding button without hesitation. Bind successfully. A few minutes later, Chen Tianhao also came to the car showroom. Lu Ruyan also put down her hand, and Chen Tianhao quickly adjusted his state. Break away from the feeling just now. Mr. Chen, this is your Mercedes-Benz E300L. Take a look. Lu Ruyan also said with a warm smile. Compared to the beginning, my passion now comes from the heart rather than from work needs. Thank you. Under the lights of the exhibition hall, the black Mercedes-Benz E300L looks so elegant and noble. Chen Tianhao was given a stunning feeling. Chen Tianhao also got in and took a seat. He felt it was pretty good. It was his favorite Mercedes-Benz E300L. Mr. Chen, if you have nothing else to do, you can sign the contract. Then you can drive the car out directly. Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Tianhao sitting in the car with a longing look in her eyes. She wished she could also drive a car like this. Okay, no problem, we can sign the contract. After observing the appearance again and finding no problems, Chen Tianhao spoke. Okay, please come over here. Lu Ruyan also waved her hand. Soon, Chen Tianhao signed the contract and came back. You are using a temporary license plate now, which can be used for about a month. If you want to get a license plate, you can come to me at any time. Lu Ruyan also started to explain. Well, I'll come find you if I need you. Bite. Issue tasks. Since the host has not eaten with a girl yet, a love mission is now issued. Choose one and don't accept it. There are no adverse consequences. Choose 2. Invite Lu Ruyan to dinner and get a license plate number of 69,999. What else can I say? Choose the second one. Now Chen Tianhao has accepted the fact that he is the destined son. The system solved all his troubles. I was still thinking about how to get a license plate number, so I just came here. Are you free to have dinner together tonight? Chen Tianhao also invited him. Ah. Tonight? Okay, I'll wait for you at 7:30 p.m. Originally Lu Ruyan wanted to refuse, but when the words came to her mouth, she couldn't say anything. He said with a blushing face. Okay, I'll pick you up in the evening. Where will you wait for me? Seeing that he got it so easily, Chen Tianhao asked in surprise. Please pick me up at Tiandawan in Pudong District. Lu Ruyan also told Chen Tianhao where she rented her house. Okay, I'll pick you up then, see you there. Okay, see you there. Lu Ruyan also said shyly. This was her first time going out to eat with a boy who was several years younger than her. This is an old cow eating young grass. She covered her blushing face as she thought of something. Bye-bye. Chen Tianhao also stepped on the accelerator and left the 4S shop and headed straight for school. Only Lu Ruyan was still covering her face. Even without looking in the mirror, one could tell how red she was. Ruyan, how is our relationship? A female salesperson came over and said to Lu Ruyan. Very good, what's wrong? Lu Ruyan also spoke. Can you please give me the WeChat of that handsome boy you just mentioned? The female salesperson also spoke in a flattering manner. What did you do with his WeChat? Of course I want to pursue him. He's so young and drives a Mercedes E300. His family must be very rich. I don't want to waste my youth here. I want to marry into a wealthy family. No, I can't disclose the customer's information to others at will. If you help me, I will never forget you after I catch him. Lu Ruyan was naturally unwilling to do so. After all, if she was given Chen Tianhao's WeChat, she would have one more rival. Bah! What opponent? What's wrong with me? Am I also a vain person? Lu Ruyan was also shocked when she thought about her own thoughts. No means no, this is the principle. Lu Ruyan also spoke firmly. Seeing Lu Ruyan so determined, the female salesperson stopped talking and left. Looking at the female salesperson leaving, Lu Ruyan also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if the female salesperson knew her thoughts, maybe the two will become enemies. This kind of thing is very normal in 4S stores. Sometimes, in order to grab customers, they will do anything. After starting to work, Lu Ruyan has become accustomed to the sinister nature of people in society. No more illusions about society. Chapter 5. What a coincidence! While driving to school, Chen Tianhao also felt how beautiful the air was. Listening to the DJ in the car and enjoying the fun of driving, this is the life that young people should have. I walked into the gas station and filled my Mercedes with 95 gasoline worth more than 500 yuan. For Chen Tianhao, who now has millions of dollars in savings, it is a piece of cake. He just opens Alipay on his mobile phone and scans the code to pay. Everything is so silky smooth. After coming out of the gas station, I went straight to school. On the road, seeing the young Chen Tianhao driving a Mercedes-Benz E300L worth more than 600,000 yuan, the owners of Volkswagen, Cadillac and other cars next to him also looked at Chen Tianhao with envy. Chen Tianhao also felt a sense of pride rising in his heart, and it felt so good to be envied by others. No wonder so many people envy the rich second generation. Now Chen Tianhao also likes this feeling. More than an hour later, Chen Tianhao also drove back to school. I have to say that Chen Tianhao really likes the feeling of touching the steering wheel. It's simply a sense of freedom of the soul. After handing the student ID to the security guard at the school gate was opened. The school also has parking, but it is free only for teachers. Students have to pay parking fees if they park in the parking lot. It costs about 100 yuan a day, which is more than 3,000 yuan a month, which is about the average living expenses for students. Therefore, most students park their cars in the open-air parking lot outside, and only a small number of wealthy second generations drive their cars in. It is obvious that Chen Tianhao is such a person now. It's just 3,000 yuan a month. I lack everything except money. The school's parking lot is under the teaching building. When Chen Tianhao drove the car in, many students and teachers turned their attention here. I am very envious of Chen Tianhao, who is so young but can drive a Mercedes-Benz E300. However, since he had to go out at night, Chen Tianhao simply left it in the open-air parking lot of the teaching building. Chen Tianhao South Dormitory is very close to the teaching building, only a few hundred meters away, and it takes about 5 or 6 minutes to walk there. When I passed by the school supermarket, I thought of the tissues I had used up and went in to check. Chen Tianhao, are you here to buy something too? What a coincidence! A female voice was also heard. Chen Tianhao also turned around to take a look. Okay, squad leader. Seeing the identity of the visitor, Chen Tianhao was also a little surprised. Wang Mengyao, Chen Tianhao's college class monitor. Today, Wang Mengyao wore a white short-sleeved top, blue jeans, and a pair of Nike white shoes. With her outstanding appearance, she stands out wherever she goes. Gives people a healthy and energetic atmosphere. This is how Chen Tianhao feels. Are you here to buy something too? Wang Mengyao asked. Watching Chen Tianhao getting out of the Mercedes-Benz E300L, Wang Mengyao couldn't help but look at Chen Tianhao again. I became more interested in Chen Tianhao. After all, Chen Tianhao seemed very poor before. Could it be that he did it on purpose, to keep a low profile? Yes, I'll buy something and then go back. Is there anything you want to buy here, monitor? Chen Tianhao also said lightly, after experiencing the baptism of Xin Mengqing and Lu Ruyan. I have developed a certain resistance to beautiful women and am no longer as easily exposed to my physical abnormalities as before. I'll just buy a cup. What about you? I'll buy some tissues. Chen Tianhao said, and he kept looking for a bag of tissues. After a while, he found it. The price was 25.8 yuan. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. After finding what to buy, Chen Tianhao also said to Wang Mengyao. Now Chen Tianhao's mind is not on Wang Mengyao at all. He just wants to go back, take a shower, and do something big with Lu Ruyan. Then buy. After scanning the code and paying, Chen Tianhao left the supermarket. Watching Chen Tianhao leaving, Wang Mengyao felt a little disappointed. Is she really that unattractive? Usually other boys treat her warmly when they see her, unlike Chen Tianhao who treats her as air. Mengyao, you are here. What a coincidence. Just when Wang Mengyao was still immersed in Chen Tianhao's attitude, a male voice also reached Wang Mengyao's ears. Zhong Pinliang, are you okay? Wang Mengyao said coldly when she saw that it was this annoying fly. Are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to a movie. Zhong Pinliang didn't care about it at all, as he had long been accustomed to Wang Mengyao's tone. As the captain of the university team, Zhong Pinliang has played with all kinds of girls. If he just beckoned his finger, I'm afraid a bunch of women would have come to his bed. Ever since he met Wang Mengyao, he has fallen in love with her energetic style. From then on, he kept trying to get close to Wang Mengyao. At first, Wang Mengyao had a good feeling about him, but later, for some reason, she ignored him. No time. After saying that, Wang Mengyao paid for the cup and left without even looking at Zhong Pinliang. Originally, Wang Mengyao had a good impression of Zhong Pinliang because he was a junior and the captain of the school basketball team. Ever since I found out that Zhong Pinliang held parties and had sex with many women, she has also completely lost her patience with Zhong Pinliang. Now when Wang Mengyao sees Zhong Pinliang, she wants to stay away from him and doesn't want to pay any attention to him at all. Poor Zhong Pinliang, after reading the quotes of an emotional blogger on Zaya Honshu, who said that as long as a man persists, the female demon will definitely be moved. It is also a road of no return. Wait a minute, Zhong Pinliang couldn't help but curse, why are you pretending? Once I defeat you, I will let you know how powerful I am, the invincible Chakravartin. Looking at Wang Mangyao getting farther and farther away, Zhong Pinliang couldn't help but think. With his strength, he has played with all kinds of women. When talking about Zhong Pinliang, we have to mention that his father is the dean of studies, which led to his lawless behavior in college. Normally, university teachers don't dare to mess with him. It is his father's doting that has caused Zhong Pinliang to become what he is now. As for why his father doted on him so much, it was because Zhong Pinliang lost his mother when he was young, and his mother died of dystocia when giving birth to him. Zhong Pinliang, who had no mother since childhood and had a father who was a principal, was simply out of control. Zhong Pinliang often goes to parties with his college teammates. Only in this way can he feel happy. This also caused trouble for many college girls who admired his position as basketball team captain. Not only was he played with by Zhong Pinliang, but he also coaxed him into a party, which ended up causing a big commotion. Fortunately, his father, who was the dean of studies, helped him suppress it. It took some time to calm down. After seeing Wang Mangyao leave, Zhong Pinliang lost interest in staying here any longer. Chapter 6. I'm telling you, I'm a billionaire. Back to the dormitory. Push open the door of the room. Our brother Chen is back. At this moment, Zhao Ping and Fu Yu were also lying on the bed. When they saw Chen Tianhao coming back, they greeted him. As for the other Fu Yu, he didn't say anything. Relying on the fact that he owned several houses in Donghai City, he looked down on people like Chen Tianhao and the other two who came from the countryside. Although he was usually friendly and harmonious, he was inherently arrogant, which made him speak condescendingly to Chen Tianhao and the other two. Over time, the relationship between Chen Tianhao and the other two became increasingly distant. The entire dormitory formed two groups. One was a trio headed by Chen Tianhao, and the other was a small group consisting of Fu Yu alone. Fortunately, everyone usually exercises restraint and maintains relative respect in the dormitory, so nothing unpleasant has happened. Hurry up and log in, let's play a game together. Zhao Peng also invited Ling Chen. Brother Chen, please take us flying. I'm going crazy playing with this idiot Zhao. When everyone is in a team fight, he goes to clear the soldiers. When everyone asks him to clear the soldiers, he goes to start the team alone, giving away kills for nothing. I can't stand him. Chen Xing also complained that Zhao Peng's skills were not good enough and that he always lost. It's obvious that you guys acted on your own and didn't listen to my instructions. If you had listened to my instructions, it would definitely be different. Zhao Peng forced himself to explain the reasons for his actions. Okay, let me take you guys. Fu Yu, do you want to come with us? Chen Tianhao also agreed and invited Fu Yu at the same time. We all live in the same dormitory, so we still have to observe the necessary social etiquette. You can't exclude people intentionally. You guys play, I have something to do right now. Fu Yu also said calmly that he was currently chatting enthusiastically with a new girl and didn't want to play games at all. Okay, let the three of us do it ourselves. Let me take you flying this time and let you know the strength of my foster father. Chen Tianhao also kept bragging about his own strength. After all, he was among the top 10 in their city before. In this kind of low-level game, one person can carry the whole team. Damn it, you're taking advantage of us again, aren't you? You're crazy about wanting to be a father every day. Zhao Peng also joked. I didn't expect you to have this kind of fetish. You want a son so badly. I wonder if you can still have a son after so many catheterizations. After Chen Xing finished speaking, he and Zhao Peng laughed together. I don't want to listen to you, you bastards. Your words have no effect and will rebound. Chen Tianhao also said happily. So I took out my newly bought Apple 16 Pro Max. Oh my god, Lao Chen, you're here. Isn't this the latest model of Apple 16 Pro Max? Where can you afford such a luxury phone? Looking at the iPhone 16 that Chen Tianhao took out, Zhao Peng couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Then he looked at the newly bought Huawei in his hand. He had shown it off to Chen Tianhao when he first came. As a result, Chen Tianhao bought an iPhone 16 Pro Max, which was like a slap in the face. Brother Chen, are you serious? You wouldn't deliberately buy a pirated copy just to pretend, right? That's an Apple 16 Pro Max worth tens of thousands of dollars. It's equivalent to my food expenses for nearly a year. After hearing what Zhao Peng said, Chen Xing's face changed. He had liked that Apple phone for a long time, but he was short of money, so he could only open Taobao to have a look. It's a feast for the eyes. Of course it's true. How could it be false? He then took out his transaction records and showed them to Zhao Pang and Chen Xing. Looking at the transaction records that Chen Tianhao took out, Chen Xing and Zhao Pang were also dumbfounded. The eyes are full of envy. Brother Chen, you got rich, did you win the lottery? Zhao Pang also tested it jokingly. That can't be true. That's 5 million. Even after deducting taxes, there's still nearly 4 million left. Seeing that Chen Tianhao didn't say anything, Chen Xing couldn't help but ask. Actually, I have been hiding something from you for a long time. Now that you've asked me this, I'll mercifully tell you that my family is a billionaire. I'm going to be honest and not pretend anymore. Chen Tianhao was telling the truth, but of course he knew no one would believe him. Even he himself didn't believe it and felt like he was dreaming, if he hadn't slapped his face. The pain on his face told him that this was not a dream, and he would not believe that he had become a wealthy man. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Why are you making it so mysterious? Zhao Pang also curled his lips. I see. You're not going out to be a male model, are you? But you're not as handsome as me. I can't even go, let alone you. Chen Xing also shook his head, looking helpless. As if he was asking for a beating because he couldn't do it, and he was even worse. You're even resorting to personal attacks. I think you're just envious. Do you think you can be a male model just because you want to? Without 20 to 30 years of hard work, don't even think about it. Chen Tianhao also started fighting them face to face. Ha ha ha. You're not really going to be a duck, are you? Zhao Pang also looked at me thoughtfully. Go away, you are the one who is being a duck. Do you want to play or not? If you don't want to play, forget it. Chen Tianhao didn't want to explain so much. This kind of thing would only make things worse if he explained it more. Play the game. Chen Xing also spoke. The two of them didn't take Chen Tianhao's words seriously at all. After all, they knew Chen Tianhao's family situation. It was just an ordinary family, just like theirs. I can't even compare to them. After all, their family earns more than 100,000 yuan a year, which can be considered a well-off family. As for Chen Tianhao, he is even worse off than them and is still struggling at the poverty level. If Chen Tianhao is the second generation of rich people, they would be the third generation of rich people. After they won 5 games in a row, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. No more playing, I have something else to do later. Seeing that it was only 2 hours until 7 o'clock in the evening, Chen Tianhao had no intention of playing games. He was still waiting for Lu Ruyan to eat. Godfather, how could you abandon us? Zhao Peng's attitude also changed quickly. After Chen Tianhao led him to 5 consecutive wins, he also experienced the pleasure of victory. The feeling of not being able to stop for a long time. Now Chen Tianhao said he didn't want to play anymore, and when he was about to have his wedding night, his parents forcibly interrupted him from casting a spell. No one wants to. You don't have classes tonight, why are you going? Come and have another one. Chen Xing, the game fanatic, also fell in love with the feeling of being led by Chen Tianhao. Cool. I'm going out to eat with the girls later, maybe next time. Chen Tianhao also told the truth. Brother Chen, what's wrong with you today? You seem addicted to pretending to be cool. If a girl goes out to eat with you, I would rather let the school beauty be my mistress. Zhao Pang also said lightly, feeling very witty about his words. That's right. You can lie to others, but you don't have to lie to your brothers. I'm the same as Zhao Pang. If you have a girl going out to dinner with you, I'd rather live in a mansion and drive a luxury car. Chen Xing also stood on Zhao Peng's side without hesitation. Chapter 7 Why Not Me? After hearing what the two said, Chen Tianhao was speechless. You actually thought I was the dragon from Dragon Ball, and you guys have made it happen. It's up to you guys, I'm going to take a shower. Chen Tianhao didn't want to dwell on this topic with them any longer. They would slowly find out in the future. Come on, let's continue. Seeing that Chen Tianhao had gone to take a shower, Zhao Peng shouted to Chen Xing. I don't want to play with a loser like you. I'm going to sleep. Chen Xing is not stupid. If he plays with Zhao Peng, he might lose all the rank he has worked so hard to get. This Zhao Peng is the typical example of a novice but playful person. If there was no one in the dormitory, he really didn't want to team up with Zhao Peng, who was a burden. It's so painful. Okay, since no one's playing, I'll play by myself. Fu Yu, do you want to join us? Seeing that there was no one around, Zhao Peng also started to think about Fu Yu. You play, I'm not interested in this. At the beginning, everyone was not familiar with each other, and Fu Yu was often tricked by Zhao Peng. At the peak, he was defeated more than 50 times. He was directly pushed to a level that could not be lowered, and he was holding his phone in tears. I worked hard for several weeks to improve my rank, but it was completely ruined by Zhao Peng. From then on, he vowed never to team up with Zhao Peng again. It's so torturous. Alas, the world of geniuses, indeed no one can understand it. Zhao Peng also sighed. This made Qin Xing and Fu Yu, who were lying on the bed, burst into laughter. What a talent! The two covered their mouths and laughed secretly. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Tianhao finished his shower and came out of the bathroom. Looking at his handsome and charming self in the mirror, Chen Tianhao couldn't help but sigh. So handsome, so perfect, how can there be such a perfect thing in the world? Wear your own beige cropped pants, a white short sleeve top, and a light yellow windbreaker. Pair it with white casual shoes. Standing in front of the mirror has a unique flavor. Fuck, brother Chen, are you serious? Zhao Peng couldn't help but exclaim when he saw how I was dressed today. Oh my god, are you going to take away my reputation as the most handsome guy in my dormitory today? When Chen Xing heard Zhao Peng's voice, he also responded to Chen Tianhao's outfit. Only Fu Yu was staring at his phone with earphones in, grinning foolishly, totally unaware of what was happening here. Didn't I tell you that I was going to have dinner with the girls, but you didn't believe me? Chen Tianhao was helpless towards these two roommates, as they didn't believe him even after he told them. He was really tired. Why make such a fuss about one thing? Is she from our school? Isn't she pretty? Zhao Peng asked Chen Tianhao curiously. Who is it? Do I know him? The same goes for Qin Xing. Children, don't ask questions about adults' affairs. Naturally, Chen Tianhao would not explain the situation to them clearly, otherwise they would both be big mouths. I don't know what to make of myself. I thought I would be the first one in our dormitory to find a girlfriend. Why? You are not as handsome as me, so why did you find a girlfriend before me? Chen Xing was also deeply shocked. He considered himself the most handsome guy in the dormitory, but he didn't expect that Chen Tianhao would get ahead of him in terms of girlfriend. Where to put his face? Godfather, you are awesome. How did you get her? Share your experience with us. Don't forget your brothers when you have a girlfriend. Don't be the kind of person who values women over friends. At this moment, Zhao Peng also felt sour and regretful. Why is this Chen Tianhao and not me? Oh god, it's unfair to me. How am I inferior to Chen Tianhao? The secret cannot be revealed. I'm leaving now. Bye. I won't bring you dinner. You can eat it by yourselves. Chen Tianhao also said calmly, picked up his ID card and went out. Alas, it looks like I'll have to eat instant noodles again tonight. Chen Xing was filled with emotion. I'm afraid I'll have to eat instant noodles every day from now on. My adoptive father has been kidnapped. What Zhao Peng thought was that Chen Tianhao might not bring back any food. Thinking of these two people, I felt like something was taken away from me and felt empty inside. 5 or 6 minutes later. Chen Tianhao also came to the open-air parking lot, opened the car door with the car key and got in. Close the door, change gears, step on the accelerator, and the Mercedes-Benz E300 starts running. Everything is so smooth. After get off work, Lu Ruyan returned to her residence. This was her first date. She also wanted to leave a good impression on Chen Tianhao. After taking a shower, Lu Ruyan also spent an hour putting on makeup, although it was just a light makeup. But it still looks so beautiful. Add to that the black stepmother skirt I'm wearing today, and a pair of 5 cm thick high heels. It perfectly outlines the beautiful legs and figure, with that silky smooth lines. With her wavy hair, she is not inferior to the stars on TV. Seeing that it was already 6:30, she hurriedly packed her things. Pack what you need into your bag. More than 10 minutes had passed after she finished all this, and she now came to the door and waited. Ruyan, where are you going? I'll take you there. A white Cadillac CT5 also stopped in front of Lu Ruyan. The man in the car opened the window and extended an invitation to Lu Ruyan. Need not. Wang Fei. She is somewhat helpless about her colleagues in this company, relying on the fact that her uncle, who is a manager, works in the company. She is harassed a lot at ordinary times, but she has to endure Wang Fei's harassment just for work. It's okay. I don't have anything to do anyway. I'll take you there. Don't be embarrassed. Li Fei also got out of the car and pretended to be a gentleman and invited Lu Ruyan. Don't bother, my boyfriend will pick me up later. Lu Ruyan also refused and lied to Wang Fei, fearing that Chen Tianhao would misunderstand her. Oh. Really? Then I'd like to see what your boyfriend looks like and what skills he has to win over the beautiful Lu from our company. Wang Fei naturally didn't believe what Lu Ruyan said, and thought that Lu Ruyan said that to him on purpose. Wang Fei is also from a wealthy family with assets worth tens of millions. I've seen all kinds of women, but this is different from before. No one can compare to Lu Ruyan. Ever since Wang Fei saw Lu Ruyan in the company, he could not forget Lu Ruyan's appearance, which has been deeply engraved in his mind. He secretly made up his mind to pursue Lu Ruyan, but ideals are beautiful and reality is cruel. His plans always failed, which made him more and more irritable. Especially when facing Lu Ruyan, sometimes in his dreams. Not long after, Chen Tianhao's black Mercedes-Benz E300L also arrived at Lu Ruyan's residence on time. My boyfriend is here. Lu Ruyan also pointed at the black Mercedes-Benz E300L in front of her and said. Chapter 8 Company Colleagues. This is? Chen Tianhao also got out of the car and asked Lu Ruyan in confusion. Just a colleague from the company. Lu Ruyan was afraid that Chen Tianhao would misunderstand, so she hurriedly explained. Hello, I'm Lu Ruyan's colleague Wang Fei. Please take care of me in the future. Wang Fei was stunned when he saw Chen Tianhao getting out of the car and the black Mercedes-Benz E300L parked in front of him. Unexpectedly, what Lu Ruyan said was true. Seeing the young Chen Tianhao getting out of the car, Wang Fei knew in his heart that he had nothing to do with Lu Ruyan anymore. After all, they drive a car worth more than 600,000 yuan, while I drive an ordinary car worth 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. Compared to most people, my car is pretty good, but it's nothing compared to the guy in front of me. Judging from Chen Tianhao's appearance, he is only about 20 years old, but he drives a luxury car like Mercedes-Benz E300. His family must be wealthy. Why bother competing with such a person? Maybe I can get in touch with him through Lu Ruyan and work together in the future. Lu Ruyan is just a woman, there is no need to be so serious with her. I have no choice, just like Han Xian who endured the humiliation of being kicked in the crotch. My own little thing is nothing. Hello? I'm Chen Tianhao. It was obvious that Chen Tianhao understood the situation but didn't want to reveal it. If someone respects him an inch, he will return the favor a yard. This is Chen Tianhao's consistent principle. Then I wish you all a good time. I'm leaving now. This is my business card. I hope to have the opportunity to cooperate with Mr. Chen. After saying that, Wang Fei looked at Lu Ruyan deeply again, then drove away in his Cadillac. Then let's go. After Chen Tianhao finished speaking, he opened the passenger door and let Lu Ruyan get in. Good. After Lu Ruyan sat in the passenger seat, Chen Tianhao opened the driver's door and drove away. Rich people are different. They are so young and look like college students, but they can drive a Mercedes. The security guard at the company's gate saw this scene and his eyes were full of envy. Let's just wait and see. This is our fate. We can only stick to our security post. We can't even think about owning a luxury car like this. We can only dream about it. Several security guards nearby echoed this. It's a pity that Chen Tianhao didn't hear what they said, otherwise he would have been really shocked. I have nothing to do with that Wang Fei, don't think too much about it. Lu Ruyan in the car thought about it for a long time and finally gave an explanation. I believe you, no need to explain. Chen Tianhao smiled slightly, indicating that he didn't care. Really? You wouldn't mind if someone else pursued me? After hearing what Chen Tianhao said, Lu Ruyan felt a little depressed. Is she so unimportant in Chen Tianhao's eyes? There was a hint of anxiety in his eyes. It's normal for someone to pursue you, a beautiful girl like you. Chen Tianhao said calmly. If it was in the past, he would definitely care about it, but now with the support of the system, the situation is different. Where are we going to eat? Seeing that Chen Tianhao didn't care, Lu Ruyan changed the topic to today's destination. Is there anywhere you want to go? Although Chen Tianhao had already chosen a place, it was his first time going out with a girl, so he still respected her opinion. You're the one treating, so I should be the one asking you. Lu Ruyan threw the topic back to Chen Tianhao. She didn't want Chen Tianhao to think of her as a girl who just wanted to eat and drink for free. I didn't think it through. Let's go to Yulinglong restaurant. Chen Tianhao also admitted his negligence and also told the place that had been planned long ago. Okay, I'll do as you say. Of course, Lu Ruyan knew Yulinglong restaurant. It was an internet-famous restaurant with very high consumption, costing several thousand yuan per meal. It seems that Chen Tianhao still cares about me very much. That's settled then. We'll go to Yulinglong soon. Chen Tianhao responded to Lu Ruyan. As for why he chose this restaurant, it was because it was the most expensive restaurant he thought before he awakened. When he saw this restaurant on TikTok before, he was surprised that the price of a meal here was equivalent to an ordinary person's monthly salary. He had never dared to think of eating here before. Looking at Lu Ruyan, who was dressed beautifully today, and her good figure that was faintly visible under her skirt, Chen Tianhao drove more steadily. Ah! What are you doing? Lu Ruyan was startled by Chen Tianhao's behavior and looked at him shyly. I thought you liked to exercise, and if you're hungry or your blood sugar is low, I'd like to ask if you would like a lollipop, which is good for your health. Chen Tianhao explained. Wow, so sweet. So smooth. Suddenly, this absurd idea popped up in Chen Tianhao's mind. He quickly pulled his thoughts back, took his hand off the steering wheel, put it in the right position and continued driving. Okay, but I don't think I need it. I'm in good health. If that doesn't work, I can just eat a lollipop. Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Tianhao with wide eyes, thinking that he was lying. Really? If I lied to you, I would be a puppy. Eating lollipops is good for your health. Otherwise, why would I say that? Chen Tianhao also looked at Lu Ruyan with his clear eyes. I think you are just teasing me. Lu Ruyan hadn't finished her sentence when she suddenly realized that what she said sounded a bit like the coquettish talk between a boyfriend and a girlfriend. Her face suddenly turned red and she quickly covered her face with her hands. Girl, why are you like this? Driving properly is the serious thing to do. Why are you pretending to ignore me? It's your fault. I'm going to ignore you. After saying that, she turned her head away again. I didn't expect you to be so cute when you blush. No, don't talk nonsense. Lu Ruyan was amused by Chen Tianhao's words and started to pout. The atmosphere in the car was warm and playful. Okay. Just like that, the two of them went to Yulinglong restaurant while playing and joking. Chen Tianhao drove the car to the underground garage. There was no parking lot outside. I'll go down and park the car first, and then we'll go to Yulinglong restaurant. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chapter 9 First Time. After parking the car, Chen Tianhao also brought Lu Ruyan to Yulinglong restaurant. A waiter also hurried over to greet Chen Tianhao and the other man. When he learned that only Lu Ruyan and Chen Tianhao were having dinner, he put them in a seat near the window. After a while, the waiter brought the menu. Just take a look at what you like to eat. Chen Tianhao also handed the menu to Lu Ruyan and asked her to order first. Okay, I'll be welcome then. Lu Ruyan also took the menu and glanced up, and was also shocked by the prices on the menu. A simple serving of egg fried rice costs 688 yuan, and this is the lowest price. Suppressing her surprise, Lu Ruyan ordered a steak worth 1,888, a king crab worth 1,688, and some drinks. That's all. Chen Tianhao took the menu handed over by Lu Ruyan and asked the waiter to order another portion according to Lu Ruyan's request. I also ordered a serving of caviar worth 3888. That's all. After ordering the dishes, Chen Tianhao handed the menu to the waiter. Please wait a moment, sir. You will probably need to wait for half an hour. After saying that, the waiter took the menu and left. It easily cost tens of thousands of dollars. If it were the previous Chen Tianhao, he would be reluctant to do so. Fortunately, with the Xinhao system, he doesn't have so much concept about money anymore. Are you satisfied with what I arranged here today? Chen Tianhao also spoke to Lu Ruyan. Well, not bad. To be honest, this is my first time to eat in such a luxurious restaurant. It seems I have to thank you, Chen Tianhao. Lu Ruyan looked at the luxurious decoration here and said that while sitting here one could also enjoy the scenery of the river. I can't tell. I didn't expect you to be so frugal. It's rare to find a girl as frugal as you nowadays. Chen Tianhao also looked up to Lu Ruyan. In Chen Tianhao's opinion, she worked at a Mercedes-Benz 4S store and had such an outstanding figure and appearance, so she should have no shortage of people inviting her to dinner. But she said she never had her period, and judging by the number of times he's been in love, this should be true. It's okay, it's not what you said. After hearing what Chen Tianhao said, Lu Ruyan felt a little embarrassed. She couldn't possibly say that she had no money to eat, and he was afraid that Chen Tianhao would laugh at her. In this way, the relationship between the two people continued to improve through interaction. Bite. It is detected that Lu Ruyan's favorability towards the host has reached 90. Come on host, if the favorability reaches 100, the relationship will be bound as girlfriend. Reward, 100 million Chinese yuan. Chen Tianhao was also surprised when he heard the system's voice, it was so fast. Things were so easy that Chen Tianhao felt like they were not real. So, I will become a billionaire soon. Thinking of this, Chen Tianhao was also excited. Half an hour later, the waiter brought the dishes. Chen Tianhao and Lu Ruyan also ate and chatted. Come, I'll peel a king crab for you. Lu Ruyan was also considerate to Chen Tianhao, which Lu Ruyan learned from the internet. Be gentle with men. If you can control a man's stomach, it is equivalent to controlling his heart. Thank you. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Chen Tianhao couldn't help but sigh. In the past, he couldn't even think of having dinner with girls. He didn't even dare to chat, it was all the system that brought him a different world. Whether it was Wang Mengyao or Lu Ruyan, they were both out of his reach before, but now they are so considerate to peel king crabs for him. He is so touched. This is the advantage of having money. Chen Tianhao also sighed. It's not as good as you say. Let me pour you something to drink. Encouraged by Chen Tianhao, Lu Ruyan worked even harder. It also made Chen Tianhao realize that girls who take the initiative are so beautiful that it cannot be expressed in words. Thank you. Please eat by yourself instead of just focusing on me. It would be embarrassing for me. Chen Tianhao also told Lu Ruyan not to be so polite. As a handsome guy like you, with a rich family, there should be a lot of people pursuing you, right? Lu Ruyan also tried. No way, you're the first girl I've invited out for dinner, you're overthinking it. Chen Tianhao also shook his head, indicating that it was not what she thought. How could that be? You are not teasing me on purpose. After hearing what Chen Tianhao said, Lu Ruyan also breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that no one was chasing her. This way she still has a chance. But when she thought of Chen Tianhao's conditions, she felt a sense of urgency and hoped to establish a relationship with Chen Tianhao as soon as possible. After all, there are so many beautiful girls in the university, and Chen Tianhao might not be able to resist these temptations. Really, I'm not lying to you, I'm such an honest person. Chen Tianhao was also helpless. Why did no one believe what he said? It's too difficult. Excuse me, Mr. Chen, are you and this lady in a relationship? A male waiter also came over and asked Chen Tianhao and Lu Ruyan. Our store offers a 20% discount to couples who come here for the first time, so I would like to ask, are you two a couple? After hearing the waiter's words, the two looked at each other, and then Lu Ruyan nodded shyly. We are a couple. Well, we need the two of you to kiss each other to prove it. Is that okay? The waiter also looked at Lu Ruyan and Chen Tianhao politely. Chen Tianhao was also very happy. It seemed that the money was well spent. He didn't expect that the waiter had such good eyesight. Chen Tianhao also looked at Lu Ruyan expectantly. Looking into Chen Tianhao's eyes, Lu Ruyan also lowered her head. At this moment, she is a little excited and a little regretful. In the end, she quickly stood up and kissed Chen Tianhao on the face. Unexpectedly, Chen Tianhao turned his face and kissed her on the mouth. So soft. Before Chen Tianhao could finish experiencing this feeling, it quickly disappeared. Is it ready? Lu Ruyan also asked with a red face. This was his first kiss, and it was gone just like that. It's all Chen Tianhao's fault. If he hadn't suddenly turned his face away, this wouldn't have happened. Okay, thank you both for your help. The waiter was also envious. Seeing that in this situation, it was the woman who took the initiative. When he thinks of his girlfriend, it's all about money. Not to mention her looks, which cannot compare to others. Even the most basic relationship between men and women cannot be broken through. When the waiter thought of this, he could only leave with envy, thinking to himself, how nice it is to have money. Are you okay? Chen Tianhao looked at Lu Ruyan, who lowered her head with a blushing face. She looked so charming under the light. I'm fine. Then why are you lowering your head and not looking at me? It's all because of you. Me, what? You asked for this, not me. I just want to spend less money. Who knows? That was my first kiss. You have to be responsible for me. As soon as Lu Ruyan said it, she regretted it. Chapter 10, Is This a Billionaire? How do you say responsible? Chen Tianhao didn't expect Lu Ruyan to be so direct and progress so quickly. He couldn't accept it. Ha! You heard it wrong. Lu Ruyan certainly wanted to establish a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Chen Tianhao, but this seemed like she was too anxious. Just teasing you. How about we go to the nearby Wanda Plaza after dinner? Chen Tianhao also turned the conversation to where to go after dinner. After all, it was only a little after 8 o'clock in the evening, so it was a good time to go for a walk after dinner, digest the food, and strengthen the relationship. Okay, let's go to Wanda Plaza after we finish eating. Lu Ruyan's face also brightened up. After all, girls' favorite thing is shopping. The two of them just chatted like this. After eating and drinking, Chen Tianhao also scanned the code to pay the bill, and the meal cost 16,848 yuan. It's so damn expensive. But fortunately, with the system, these are not a problem. I arrived at the parking lot and drove my Mercedes-Benz E300 to navigate to Wanda Plaza. It was 5 or 6 kilometers away from us. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Ruyan and Chen Tianhao also arrived at Wanda Plaza. Seeing the LV store next door, he also walked in and watched Lu Ruyan and Chen Tianhao come in. The store staff also greeted us warmly. Hello sir, how can I help you? The employee also smiled and gestured to Chen Tianhao, not looking down on him because of his appearance. It's okay, we'll just take a look. Chen Tianhao also spoke. This is our newest bag. Let's go shopping by ourselves. I'll call you if we need anything. Seeing this employee here, it affected himself and Lu Ruyan. Chen Tianhao also spoke. Yes sir. This LV bag is your favorite, right? Ling Chen's voice came to Lu Ruyan, pointing at a blue bag. Lu Ruyan turned around in surprise, a smile in her eyes. How did you know I was looking for this? I noticed that you have been looking at this bag since you came in. Chen Tianhao also said lightly. Yeah, but it's too expensive. I can't afford it with my salary. Lu Ruyan also spoke and looked towards the blue bag. It's okay, I can just buy it for you. It's just a bag, which is no big deal for Chen Tianhao now. Hello, please give me that bag. I want it. Where can I pay for it? Chen Tianhao also said this to the salesperson next to him. Yes sir. The salesperson was also shocked after hearing what Chen Tianhao said. He didn't expect that Chen Tianhao had so much money. That is a bag worth 168,888, which is enough to buy a car for an ordinary person. At the same time, I was happy because I didn't expect that the bag could be sold so easily. The commission here is quite a lot, at least equivalent to 1 month's salary for him. Yes, sir. I'll get it for you right away. The salesperson also took the bag and handed it to Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao also took out his mobile phone and scanned the code to pay. The salesperson also looked at Lu Ruyan with envy. Not only was her boyfriend handsome and young, but he was also rich. The most important thing is that you are willing to spend money on him. So envious. I wish I were that woman. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. Walked out of the store. Lu Ruyan's face was also full of stars, and she was overwhelmed by this sudden happiness. This is the latest version of LV bag worth more than 100,000 yuan. Even if Lu Ruyan does not eat or drink for a year, she can only earn that much. At this moment, she felt that Chen Tianhao was really good to her. If you don't want me to throw it in the trash can. Chen Tianhao also pretended to throw it away, saying that it was the system's money, not his. No matter how you spend it, compared to his girlfriend's money of more than 10 million in her card, this 100,000 is just a drop in the bucket. No, I still want it. Lu Ruyan also picked up Chen Tianhao's bag delicately. Bite. It is detected that Lu Ruyan's favorability towards the host has reached 100, and a reward of 100 million Chinese yuan will be given. A new ability will be unlocked when the favorability reaches 200. Since the host has completed the mission for the first time, he will be rewarded with a Patek Philippe caliber 9000 Tourbillon Ref 5202A1 watch worth 1.09 million. Note, you can pick it up at the Patek Philippe watch store in Pudong district. The relevant procedures and information have been prepared. The host only needs to go and pick it up. After hearing the system's voice, Chen Tianhao was also confused. It was completed. Is he a billionaire now? Are you okay? Lu Ruyan also saw that Chen Hao had been standing there, so she shook his hand. Now Lu Ruyan's face is full of love for Chen Tianhao. This is the excellent man he is looking for. Come with me to get the watch. After strolling around for a while, he bought some things for Lu Ruyan again. Seeing that he could no longer hold the shopping bags, Chen Tianhao was ready to get the watch. Well, I can do no worse than strolling around here anyway. Lu Ruyan was very happy. There was no one to accompany her here, and Chen Tianhao's arrival made her feel a little warm. I liked Chen Tianhao more and more in my heart. After Chen Tianhao and Lu Ruyan came out of the LV store, it was getting dark and the neon lights of the city began to flicker. Chen Tianhao drove his Mercedes-Benz, enjoying the cheers coming from his ears. Sitting next to a beauty like Lu Ruyan, he felt relaxed and happy. Let's go to Patek Philippe next. My watch should be ready. Chen Tianhao said softly, with a hint of anticipation in his tone. Lu Ruyan smiled and nodded. Well, I am also looking forward to seeing your watch. After arriving at the Patek Philippe store, parked the car. The two walked into the Patek Philippe store. The lights were soft and there were all kinds of exquisite watches on display. Each one seemed to be telling the art of time. When the clerk saw them, he immediately came up to them and said respectfully, "Sir, welcome. Are you here to look at watches?" "No, I'm here to get the watch." Chen Tianhao also stated his purpose with a smile. "Sir, could you please show me your ID card? I'll check it for you. Please wait a moment." The clerk was also shocked after hearing this. You know, Patek Philippe watch can almost be said to be the king of watches. Ordinary people simply can't afford it, and only the rich come here to buy it. He also showed a respectful smile to Chen Tianhao. Soon after, the clerk came over with an exquisite wooden box, gently opened the lid, and a Patek Philippe watch inlaid with diamonds came into view. The hands on the dial moved gracefully, as if dancing silently. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes, and she exclaimed softly, "It's so beautiful." Although Lu Ruyan didn't know much about watches, she was still amazed by the appearance of this watch. Chen Tianhao smiled slightly, took out the watch gently, and put it on tenderly. The strap fit Chen Tianhao's wrist, and the diamonds sparkled charmingly under the light. "It suits you very well," Lu Ruyan said in a low voice, her eyes full of admiration. Chapter 12 Class Beauty Add me on WeChat. Have you arrived at school yet? WeChat also received a message from Lu Ruyan. Chen Tianhao also replied, "I'm here." Bite. Chen Tianhao, who had just replied to Lu Ruyan's message, also received a WeChat friend request from Shin Mengqing, the most beautiful girl in high school. In the past, Chen Tianhao only had Shin Mengqing's contact information on QQ, so it was a bit surprising that Shin Mengqing suddenly added him. But when I thought about what happened in the Apple Store, everything seemed so normal. As soon as I accepted the friend request, Shin Mengqing sent a message, "Hi, Shin Tianhao, did I bother you?" Chen Tianhao glanced at Zhao Pang and Chen Xing, who were lying down and playing with their phones. His fingers tapped rapidly on the screen. "No, just getting ready for bed." "What's wrong?" Shin Mengqing responded quickly, "I saw you at the Apple Store today and I felt that you have changed a lot. I want to talk to you and get to know you better." Chen Tianhao's heart moved, thinking about the brief conversation with Shin Mengqing in the store today, which was indeed a bit subtle. Before he could reply, his phone vibrated again. It was a message from Lu Ruyan. "Tianhao, are you asleep? I'm very happy today. Thank you for staying with me." Chen Tianhao suddenly felt overwhelmed. On one side was his new girlfriend, and on the other side was the class beauty who contacted him. He didn't know how to deal with it for a moment. It seems that I still have to be a scumbag. System, you have caused me so much trouble. But brother System, you are really good at judging people. He calmed down and sent a message to Lu Ruyan, "I haven't slept yet. I am very happy today. Good night. Have a good dream." After sending this message, he switched back to the chat interface with Shin Mengqing, hesitated for a moment, and replied, "Ha, really? Maybe you've been busy recently. What do you want to talk about?" Seeing Chen Tianhao reply to her, Shin Mengqing also responded quickly, "It's nothing, actually. I just think you are quite interesting recently and want to know more about you." Chen Tianhao had just replied to Lu Ruyan's message, and was stunned when he saw Wang Mengyao's words. He didn't expect that after becoming rich, beautiful women would throw themselves at him. It is true that things change over time. Don't look down on the young because they are poor. He switched back to the chat interface with Shen Mengqing, looked at her message, thought for a long time, but still replied, "It's true that I'm a little busy recently, but I like it this way. How about you? How are you doing recently?" Shen Mengqing replied quickly, "I'm fine. I work part-time when I'm free, and go back to school when I'm not free. I just feel that school life is a bit boring, so I want to find something new. By the way, didn't you say you would invite me to dinner the day after tomorrow? I know there's a new spicy hot pot restaurant opening in the food court near our school. I heard it's pretty good." Chen Tianhao was a little excited when he saw the message. Shen Mengqing's request must be met. He thought about it and replied, "Just do as you say. I'll pick you up the day after tomorrow night." Chen Tianhao looked at Shen Mengqing's message, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his fingers tapped lightly on the screen. "Malatang? It seems that you are quite knowledgeable about food. However, I have to remind you that I can eat spicy food, so don't be scared by me." Shen Mengqing quickly replied, "Ha, then I'd like to see it for myself. But don't underestimate me, I grew up eating spicy food, so it's not certain who was afraid of who." Chen Tianhao smiled and continued typing. "Then let's wait and see. But you must be ready the day after tomorrow night. I will pick you up on time." Shen Mengqing sent a naughty expression. "Don't worry, I'm very punctual. But don't be late, or I'll punish you." Chen Tianhao replied, "Don't worry, I won't be late. But now that you mention it, I'm kind of looking forward to it." Shen Mengqing sent a shy expression. "What are you looking forward to?" Chen Tianhao deliberately kept it a secret. "You'll know when the time comes." The two chatted for a while, and Chen Tianhao looked at the time and found that it was almost 12 o'clock. He yawned and replied, "It's getting late. I have to go to bed. I have to get up early tomorrow." After all, he still had a system task to complete. He had to get up early and run 3 kilometers. Shen Mengqing also sent a good night expression. "Good night." Chen Tianhao replied, "Good night, you should go to bed early too." Putting down his phone, Chen Tianhao lay on the bed, feeling a little uneasy. He was a little excited thinking about the date the day after tomorrow. He didn't expect that it would be so easy to ask the class beauty Shen Mengqing out. Looking at the 3 people hiding behind their phones and playing with them, Chen Tianhao also fell asleep. Early to bed and early to rise makes you healthy. He closed his eyes and tried to relax. Gradually, sleepiness came over him and he fell asleep. The early morning sunlight poured into the dormitory through the curtains, and Shen Tianhao's alarm clock rang on time. He rubbed his eyes and quickly sat up in bed. I looked at my phone and the time was exactly 6:30. He stretched and thought about today's system task, running 3 kilometers. He got out of bed quietly, changed into his sportswear, and prepared to go out. Zhao Peng poked his head out from under the quilt, squinted his eyes and looked at Chen Tianhao, and asked in surprise, "Brother Chen, why are you up so early? The sun is rising from the west?" Chen Tianhao smiled and said in a low voice, "Get up early and exercise, you guys can continue to sleep." Chen Xing was also woken up. He sat up dazedly and rubbed his eyes. Seeing Chen Tianhao in sportswear, he couldn't help but teased. "Hey, is our brother Chen going to turn over a new leaf? He actually got up early to run. Did he do something bad last night and now he feels guilty?" Chen Tianhao rolled his eyes at them and scolded with a smile. "Get lost, you two only know how to sleep in. I want to work hard to exercise. I don't want to be like you and have a weak body when I get old." Zhao Peng yawned and said lazily, "Come on, brother Chen, you are usually the one who sleeps the most in our dormitory. What's wrong with you today? Did you make a date with some girl?" Thinking of this, Zhao Peng also became excited. Chen Tianhao's heart was moved, but his face remained calm and he said calmly, "Stop talking nonsense. I just suddenly feel like exercising. You guys continue to sleep and don't disturb me." Chen Xing chuckled and said teasingly, Okay, go ahead. But I have to remind you not to run too hard. Be careful not to get weak legs or you won't have enough energy for your date tonight." Chen Tianhao was too lazy to pay attention to them. He waved his hand and turned to leave the dormitory. The school playground is not too far from Chen Tianhao's dormitory, about 1 kilometer away. I thought I had gotten up very early at 6 o'clock, and since today was Sunday, Chen Tianhao thought that few people would get up to exercise. Unexpectedly, there were not so many people here, but at least dozens of people were running. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Chen Tianhao. Chapter 13, Meeting Wang Mengyao. Chen Tianhao had just stepped into the playground and was about to start running when suddenly a familiar figure came into his sight. The man was wearing a simple sports outfit, with his long hair tied into a ponytail, and was running lightly on the track. Chen Tianhao looked closely and found that it was their squad leader Wang Mengyao. As the class monitor, Wang Mengyao is usually cheerful and warm-hearted, and has a very good reputation in the class. Chen Tianhao had also met Wang Mengyao once, the most recent time being in the supermarket yesterday. He didn't expect to meet her here so soon. Could it be that after awakening the super-rich system, he also became lucky in love, and girls came to him one after another? If that were true, he would be so happy. He was determined to become an emperor with 3,000 beauties in his harem. My favorite novel is The Deer and the Cauldron. I really envy Wei Xiaobao in the novel. It seems that he is going to be a modern version of Wei Xiaobao. I get excited thinking about this. Thinking of this, Chen Tianhao took the initiative to say hello. Squad leader, good morning. Are you here to run too? Wang Mengyao slowed down her pace when she heard the voice, turned around and saw that it was Chen Tianhao. She showed a hint of surprise on her face, and then responded with a smile. Good morning, Chen Tianhao. I didn't expect you to get up early to run. It's really rare. She guessed that Chen Tianhao should be an invisible rich second generation who likes to keep a low profile, but she didn't expect that he also likes running. In her eyes, the second generation of rich people are all playboys who do nothing and would never come to the playground to exercise. I was also a little surprised to see Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao smiled and said casually, I suddenly feel like exercising. I can't just be lazy all the time. Wang Mengyao raised her eyebrows and said jokingly, It seems that I still know too little about our young Master Chen. Has young Master Chen finally come to his senses? But your sportswear looks quite appropriate. Chen Tianhao looked down at his clothes and said with a smile, That's right. Since we are going to exercise, we can't be careless about the equipment. I don't dare to be the young Master Chen anymore. Just call me Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao didn't want to leave a bad impression on Wang Mengyao, so he pretended anyway. The two chatted while jogging, and Wang Mengyao asked curiously, Why did you suddenly think of running today? I never see you so active normally. Chen Tianhao's heart moved, and he made up a reason. I've been feeling a little weak lately, so I'm thinking about exercising to strengthen my body. It was impossible for him to say that he did it for the system. Even if he did, Wang Mengyao probably wouldn't believe it. Wang Mengyao nodded and said with a smile, That's great, running is indeed a good choice. But don't run too hard, or your legs will be so sore that you won't be able to walk tomorrow. My impression of Chen Tianhao has also changed a lot. It is rare to find college students who can get up early nowadays. Chen Tianhao smiled and said nothing more. Thinking about the system task, he said to Wang Mengyao, Squad leader, you run first. I need to speed up and try to finish 3 kilometers today. Wang Mengyao was a little surprised. 3 kilometers? Are you sure? I've never seen you run such a long distance before. Judging from Chen Tianhao's appearance, he must have just started exercising not long ago, as he was able to reach such a high intensity all of a sudden. Chen Tianhao pretended to be relaxed and said, It's okay, take your time. You have to challenge yourself. Wang Mengyao glanced at him, with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. Okay, then keep going, don't force yourself. I'm going to stretch over there first, see you later. Chen Tianhao nodded, watched Wang Mengyao leave, and then quickened his pace. As he ran, he silently said in his mind, System, use the time reduction card. Byte. The time shortening card has been used. The mission time is shortened to half a month 15 days. Please complete the 3-kilometer running mission as soon as possible. Chen Tianhao took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, and started running at full speed. At the beginning, I was a little excited and had endless energy, but later on, I became slower and slower. After running 2 kilometers, Chen Tianhao's forehead was covered with sweat, but he did not stop. He knew that if he just held on a little longer, the mission would be accomplished. Finally, in the last lap, Chen Tianhao sped up and crossed the finish line. He stopped, supported his hands on his knees, and breathed heavily, but his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Byte. The system has completed the morning jogging mission, and the mission progress is 115. Please continue to work hard. Chen Tianhao straightened up, wiped the sweat off his face, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. I am so tired. I guess I need to exercise more in the future. I didn't expect my health is so bad. Even if there were no system tasks, Chen Tianhao felt that he needed to exercise. Otherwise, if you are attracted by beauty, you may not live long. At this time, Wang Mengyao came over, handed him a bottle of water, and said with a smile, "You ran well. I didn't expect you to be so perseverant." Chen Tianhao took the water, took a sip, and said with a smile, "Not bad, I finally achieved my goal." Wang Mengyao looked at him with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "You don't usually exercise much, why are you suddenly working so hard today?" Chen Tianhao smiled and said mysteriously, "As a human being, you always have to pursue something and not just stand still." Wang Mengyao nodded and said with a smile, "It seems like you've changed a lot recently. I almost don't recognize you anymore." Although Wang Mengyao doesn't pay much attention to Chen Tianhao, she is still a little impressed to see Chen Tianhao like this. Chen Tianhao shrugged and said nothing more. He knew in his heart that all these changes came from the system, but he naturally would not tell Wang Mengyao. The two chatted for a few more sentences, and Wang Mengyao looked at the time and said, "I have to go to the library to study. Do you want to come with me?" This is also the first time that Wang Mengyao invited a boy to study together. Chen Tianhao shook his head. "I won't go. I have to go back to the dormitory and pack up later." Wang Mengyao felt a little disappointed when she saw Chen Tianhao reject her. Wang Mengyao adjusted her mentality and said with a smile, "Okay, let's talk about it another day. By the way, can you invite me to run with you next time? I'll have a companion to work out with." Chen Tianhao's heart moved, and he agreed with a smile. "Okay, I'll call you next time." Looking at Wang Mengyao back as she left, Chen Tianhao felt a little emotional. Unexpectedly, getting up early and running not only helped me complete the task, but also allowed me to meet the squad leader. Chen Tianhao looked at the time and decided to go back to the dormitory to take a shower first. Go out and play with Lu Ruyan. Back in the dormitory, Zhao Peng and Chen Xing were still lying on the bed. Seeing Chen Tianhao coming back sweating profusely, Zhao Peng couldn't help but tease. "Has our Master Chen returned from running? How is he? Are his legs weak? You really ran, you won't be stimulated by anything." Chen Xing was also surprised when he saw Chen Tianhao, who was sweating profusely. Chapter 14, A Son. Chen Tianhao wiped the sweat off his face, smiled, took out a few breakfasts from his bag, and placed them on the table. "I brought you breakfast, hurry up and eat it, don't lie down." When Zhao Peng heard that there was breakfast, he immediately jumped up from the bed, his eyes shining. "Wow! Godfather, you are really our savior. So thoughtful, and you also made my favorite dumplings and sandwiches." Chen Xing also slowly got up, rubbed his eyes, and saw the breakfast on the table. He couldn't help but teased. "Brother Chen is awesome, he even has my favorite meat-filled buns." Chen Tianhao rolled his eyes at them and scolded with a smile. "Get lost, you two are just talking nonsense. Just eat and stop talking nonsense." Chen Tianhao felt a little embarrassed by the way the two of them did this. "I didn't expect that I would have a son when I just turned 18. As Zhao Peng unpacked his breakfast, he said exaggeratedly, "Brother Chen, you are really our adopted parent. This breakfast is just a timely help, I am so moved that I am about to cry." Chen Xing also echoed. "Yes, Brother Chen, you are like an angel today. Not only did you get up early to run, but you also brought us breakfast. This is so kind to me. I was so moved that I shed tears." Chen Tianhao shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, all right, stop being so joking and eat quickly. Then do whatever you need to do after you finish eating." Zhao Peng took a bite of the bun and said vaguely, "Brother Chen, you are acting so abnormal today, are you dating a girl? Otherwise, why are you so attentive?" When Chen Tianhao heard what Zhao Peng said, he also said proudly, "Stop talking nonsense. I just suddenly felt like exercising and brought you breakfast. And eating can't stop you two from talking." Chen Xing chuckled and said teasingly, "Come on, Brother Chen, can't we see your little trick? But don't worry, we won't disturb you, just go on your date." Chen Tianhao was too lazy to pay attention to them. He waved his hand and went into the bathroom. After taking a shower, Chen Tianhao changed into clean clothes and felt refreshed. As soon as he picked up his phone, he saw a message from Lu Ruyan. "Tianhao, are you up?" When Chen Tianhao saw the message from Lu Ruyan, the corners of his mouth slightly raised and he quickly replied, "I just finished my shower and was getting ready to go out." What about you? Are you ready? Lu Ruyan quickly replied. I'm ready too, waiting for you to pick me up. Chen Tianhao put away his phone and adjusted his collar in front of the mirror. Looking at my handsome self. So cool. Chen Tianhao picked up the car keys on the table and said to Zhao Ping and Chen Xing, who were still eating breakfast, I'm going out. Take your time eating. Zhao Peng's mouth was full of buns, and he said incoherently. Brother Chen, have fun on your date. Remember to bring us some dog food. Chen Xing also smiled and waved his hand. Brother Chen, come on. We are counting on you. As for Fu Yu, he didn't care at all. He just kept grinning foolishly on the bed and refused to eat breakfast when asked to come down. Chen Tianhao smiled helplessly, turned around, and walked out. Chen Tianhao drove his Mercedes-Benz to Tiandawan in Pudong district and picked up Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan wore a light blue dress today, which made her look particularly fresh and charming. She sat in the passenger seat with a smile and said, Where are we going to play today? Chen Tianhao smiled mysteriously, I'll take you to a fun place, I guarantee you'll like it. The two chatted and laughed all the way and soon arrived at the amusement park. Lu Ruyan looked at the lively scene in front of her and said excitedly, Wow, I haven't been to the amusement park for a long time. I must have a great time today. Chen Tianhao looked at her lovingly, Whatever you want to play, I will play with you. The two of them rode the carousel and roller coaster, laughing non-stop. Lu Ruyan had a great time and Chen Tianhao also felt extremely satisfied. Halfway through, Chen Tianhao suddenly felt the urge to urinate and felt a little uncomfortable, so he said to Lu Ruyan, Ruyan, I'm going to the bathroom, wait for me here. Lu Ruyan nodded, okay, go quickly and come back soon. Not long after Chen Tianhao left, a strange man walked over. He was wearing all branded clothes and a shiny gold watch on his wrist and looked quite confident. He walked up to Lu Ruyan and smiled what he thought was a charming smile. Beauty, are you alone? Do you want to play together? Lu Ruyan smiled politely, Sorry, I'm waiting for my boyfriend. The man didn't care and continued. It doesn't matter. He's not here now anyway. We can get to know each other first. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jinzei. I'm a VIP customer of this amusement park. I can take you to play some special rides. Lu Ruyan frowned and said coldly. No, my boyfriend will be back soon. The man wanted to say something else, but suddenly he heard a deep voice behind him. Ruyan, what's wrong? Lu Ruyan looked up and saw Chen Tianhao standing not far away, looking at her with a slightly frown. She immediately walked over, took Chen Tianhao's arm, and said with a smile, It's okay, let's go. When the man saw Chen Tianhao, he wanted to say something else, but his eyes suddenly fell on the Patek Philippe on Chen Tianhao's wrist. His pupils shrank and he was suddenly shocked. He had seen that watch in a magazine. It was worth millions and was definitely not something an ordinary person could afford. The man's face changed, and he quickly stepped forward and said respectfully, Brother, I was rash just now. I'm sorry. I didn't know this beautiful lady was your girlfriend. Sorry for disturbing you. Chen Tianhao glanced at him calmly and said calmly, It's okay, just be more careful next time. The man nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'll leave now and won't bother you anymore. After saying that, he left in a hurry, secretly thanking himself for not messing with someone he shouldn't have messed with. Lu Ruyan looked at the man's back as he left and couldn't help but laugh. Tianhao, your watch is really intimidating. Chen Tianhao smiled and touched her head, as long as you are not harassed. Bite. It was detected that the host showed off his strength in front of other men and defended his position in front of his girlfriend. Reward, a Haitian villa worth 36 million. Note, the relevant paperwork has been completed, and the purchase of the villa complies with laws and regulations. The host only needs to bring his ID card to claim it. Chen Tianhao widened his eyes and looked at the information in disbelief. This reward is too exaggerated. He murmured to himself, his heart filled with shock and ecstasy. Many people work hard all their lives to buy a villa, but now they can afford it. It feels so good, so good, so good. Seeing Chen Tianhao in a daze, Lu Ruyan also reminded him. Tianhao, are you okay? Chen Tianhao also came to his senses and kissed Lu Ruyan. I'm fine. Lu Ruyan also blushed and lowered her head. With so many people here, you are becoming more and more bold, Chen Tianhao. Lu Ruyan also pretended to be angry. In this way, the two continued to have fun in the amusement park. Jean Zhe watched them from a distance, secretly thanking his luck that he didn't mess with someone he shouldn't have. Chapter 15 Repay. After Chen Tianhao and Lu Ruyan had a great time at the amusement park, seeing that it was almost noon, they decided to find a place to have lunch. So Chen Tianhao suggested going to a nearby restaurant with good reputation. The restaurant has an elegant environment and exquisite dishes. The two of them ate and chatted in a warm and pleasant atmosphere. After finishing his meal, Chen Tianhao smiled mysteriously and said to Lu Ruyan, "Ruyan, I'll take you to a place and give you a surprise." Lu Ruyan asked curiously, "What's the surprise?" "It's so mysterious." Chen Tianhao did not answer directly, but smiled and said, "You will know when you get there." Chen Tianhao also drove his Mercedes-Benz E300 and brought Lu Ruyan to a picturesque beach. From afar, a luxurious villa stood between the sea and the sky, looking particularly magnificent. Chen Tianhao drove his Mercedes-Benz E300 and took Lu Ruyan along the seaside road slowly towards the luxurious villa. After the car stopped, the two got out and a uniformed clerk came up to them and asked with a smile, "Hello, are you here to see the house?" Chen Tianhao smiled slightly, took out his ID card from his pocket calmly, and handed it to the clerk. "No need, I have already bought this villa, and I am bringing her to see it today." The clerk took the ID card, was stunned for a moment, and then showed a surprised expression. She checked the information carefully and after confirming it was correct, she couldn't help but look up at Chen Tianhao, then at Lu Ruyan who was standing next to him, her eyes full of envy. "So you are Mr. Chen. You are really young and promising. This villa is one of the best properties we have here. Congratulations." She turned to Lu Ruyan and said with a smile, "Ms. Lu, you are so lucky to have such a handsome and wealthy boyfriend. It's really enviable." Lu Ruyan felt a little embarrassed by the clerk's words, her cheeks slightly flushed. She gently took Chen Tianhao's arm and whispered, "Thanks." The clerk quickly completed the relevant formalities for the two people, and then respectfully handed the ID card back to Chen Tianhao. "Mr. Chen, the formalities have been completed. You can check in at any time. If you need any service, please feel free to contact us." Chen Tianhao nodded, took Lu Ruyan's hand and walked into the villa. As soon as she entered the door, Lu Ruyan was shocked by the scene before her. The interior decoration style of the villa is simple yet luxurious. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the blue sea and blue sky. The sunlight shines through the glass into the spacious living room, making it appear particularly bright. The furniture and decorations are full of artistic sense, and every detail reflects the owner's taste. Chen Tianhao and Lu Ruyan continued to visit the villa. From the spacious living room to the fully equipped kitchen, to the master bedroom and study upstairs, every place made Lu Ruyan feel surprised and satisfied. The balcony of the master bedroom faces the sea, and the sea breeze blows gently, bringing bursts of fresh air. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but exclaimed, "Tianhao, this place is so beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful house." Chen Tianhao smiled and put his arm around her shoulders, saying gently, "Do you like it? This house will be yours from now on." When Lu Ruyan heard Chen Tianhao's words, she was stunned, as if time had stopped at that moment. Her eyes widened slightly and her lips parted, but she couldn't speak for a moment. Her heartbeat quickened, and her mind went blank, with only Chen Tianhao's words in her mind. "This house is yours," kept echoing in my ears. After a few seconds, she came back to her senses and asked in a trembling voice, "Tianhao, what did you say? This house is mine?" Chen Tianhao smiled and nodded, his eyes gentle and firm. "Yes, Ruyan. This villa is a gift I prepared for you." Lu Ruyan's eyes instantly became moist and tears welled up in her eyes. She had never thought that she would receive such a valuable gift, and she never expected that Chen Tianhao would do this for her. Her heart was filled with emotion and shock, as if all the emotions surged into her heart at this moment. She gently held Chen Tianhao's hand, her voice choked with sobs. "Tianhao, I really don't know what to say. You've done so much for me, and I never thought that I would have such happiness." Chen Tianhao gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and said softly, "Ruyan, you don't have to say anything. As long as you are happy, I will be satisfied. You deserve the best, and I am willing to give everything for you." Lu Ruyan raised her head and looked into Chen Tianhao's deep and sincere eyes. The touch and trust in her heart reached its peak at this moment. She said softly, "Tianhao, meeting you is the greatest happiness in my life. You not only gave me love, but also gave me a home, a dream that I never dared to hope for. I really don't know how to thank you." Although she knew that a man like Chen Tianhao would have many women in the future, Lu Ruyan was still moved by Chen Tianhao and she fell in love with him. Chen Tianhao gently held her in his arms and whispered, "Silly, you don't have to thank me. Your smile and your happiness are the greatest reward for me. I just hope that every day in the future, you can be as happy as today." After hearing what Chen Tianhao said, Lu Ruyan hugged Chen Tianhao tightly. Even if tomorrow was a fake, she was willing to be with Chen Tianhao. Lu Ruyan leaned in Chen Tianhao's arms, feeling his warm embrace and strong heartbeat, and felt a sense of security in her heart. She closed her eyes and whispered softly, "Tianhao, I believe in you. No matter what happens in the future, I will be by your side and face it with you. Because I know that as long as you are with me, I will not be afraid of anything." Chen Tianhao gently stroked her hair, with a gentle smile on his face. "Ruyan, thank you. My world is complete with you. Let's create our future together, okay?" Chen Tianhao was simply saying, "I am a scumbag and what scumbags say cannot be trusted." When it comes to women, Chen Tianhao neither takes the initiative nor refuses. Lu Ruyan nodded, a happy smile blooming on her face. "Okay, let's go together." After hearing what Chen Tianhao said, Lu Ruyan was very satisfied with him. She didn't expect Chen Tianhao to be so generous. Lu Ruyan's eyes were filled with emotion. "Thank you, Tianhao, for preparing such a wonderful surprise for me. I will definitely repay you in the future." Chen Tianhao also grinned and said to Lu Ruyan, "What do you want to answer me with?" Lu Ruyan was also stunned by Chen Tianhao's words, and then she reacted. "You are getting worse and worse." Then she hugged Chen Tianhao and kissed him. He also kissed Lu Ruyan passionately, and Lu Ruyan also felt her body getting hotter. Lu Ruyan's face also turned red because of Chen Tianhao, which made her look even more beautiful. She whispered in Chen Tianhao's ear, "Let's go to sleep, okay? Let's go to sleep, okay?" Lu Ruyan was already limp at this moment, muttering to Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao listened to the touching voice coming from his ears, and also carried Lu Ruyan into the master bedroom. Seeing Lu Ruyan taking the initiative, Chen Tianhao went straight to the point without hesitation. Chapter 16: Acquire New Driving Skills. I didn't expect Lu Ruyan to be so crazy just now. It seems that I still underestimated the power of women. Looking at the red liquid in the cup, Lu Ruyan flashed a complicated look. Bite. System Upgrade, Level 2, unlock new features. Completing system tasks may earn rewards and trigger hidden tasks according to the scene requirements. The host has been detected to be an adult, and the skill Tongxianzi is awarded. Heavenly Finger, skillfully use your fingers to help the host cope with various difficulties in battle and achieve better results. After hearing about the System S reward, Chen Tianhao became excited. He did not expect the system to be upgraded. However, when he thought about the situations of other great writers, he gradually began to accept it. Looking at Lu Ruyan lying on the bed, Chen Tianhao had an idea to practice his new skills. He turned around and approached Lu Ruyan, ready to talk to her about the wonderful experiences just now. Lu Ruyan was startled by Chen Tianhao's sudden approach. Her body trembled slightly and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. She stood up quickly, her voice trembling a little. "Tianhao, this change is too sudden. Why did you suddenly start thinking about these new skills?" Lu Ruyan was obviously a little overwhelmed by this sudden situation. Chen Tianhao, however, looked excited and enthusiastically introduced the new skills. "Don't worry, I will use this skill to become stronger and protect you from any harm in the future." As Lu Ruyan listened, the tension on her face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of shyness. She bit her lip and spoke with a hint of shyness and helplessness. "Tianhao, your sudden change is so unexpected." Seeing this, Chen Tianhao smiled and said, "Anyone who encounters such a magical skill will think about it carefully." Lu Ruyan's cheeks turned red and she glared at him in reproach, but didn't say anything else. She knew that there were many things about this man that were hard to understand. Chen Tianhao looked at the time, stood up and said, "I have to go back to school. You should have a good rest. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions." Lu Ruyan nodded and watched him leave the room, but a complicated emotion arose in her heart. This man made her feel at ease, but also full of uncertainty. Chen Tianhao walked out of the Haitian villa, got into his Mercedes-Benz E300L, and drove towards the school in a happy mood. However, just as he was passing an intersection, a Porsche 911 Turbo GT suddenly rushed over from the side, and the two cars inevitably collided. Bang! With a muffled sound, both cars stopped. The door of the Porsche opened, and a young man in a designer suit and sunglasses walked out angrily. He glanced at Chen Tianhao's Mercedes-Benz E300L and said in a bad tone, "Hey, how do you drive? Don't you have eyes?" Chen Tianhao frowned, got out of the car to check the condition of the car, and found that it was just a minor scratch and nothing serious. He looked up at the rich boy and said calmly, "Did you run a red light?" The rich boy was stunned, and then became even more angry. "Stop talking nonsense. Do you know how much my car costs? Can you afford it?" Chen Tianhao sneered and was about to refute, but he saw that the rich boy's eyes suddenly fell on the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. The rich kid's eyes changed instantly, and his tone softened. "Is this watch a Patek Philippe?" Chen Tianhao looked down at his watch and nodded calmly. "So what?" When the rich kid heard this, a smile immediately spread across his face, and his attitude changed 180 degrees. "Oops, I was not careful with my driving just now, please don't mind it, brother. My name is Jiang Hao, from the Jiang family in Donghai City. I'm really sorry for what happened today, how about we be friends?" For Chen Tianhao, he must be extraordinary since he can wear a watch worth 1 million. Although the Mercedes-Benz he drives is worth 5 or 600,000, which is not much different from the Porsche 911 Turbo GT, the watch is more valuable. After all, Jiang Hao was willing to buy a luxury car, but this kind of top-level watch showed his status even more. He guessed in his heart that Chen Tianhao must have an extraordinary background. At that moment, I also wanted to make friends with him. Chen Tianhao sneered in his heart, but remained calm on the surface. Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao saw Jiang Hao's sudden change of attitude and guessed something in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm. He nodded and said calmly, "Since it's just a misunderstanding, forget it. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Seeing that Chen Tianhao did not show too much enthusiasm, Jiang Hao became more certain that his identity was not simple. He quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, "Brother Chen, I'm really sorry about what happened today. How about this? There will be a high-end auction in Donghai City the day after tomorrow night. All the guests will be well-known figures. I happen to have a few invitations. Why don't you come and join us? Just consider it my apology to you." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianhao raised his eyebrows slightly and thought secretly in his heart. Occasions like auctions have always been a good opportunity to make connections and acquire resources, not to mention that he now needs to expand his circle. Thinking of this, he nodded, his tone still calm. "Okay, I'll go check it out the day after tomorrow night." Jiang Hao was overjoyed when he saw that he agreed. He quickly took out an exquisite invitation from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. "Brother Chen, this is the invitation to the auction. The venue is at the Donghai International Convention and Exhibition Center. Just show me the invitation when the time comes. I'll be waiting for you there." Chen Tianhao took the invitation, glanced at it casually, and put it in his pocket. "Okay, see you the day after tomorrow." Jiang Hao smiled and waved his hand. "Brother Chen, take care. Let's have a good chat the day after tomorrow night." Chen Tianhao nodded, turned around and got in the car, started the engine and slowly drove away from the scene. Jiang Hao stood there, watching his Mercedes-Benz E300L disappear from sight. The smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of deep thought. "Who is this Chen Tianhao?" Jiang Hao muttered to himself, then got into his Porsche 911 Turbo GT and drove away. On the other side, Chen Tianhao was driving while recalling what had just happened. He looked down at the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It seems that this watch is really a good thing. Just showing it off can make people look at me differently. He knew in his heart that the reason why Jiang Hao's attitude towards him changed drastically was simply because of this watch. Although these external things cannot fully represent a person's strength, they can have unexpected effects in certain situations. The auction the day after tomorrow might be a good opportunity. Chen Tianhao was secretly calculating in his mind. He knew that the auction in Donghai City was always a place where the powerful and influential gathered. If he could take this opportunity to meet some influential people, it would be of great benefit to his future development. Thinking of this, he sped up and drove towards the school. Chapter 17 Li Meng. Chen Tianhao parked his car in the parking lot of the teaching building. After closing the car door, he straightened his clothes and walked towards the teaching building. I had just taken a few steps when I heard a familiar voice behind me. Chen Tianhao. He looked back and saw that it was the squad leader Wang Mengyao. She was wearing a light-colored dress today, with her long hair draped over her shoulders and a bright smile on her face. Standing next to her was a tall girl with outstanding temperament. "Morning, squad leader." Chen Tianhao smiled slightly and greeted politely. Wang Mengyao walked over quickly and said with a smile, "Chen Tianhao, your clothes today look even more handsome on you than before." Chen Tianhao looked down at his clothes and smiled casually. "I had something to do today, so I dressed up a little. My relationship with Wang Mengyao is just average, so there's no need to explain things so clearly." Wang Mengyao nodded, then pointed to Li Meng beside her and introduced. "By the way, let me introduce you to my good friend Li Meng, a real beauty." Li Meng smiled slightly, her gaze lingered on Chen Tianhao for a moment, a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. "I didn't expect that Wang Mengyao, who is usually so cold, would take the initiative to introduce boys. If people who knew her knew this, they would probably be shocked." She stretched out her hand, her voice gentle and cold. "Hello, Chen Tianhao, I'm Li Meng." Chen Tianhao held her hand, squeezed it lightly and then released it, his tone indifferent but polite. "Hello, Li Meng." Li Meng raised her eyebrows slightly, seeming a little surprised by his reaction. She had met many boys, and most of them would act a little awkward or enthusiastic after seeing her, but Chen Tianhao seemed particularly calm, even a little distant. This attitude made her very interested in him. Just as Li Meng was curious about Chen Tianhao's indifferent attitude, a slightly teasing voice came from behind her. "Li Meng, why are you here? It seems like we are destined to meet." Li Meng looked back and frowned slightly. The man who came was Li Yundi, a well-known rich second generation in the school and the most persistent one among her many suitors. He was wearing a suit of designer casual clothes, followed by two younger brothers, with a somewhat cynical smile on his face. Li Yundi's gaze quickly fell on Chen Tianhao, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. He walked up to Li Meng, with a hint of provocation in his tone. "Who is this?" Li Meng glanced at him calmly, saying, "This is a friend of mine, Chen Tianhao." Li Yundi raised his eyebrows, looked up and down at Chen Tianhao, and said with a hint of disdain, "My friend, Li Meng, why haven't I met your friend before?" Chen Tianhao felt Li Yundi's gaze, but still maintained a calm expression. He just nodded slightly as a greeting. Li Yundi felt unhappy when he saw Chen Tianhao's cold attitude, so he winked at the two younger brothers behind him. The two men immediately understood, walked up, and said to Chen Tianhao in a bad tone, "Kid, you should know your place. There are some things you can't touch. If you know your place, get out of here." Chen Tianhao glanced at them, his tone still calm. "Really? Then I'd like to see what you want to do." With the system, Chen Tianhao was not afraid of these small shrimps at all. When Li Yundi's followers heard this, they immediately flew into a rage. One of them reached out to push Chen Tianhao. "You're looking for death, aren't you?" Just as his hand was about to touch Chen Tianhao, Li Yundi's eyes suddenly fell on the Patek Philippe on Chen Tianhao's wrist. His pupils shrank suddenly and his expression changed instantly. "Stop!" Li Yundi suddenly shouted, with a hint of panic in his voice. His younger brother was startled, his hand stopped in mid-air, and he looked back at Li Yundi in confusion. "Mr. Li, what's wrong?" Li Yundi ignored him and walked quickly to Chen Tianhao, forcing a smile on his face, with a bit of respect in his tone. "Mr. Chen, my people were ignorant and offended you just now. Please don't mind. I will definitely discipline them when I get back." Li Yundi also opened his mouth to explain, fearing that Chen Tianhao would misunderstand. When Li Yundi saw Chen Tianhao's Patek Philippe worth 1 million, he suspected that Chen Tianhao was also a rich second generation, and he did not want to offend Chen Tianhao. Judging from Chen Tianhao's condition, his strength should be higher than his. Chen Tianhao glanced at him, his tone still calm. "It's okay. I don't mind. We all know the reason for Li Yundi's reaction. It's just that he saw the Patek Philippe in his hand and didn't want to offend anyone. Chen Tianhao is not the kind of person who cares about trivial matters. When you go out, it is always better to have one more friend than one more enemy." Li Yundi nodded and bowed quickly, with a flattering tone. "Mr. Chen is really generous. By the way, there will be a Porsche car show tomorrow. Are you interested in going to see it together?" Bite. It was detected that the host's Mercedes-Benz has scratches, which does not match the host's identity. Trigger the mission, choose one and go to the auto show to buy a Porsche. Completing the mission will reward you with double the wealth of the vehicle you purchased. Choose two to give up the mission, and there will be no reward. Chen Tianhao also responded calmly. Okay, then I'll go with Master Li to take a look tomorrow. He didn't want to go at first, but after seeing the system task, Chen Tianhao became interested in the auto show. Li Yundi waved his hands quickly. Then see you tomorrow, Mr. Chen. After saying that, he turned around and whispered to his two younger brothers. Hurry up and apologize to Master Chen. Although the two younger brothers were confused, they quickly bowed and apologized to Chen Tianhao. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, we didn't recognize the real talent just now. Chen Tianhao waved his hand, his tone still calm. It's okay, you guys go. Li Yundi felt relieved and quickly left with his two younger brothers. Before leaving, he smiled at Li Meng with a flattering tone. Li Meng, I'm leaving now. We'll talk another day. Before leaving, Li Yundi and Chen Tianhao also added each other on WeChat. As for Li Meng, Li Yundi could only plan to give up. It was obviously unwise to go against Chen Tianhao for a woman. This is not in line with his family education concept. Li Meng looked at Li Yundi's hurriedly leaving back, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She turned to look at Chen Tianhao, with a bit of inquiry in her eyes. Chen Tianhao, who are you? Even Li Yundi is so polite to you. Chen Tianhao smiled faintly, his tone still calm. I'm just an ordinary student, nothing special. Li Meng obviously didn't believe it. She bit her lower lip lightly, with a hint of tentativeness in her tone. An ordinary student? Why would Li Yundi be so respectful to you? He is famous for his arrogance. He doesn't even take the principal seriously. Chen Tianhao glanced at her, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. Maybe he's in a good mood today. Li Meng was amused by him, with a sly look in her eyes. Chen Tianhao, you are such an interesting person. Chen Tianhao smiled without comment and didn't say anything else. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Li Meng did not ask any more questions, but her interest in him became even stronger. She gently lifted her long hair, with a hint of anticipation in her tone. Then can you take me to the auto show tomorrow? I heard there will be many new Porsche models on display. I like Porsche very much. Li Meng doesn't like Porsche at all. The reason she said that is simply because she wants to understand Chen Tianhao. Chapter 18 Wang Mengyao's sense of crisis. While Chen Tianhao was still thinking about how to respond to Li Meng's request, Wang Mengyao, who was standing by, felt a little disappointed when she saw that she was being ignored. When she heard Li Meng suggest going to the Porsche auto show together, her heart tightened and she quickly interrupted. Chen Tianhao, I haven't been to the Porsche auto show yet. Can you take me there? Chen Tianhao turned to look at Wang Mengyao, and seeing the expectation in her eyes, he nodded and said in a gentle tone. Since both of you want to go, let's go together. When Li Meng heard that Chen Tianhao agreed to Wang Mengyao's request, there was a little disappointment in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it. She smiled slightly, with a hint of teasing in her tone. Are you happy that there are two more girls like us all of a sudden? Chen Tianhao smiled faintly and did not respond. He didn't want to dwell too much on this matter, he just thought that since everyone wanted to go, it would be fine for them to go together. Wang Mengyao was relieved when she saw Chen Tianhao agreed, but she felt complicated when she heard that Li Meng also wanted to go with them. She secretly glanced at Li Meng, secretly alert in her heart. Li Meng's appearance and temperament were indeed outstanding, and her attitude towards Chen Tianhao was obviously a little unusual. Wang Mengyao made up her mind that she would try her best to avoid too much contact between Li Meng and Chen Tianhao in the future, so as to avoid having a strong competitor. Li Meng seemed to notice Wang Mengyao's gaze, turned around and smiled at her, with a hint of meaning in her tone. It's settled then. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Wang Mengyao forced a smile and responded. Okay. But I don't know much about cars, so I'll have to rely on you to explain them to me when the time comes. Thinking of this, Wang Mengyao felt a little disappointed. Li Meng's eyes fell on Chen Tianhao again, with a hint of temptation in his tone. Chen Tianhao, I see you know a lot about Porsche, right? Please give us a detailed introduction tomorrow. Chen Tianhao glanced at her, his tone still calm. I know as much about cars as you do, but there will be professional explainers at the auto show tomorrow, and you can listen to their introductions. Li Meng smiled slightly, with a sly look in her eyes. Why don't you be our exclusive narrator tomorrow? I think your story will be more interesting than theirs. Chen Tianhao smiled noncommittally and did not respond directly. Wang Mengyao felt uncomfortable when she saw Li Meng's increasingly active attitude towards Chen Tianhao, so she interrupted. Chen Tianhao, what time do we leave tomorrow? Do you want to make an appointment in advance? Chen Tianhao looked at the time and thought for a while. Let's go tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. The auto show usually starts at 10 o'clock. We can go then. Wang Mengyao nodded, with a hint of expectation in her tone. See you tomorrow then. Li Meng also smiled slightly, with a hint of playfulness in her tone. See you tomorrow. Chen Tianhao smiled faintly and nodded. Don't worry, I won't be late. After saying this, he looked at the time and said to the two of them. That's all for today. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Wang Mengyao and Li Meng nodded at the same time and watched Chen Tianhao leave. After he walked away, Wang Mengyao turned to look at Li Meng and said with uncertainty in her tone. Li Meng, you seem to be quite interested in Chen Tianhao? Li Meng lifted her long hair beside her ears, and said with a hint of nonchalance. I just think he's a little special, don't you think? Wang Mengyao smiled, with a hint of caution in her tone. Special? I don't think so. He's usually quite low-key. Li Meng glanced at her, with a meaningful smile in her eyes. The low-key people often have the most stories, don't they? Wang Mengyao didn't say anything else, but she became more alert in her heart. Chen Tianhao returned to the dormitory, opened the door, and saw his roommates Chen Xing and Zhao Peng sitting in front of the computer, concentrating on playing games, with the keyboards clacking loudly. Fuyu was lying on the bed, holding a mobile phone in his hand and a silly smile on his face. I don't know what interesting thing he was watching. When Chen Xing heard the door open, he shouted without turning his head. Brother Chen, you're back. Come and play games with us. We're the only one missing. Zhao Peng also echoed. Yes, Brother Chen, hurry up and log in. We will be able to gain points after this game. Chen Tianhao smiled, walked to his desk, put down his school bag, and said casually. Okay, wait a minute, I'll change my clothes. He quickly changed into comfortable clothes, sat in front of the computer, and logged into his game account. The three of them quickly formed a team and started a new round of battle. During the game, Chen Xing and Zhao Peng shouted excitedly from time to time, while Chen Tianhao seemed much calmer, operated steadily, and gave instructions to his teammates from time to time. Go, go, go. Chen Xing, go around the back. Don't just stand there. Zhao Peng stared at the screen, his fingers tapping the keyboard rapidly, his voice filled with urgency and excitement. Chen Xing looked nervous, staring at the screen, muttering. Don't worry, don't worry. Let me get around. Brother Chen, control the opponent's ADC and don't let him output damage. Chen Tianhao sat aside, his expression calm, his fingers tapping lightly on the keyboard, his tone calm. Don't worry, I have it under control. Chen Xing, you cut in from the side, Zhao Peng, you keep up with the output. Okay. Chen Xing slammed the table and shouted excitedly. Look at my operation. I successfully went around the enemy. Zhao Peng, follow me. Zhao Peng was not to be outdone. He quickly pressed the skill keys and kept shouting. I'm dealing damage, the opponent's ADC is low on health. Brother Chen, control them again. Chen Tianhao remained calm. With a light tap of his finger, the character on the screen instantly released a precise control skill, freezing the enemy ADC in place. He said calmly. Control it, you guys harvest it. Pretty. Chen Xing shouted excitedly, his fingers rapidly pressing the keyboard. Look, I defeated him in 1 second. In 1 second. In 1 second. Nice. Zhao Peng also slapped the table excitedly, his voice full of excitement. We won this team fight and turned the tables. Chen Xing and Zhao Peng were so excited that they almost jumped up from their chairs, shouting. We won, Tianhao, your control of this wave was so crucial, it was simply a magical operation. Chen Tianhao smiled slightly, his tone still calm. It's not bad. The main thing is that your output is kept up. Chen Xing turned around excitedly and patted Chen Tianhao on the shoulder. Tianhao, your operation is so stable. You can control the opponent at every critical moment. You are simply the pillar of our team. Zhao Peng also nodded repeatedly, his face full of admiration. Yeah, Tianhao, you are so aware. If it weren't for you, our game would have collapsed long ago. Chen Tianhao smiled and didn't say much, just responded lightly. Everyone just cooperated well. Chapter 19 Yunji Barbecue. After playing a few games, it was already evening before I knew it. Chen Xing stretched, looked at the time, and suggested. Tianhao, Zhao Peng, let's go to the food court to eat barbecue. I haven't been there for a long time and I'm a little craving for it. Zhao Peng immediately nodded in agreement. Okay, I'm hungry too, so I'll go get something to eat. Chen Tianhao looked at the time and felt a little hungry, so he nodded and agreed. Okay, let's go. Chen Xing turned to look at Fu Yu and shouted. Fu Yu, do you want to go have a barbecue together? Fu Yu lay on the bed, continuing to smile foolishly. No, you guys go ahead, I don't want to eat. Chen Xing shrugged and said helplessly. This guy has been acting mysterious lately. I don't know what he's up to. Zhao Peng smiled and said jokingly. He's probably in love, seeing him grinning while holding his phone all day long. Chen Tianhao also smiled and didn't say much. The three of them walked out of the dormitory building. Chen Tianhao suddenly stopped and said to Chen Xing and Zhao Peng. Wait for me at the dormitory entrance. I'll go drive. Chen Xing and Zhao Peng were stunned and looked at each other. Chen Xing asked with some doubt. Drive, brother Chen, when did you get a car? Chen Tianhao smiled and said calmly. I just bought it recently. Wait for me, I'll be right over. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the parking lot. Chen Xing and Zhao Peng stood there, their faces full of surprise. Zhao Peng scratched his head and whispered. When did brother Chen buy a car? How come I didn't know anything about it? Chen Xing also looked puzzled. Yeah, I haven't heard him mention it before. But Tianhao has always been low-key, maybe his family bought it for him. As the two were talking, they suddenly heard a low engine sound coming from the distance. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw a black Mercedes-Benz E300L slowly driving up and stopping at the dormitory door. The car window slowly lowered. Chen Tianhao sat in the driver's seat and said lightly. Get in the car. Chen Xing and Zhao Peng stared with their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open, not reacting for a long time. Zhao Peng was the first to come to his senses and shouted excitedly. Fuck! Brother Chen, is this your car? Mercedes-Benz E300L, awesome! Chen Xing couldn't help but swear. Damn it! Tianhao, you are too low-key. You drive such a luxurious car, but you don't even keep a secret. Chen Tianhao smiled, his tone still calm. It's nothing, just a means of transportation. Get in the car, don't just stand there. Chen Xing and Zhao Peng quickly opened the car door and got in. Zhao Peng sat in the passenger seat, looking around and sighing. This interior is too luxurious. Tianhao, how much did your car cost? As Chen Tianhao drove, he casually said, it's not too expensive, it's just an ordinary car. Chen Xing sat in the back seat, patted the leather seat, and said with a smile. Tianhao, your ordinary commuter car is not ordinary at all. This is the first time for both of us to ride in such a luxurious car. This is all thanks to you. Zhao Peng nodded repeatedly, his tone full of envy. Yeah, Tianhao, your car will definitely look cool when you drive it out. That girl will be fascinated by you. Chen Tianhao smiled and said nothing more. He was not the kind of person who liked to show off. Seeing Chen Tianhao's calm attitude, Chen Xing and Zhao Peng admired him even more. Zhao Peng couldn't help but sigh. Tianhao, you are too calm. You are not excited at all to drive such a nice car. If it were me, I would have been carried away a long time ago. Chen Xing also nodded in agreement. Yes, Tianhao, your low-key style is really admirable. Chen Tianhao smiled faintly and said calmly, the car is just a tool, there is no need to care too much about it. After hearing this, Chen Xing and Zhao Peng admired Chen Tianhao even more. They didn't expect that Chen Tianhao, who was usually low-key, actually had such a deep background and could still maintain such a calm attitude. If it were them, they would have been so proud and would have spread the news all over the world. The car quickly drove into the food street. Chen Tianhao found a parking space and parked the car. After the three got off the car, Chen Xing and Zhao Peng were still immersed in the shock of what had just happened. From time to time, they looked back at the Mercedes-Benz E300L inside. Tianhao, your car is so cool. Chen Tianhao smiled and patted the two on the shoulders. It's just a mobility scooter, nothing fancy. Chen Xing and Zhao Peng finally came to their senses and followed Chen Tianhao with a smile. The food street is brightly lit at night, various snack stalls and restaurants are crowded with students, and the air is filled with the aroma of various foods. Chen Xing scratched his head as he walked, then turned to ask Zhao Peng, which barbecue restaurant should we go to? The old one or a different one? Zhao Peng's eyes lit up and he said without hesitation. Let's go to Yunji Barbecue. Their skewers taste great, and I heard they've introduced new dishes recently. Let's go try them. When Chen Xing heard the name Yunji Barbecue, a meaningful smile appeared on his face, and he nodded thoughtfully. Yunji, okay, let's go to Yunji. Chen Tianhao was not familiar with the shops in the food street. He seldom came to these places because he had no money before. Seeing that the two had made up their minds, he casually said, I don't care, it's up to you to decide. Seeing that Chen Tianhao had no objection, Zhao Peng patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, Tianhao, you must have never been to Yunji, right? Their grilled skewers taste really good, especially the grilled chicken wings and lamb skewers. You'll definitely want to eat more after having them. Chen Tianhao smiled and said calmly, then I'll have to order a few more skewers to try later. Chen Xing was walking in front. Hearing the conversation between the two, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he muttered to himself, I think Xiao Peng is going after Yun Yun. But that's fine. It's a good opportunity for Tianhao to see our school's most beautiful girl. However, when he thought of the appearance of the school bell, Chen Xing was very much looking forward to it, hoping that some stories would happen between them. Learn the meaning of the idiom explain in simple terms. The three of them soon arrived at Yunji Barbecue Restaurant. The shop is not big, but it is decorated in a unique way. There are several strings of red lanterns hanging at the door, making it look particularly warm. There were already quite a few students sitting in the store, and the atmosphere was very lively. The purpose of coming here is similar to Zhao Peng's, fantasizing that the school beauty will fall in love with him. Unfortunately, the world is cruel and the probability of such a thing happening is too small. But everyone has their own fantasies in their hearts, what if they really come true? I have to say, it is still very lively here and there are a lot of people. Chen Tianhao also expressed his satisfaction. He used to be quite frugal and usually ate the 4 yuan set meal at school. If it weren't for the system, Chen Tianhao suspected that he might not come here to eat. Chapter 20, Yun Yun, the Civilian School Beauty. As soon as Zhao Peng entered the door, he looked around, as if looking for something. Chen Xing saw this and couldn't help but teased. Zhao Peng, are you looking for skewers or someone? Zhao Peng blushed and waved his hands quickly. Of course we need to find a seat. Look, this store is almost full. We need to find a seat quickly. Chen Xing smiled, but did not expose him. He turned to Chen Tianhao and said, Tianhao, let's sit over there. There's an empty table over there. Chen Tianhao nodded and followed Chen Xing to an empty table in the corner and sat down. Zhao Peng seemed a little absent-minded, looking towards the kitchen from time to time. Not long after, a girl in a white apron came out of the kitchen. She had her hair tied into a bun, and wore light gray jeans, a black top, and black shoes. With a faint smile on his face and a plate of grilled skewers in his hands, he served the guests with quick movements. When Zhao Peng saw her, his eyes lit up immediately, and he whispered to Chen Xing and Chen Tianhao. Look, that's Yun Yun, the most popular school beauty in our school. Chen Tianhao followed Zhao Peng's gaze and saw Yun Yun serving dishes to the guests with a smile. Her temperament was fresh and refined, which really made people's eyes light up. He nodded and said calmly, It's really beautiful. Chen Xing smiled and said jokingly, Zhao Peng, every time you come to Yunji, is it just to see her? Zhao Peng blushed and waved his hands quickly. Don't talk nonsense. I'm here to eat kebabs. The conversation between Chen Xing and Zhao Peng caught Yun Yun's attention. She looked up at them, smiled slightly, and walked over. Students, what would you like to eat? When Zhao Peng saw Yun Yun coming over, he suddenly became a little nervous, but he still spoke. Ah, we want some kebabs. Seeing this, Chen Xing couldn't help but laugh out loud, and took the menu and handed it to Chen Tianhao. Tianhao, look and see what you want to eat. Chen Tianhao took the menu, glanced at it casually, and ordered a few signature skewers. Mutton kebabs, chicken wings, grilled eggplant, and a few beers. Yun Yun wrote down the order, smiled and nodded, Okay, wait a moment, I'll serve you the food right away. Just as Yun Yun turned around and prepared to go to the kitchen to place an order, the door of the barbecue restaurant was suddenly pushed open, and several boys in fancy clothes swaggered in. The leading boy had dyed blonde hair, a toothpick in his mouth, and a ruffian look on his face. Yun Yun's mother, who was at the front desk, also hurried over and greeted him. Mr. Jiang, what would you like to eat? As soon as he entered the room, he shouted. Why haven't you paid this month's protection fee yet? Don't you take me, Jiang Tian, seriously? When Yun Yun's mother heard the voice, her expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. She turned around and said in a cold tone. Mr. Jiang, our store has never paid any protection fees. Please don't cause trouble here. The younger brother next to Zhang Tian sneered, walked up to Yunyun's mother, and said lightly, "You haven't paid it yet? Then you have to pay it starting today. Otherwise, you can forget about running this store." Several younger brothers behind him also joined in the fun, and one of them even deliberately kicked over a chair next to him, making a loud clang sound, which attracted the attention of other customers in the store, but no one dared to speak out. Seeing this, Qin Xing whispered to Chen Tianhao and Zhao Peng, "That yellow-haired guy is Zhang Tian, one of the 4 evils in our school. This guy did all kinds of evil things in school. I heard that he got several girls pregnant before. He relied on his family's connections and nothing happened in the end. Everyone in the school is afraid of him. Even the teachers don't dare to mess with him." Zhao Peng also nodded, with a hint of indignation in his tone. "Yeah, this guy is such a scum. Yun is such a kind girl, but he actually targeted her. Damn it." Zhao Peng felt uncomfortable when he thought that Yun would be strictly controlled by Zhang Tian. Chen Tianhao frowned slightly as he listened to the two people's words. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but at this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Bite. It is detected that there is something unfair around the host, triggering the task, teach Zhang Tian a lesson and protect Yun. Since the host is relatively weak now, issue a fighting card. After using a fighting card, you can permanently gain the ability to fight 10 at once. Accept the mission and be rewarded with the title of Brave Act, do not accept the title of Coward. Note, wearing the title of a valiant person will increase your strength by 1 and your appearance by 1. Wearing the title of Turtle, agility increases by 1, and constitution increases by 1. Host, Chen Tianhao. Strength, 5+. Agility, 6+. Constitution, 5+. Spirit, 5+. Appearance, 5+. Skills, Tongtian Finger, Fighting Skills. Looking at the interface displayed by the system, Chen Tianhao also seemed hesitant, and finally chose not to accept it, earning the nickname of a coward. He doesn't want to be a good guy in a TV show. Anyway, being a coward can also increase agility and physique. No need to take action. Congratulations on being called a coward. You can change your mind and make a new choice within 24 hours. At this time, Zhang Tian had already walked in front of Yun, reaching out to touch her face, and said frivolously, Yun, if you agree to be my girlfriend, I will waive the protection fee for you, how about that? Yun took a step back, dodged his hand, and said firmly, Zhang Tian, please respect yourself. I won't agree to your request. Zhang Tian's face darkened and his tone became fierce. You don't want to drink my toast, so don't blame me for being rude. After he finished speaking, he reached out to grab Yun's wrist, but Yun dodged it. When Zhang Tian saw that Yun rejected him, his face became even gloomier. He waved his hand, signaling his younger brothers behind him to clear the area. Several of the younger brothers immediately took action, walked to other guests' tables, slammed the tables fiercely, and shouted loudly, Get out of here! We, young Master Jiang, have reserved this shop for today. If you don't want to cause trouble, leave now. Upon seeing this, the customers in the store stood up and left, fearing that they would get into trouble. Soon, only Chen Tianhao, Chen Xing, Zhao Peng, and Yun and her daughter were left in the store. Zhang Tian's brothers walked to the table of Chen Tianhao and his friends. One of them, who had dyed green hair, put one foot on a chair and looked down at them with a contemptuous tone. You guys, are you deaf? Didn't you hear our Master Jiang say that the area should be cleared? Why don't you get out of here right now? Chen Xing's face darkened and he was about to lose his temper, but Chen Tianhao held his hand. Chen Tianhao looked up at the green-haired little brother and said calmly, We haven't finished eating yet. We'll leave when we're done. The green-haired little brother sneered and said in a mocking tone, You are quite tough. Who do you think you are? You dare to go against our Master Jiang. Are you going to die? Chen Tianhao's eyes turned cold, but he still didn't take any action. Seeing that he remained silent, the green-haired little brother became even more arrogant and turned to Zhang Tian and said, Master Zhang, this kid doesn't know how to behave. Do you want to teach him a lesson? Zhang Tian walked over, glanced at Chen Tianhao, and sneered. Boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, I will make you pay for it. Chen Tianhao still didn't say anything, just looked at him coldly. Seeing that Chen Tianhao didn't say anything, Zhang Tian thought that he was scared and became even more proud. He turned to the green-haired little brother and said, "Go, drive them out." The green-haired little brother nodded and reached out to grab Chen Tianhao's collar. However, before his hand touched Chen Tianhao grabbed his wrist and twisted it hard. Ah! At this time, Chen Tianhao also chose to accept the task. Chapter 21. The one near the water gets the moon first. The green-haired little brother screamed and fell to his knees on the ground. Chen Tianhao looked at him coldly, his tone was icy. "I didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but I didn't expect you to dare to provoke me. You are out of luck." Seeing this, Zhang Tian's face changed and he shouted angrily. "You are tired of living, boy. How dare you touch my people without even asking who I, Zhang Tian, am?" Chen Tianhao let go of the green-haired little brother, slowly stood up, and stared at Zhang Tian with cold eyes. "I didn't want to get involved in this matter, but you guys have pissed me off, so you'll have to fend for yourself." Zhang Tian's heart trembled when he was looked at by Chen Tianhao's eyes, but he quickly regained his arrogance and sneered. "Why, you also want to imitate the TV dramas, where the hero saves the beauty, but be careful that you fail to save the beauty and lose your own life." Chen Tianhao didn't answer, but just looked at him coldly. Zhang Tian was irritated by Chen Tianhao's attitude and waved his hand. "Come on. Teach this ignorant fellow a lesson." Several younger brothers rushed up immediately. Chen Tianhao's eyes turned cold. It seemed that the fighting skills he had just acquired could be put to use. After learning martial arts, Chen Tianhao felt that his body became lighter and seemed full of strength. He easily dodged the fist of the first younger brother and knocked the opponent to the ground with a backhand punch. Then, he dodged the attack of the second younger brother by turning sideways and kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying. In just a few seconds, Zhang Tian's younger brothers all fell to the ground, wailing. Zhang Tian was stunned. He never expected that Chen Tianhao was such a good fighter. He subconsciously took a step back, his tone a little flustered. "You, don't come over here." Chen Tianhao looked at him coldly and approached step by step. "Zhang Tian, it's your turn now." Zhang Tian's face turned pale and he turned around and wanted to run, but Chen Tianhao was much faster than him. He grabbed his collar and pulled him back. "Apologize." Chen Tianhao's voice was cold and carried an unquestionable tone. Zhang Tian struggled for a while, but found that he couldn't get free at all. He finally gave in and said quickly, "I'm sorry, I was wrong and I won't do it again." Chen Tianhao let go of his hand and said coldly, "Roll." Zhang Tianru was pardoned and fled out of the barbecue restaurant in a panic with a few of his younger brothers. The store returned to calm, and Yunyun's mother looked at Chen Tianhao gratefully. "Thank you, classmate. What's your name?" "Chen Tianhao." Yunyun's mother looked at Chen Tianhao gratefully, her eyes full of relief and gratitude. "Student Chen Tianhao, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened today." Chen Tianhao smiled slightly, his tone calm. "Auntie, you're welcome. This is what I should do." No one would stand idly by when encountering such a thing. Yunyun stood aside, with a hint of gratitude on her face, but her eyes were a little complicated. She hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and said in a cold tone, "Chen Tianhao, I've seen through your trick of being a hero saving the damsel in distress." Chen Tianhao was stunned and frowned slightly. "What trick? I don't understand what you're talking about. You invited Zhang Tian here on purpose, right? You should stop acting." Yunyun thought she had seen through Chen Tianhao's tricks and hated him very much. "I didn't expect Chen Tianhao to be such a sinister person. He is even more hateful than Zhang Tian. In order to gain my favor, he even asked Zhang Tian to come and sabotage me." Yunyun also hated Chen Tianhao at this moment. Yunyun sneered, and seeing that Chen Tianhao still refused to admit it, there was a hint of mockery in her eyes. "Chen Tianhao, you acted well, but unfortunately I won't be fooled. My best friend was deceived by a rich second generation like you before. He pretended to be a hero and saved the beauty, but in the end, he just wanted to get close to her and play with her feelings. You just behaved exactly like them." From then on, Yunyun hated these rich second generations and thought they were all playboys. Chen Tianhao was completely confused. He never expected Yunyun to think this way. He opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but seeing Yunyun's cold expression, he finally said helplessly, "Whatever you think, I just did what I should do. It's not as much as you think." Seeing that he did not refute, Yunyun became even more suspicious. She snorted coldly, turned back to her mother, and no longer paid attention to Chen Tianhao. Zhao Peng and Chen Xing, who were standing by, looked at each other in surprise when they saw this scene. Zhao Peng felt a little disappointed and whispered to Chen Xing, "Tianhao is really amazing. He beat those people down in just a few moves." Although Yun Yun didn't say it, she must have a good impression of him in her heart. "It seems that I have no hope." Chen Xing patted Zhao Peng on the shoulder and comforted him. "Don't think too much. Compared to Tianhao, we have nothing. You still alas." Chen Xing didn't know how to comfort Zhao Peng. Zhao Peng smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Forget it, I know my own strengths. I can't compare to Tianhao, a rich second-generation man with strong abilities and a strong background. But, you don't have to tell me, I know everything." Chen Xing nodded and said nothing more. At this time, Yun Yun's mother came over and said to Chen Tianhao with a smile, "Tianhao, today is really thanks to you. How about this, come to my house for dinner some other day, and I will cook for you personally and thank you very much." Chen Tianhao smiled politely. "Auntie, you are so polite. I will definitely go if I have the chance." When Yun Yun heard her mother's words, she frowned and looked a little reluctant, but she didn't say anything. She just lowered her head and stopped talking. Chen Tianhao glanced at Yun Yun and felt a little helpless, but didn't say anything more. He turned to Zhao Peng and Chen Xing and said, "Let's go, the matter has been resolved, and we should go back." Zhao Peng and Chen Xing nodded, and followed Chen Tianhao out of the barbecue restaurant. "I think Tianhao is a good guy. He is not only handsome, but also rich and low-key. He respects others and is caring. You are his college classmate, so you are the first to see the moon. You must seize this opportunity and marry into a wealthy family. Don't be like your mother." Speaking of this, Yun Yun's mother also regretted marrying Yun Yun's father. She didn't expect that he was so good to her before marriage, but became a different person after marriage. He was good at eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, and he even sold the mother and daughter to others in the casino. If the police hadn't helped, they would probably have been sold to Southeast Asia, where they would have suffered a fate worse than death as they engaged in this shameful business. Fortunately, Yun Yun's mother divorced his father in the end, rented a barbecue shop here, and lived a manageable life. "Mom, it's not what you think. I have nothing to do with him. Besides, I don't want to get married. I want to be with you." Yun Yun didn't want to be with Chen Tianhao. In her opinion, all crows are black. All men are bad. Yun Yun's mother also sighed and said nothing. Chapter 22. I like the way you drive. Walking out of the store, the night breeze was cool. Chen Tianhao looked up at the sky, feeling a little complicated. He didn't expect that his sudden action would cause Yun Yun to have such a misunderstanding. However, he did not intend to explain too much. After all, the innocent are innocent, and some things are only made more suspicious by explanation. And with his conditions, he was not short of women. Zhao Peng walked up to him and said with a smile, "Tianhao, you are so impressive today. Even the school beauty Yun Yun looks at you differently." After saying this, he let out a long sigh, feeling that the burden in his heart was lightened a lot. Chen Tianhao shook his head and said lightly, "You think too much." Chen Xing also came over and said with a smile, "That's right. Brother Chen is so capable, but he's afraid that no girl will like him. Yun Yun will understand how good Brother Chen is sooner or later." Chen Xing continued to laugh. "Tianhao, I didn't expect you to be such a good fighter. You were amazing just now." Zhao Peng also said excitedly, "Yes. You are simply a role model for us men." At this moment, the system prompt sounded again in my mind. Bite. Mission completed, rewarded with the title of Heroic Act. Wearing the title of Heroic Acts will increase your strength and appearance. Chen Tianhao took off something he was wearing and put on the Heroic Act badge. After all, you are a student, and you should behave like a good student. Chen Tianhao looked at the system interface and found that his attributes had changed. Strength, 6+. Agility, 6+. Constitution, 5+. Spirit, 5+. Appearance, 6+. Skills, fighting skills, sky-reaching finger. He smiled slightly, glad that he finally chose to take action. Chen Tianhao drove the Mercedes-Benz E300 out of the parking lot smoothly. In the night, car lights cut through the darkness, shining on the trees on the roadside, creating mottled light and shadows. Zhao Peng and Chen Xing were sitting in the back row, still immersed in excitement, exclaiming in admiration from time to time. Tianhao, your car is getting more and more comfortable the more you sit in it. It's worthy of being a Mercedes. Zhao Peng patted the chair, his face full of envy. Chen Xing also echoed. Yes, Brother Chen, your car not only looks great, but the interior is also so luxurious. I'm so envious. Chen Tianhao smiled faintly, his eyes still fixed on the road ahead, and his tone was calm. It's just a car. There's nothing to be envious of. If you like it, you can buy one and drive it later. Zhao Peng sighed and shook his head. Hey, how can we compare with you, Brother Chen? Your car must cost at least 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. Ordinary people like us have to work for many years to be able to afford it. Chen Xing also nodded in agreement. Yes, Brother Chen, this car of yours is exactly what I have always dreamed of in this life. Chen Tianhao didn't say anything else, he just gently stepped on the accelerator and the car accelerated towards the school. The car fell silent for a moment, with only the low roar of the engine echoing in the ears. Chen Xing interrupted at this time. Brother Chen, with your move today, I guess the school beauty has already looked up to you. Yun Yun is the school beauty of our school. There are so many boys who want to get close to her but don't have the chance. Chen Tianhao shook his head, his tone still calm. What she thinks is her business. I am not interested. Besides, I, Chen Tianhao, am not the kind of person who is eager for quick success, and I will not deliberately try to please anyone for such a thing. Zhao Peng and Chen Xing looked at each other and saw admiration in each other's eyes. Chen Tianhao's confidence and composure made them respect him. The gap, that's the gap. Why do they ride electric bikes while others drive Mercedes-Benz? This is the answer. Chen Tianhao taught them a lesson with his actions. At this moment, in the eyes of the two of them, Chen Tianhao seemed particularly unfathomable. I admire, I can only admire. The car quickly drove into the school gate and Chen Tianhao parked the car downstairs of the dormitory building. After Zhao Peng and Chen Xing got out of the car, they still looked at the Mercedes-Benz E300 with reluctance. Then Chen Tianhao drove the car to the parking lot. After a while, Chen Tianhao also returned to the dormitory building and walked into the dormitory building with Chen Xing and Zhao Peng. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Tianhao simply washed up and lay down on the bed. Chen Tianhao was lying on the bed, and just as he was about to close his eyes, the screen of his cell phone suddenly lit up. He picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from squad leader Wang Mengyao. Would you like to go to the playground for a morning run together tomorrow morning? Wang Mengyao's tone was full of anticipation. Chen Tianhao thought about it and replied. I'm going to run tomorrow too. I don't have any classes or anything to do tomorrow. Let's go together. Chen Tianhao really wants to exercise through running, and he also enjoys the process of running. Wang Mengyao quickly replied with a smiley face. It's settled then, see you on the playground tomorrow morning. Chen Tianhao replied with an okay expression, then put down his phone and was about to go to bed when his phone vibrated again. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from his girlfriend Lu Ruyan. Tianhao, what are you doing? Do you miss me? There was a hint of intimacy in Lu Ruyan's tone. Chen Tianhao smiled and replied. I just had a barbecue with my roommate and was getting ready for bed. What about you? Lu Ruyan quickly sent a photo. In the photo, she was standing in the kitchen, holding a plate of freshly prepared food in her hand. The background was the kitchen of the house where they lived. Look, I cooked for myself today. Although this is our home, it's my first time cooking. It tastes pretty good. Next time you come, I'll cook for you myself. There was a hint of pride in Lu Ruyan's tone. Chen Tianhao looked at the photo and couldn't help laughing. He replied. I didn't expect you could cook. I'm really impressed. But why did you suddenly want to cook today? Lu Ruyan sent a mischievous expression and continued. I just wanted to give you a surprise and show off my cooking skills, but... Lu Ruyan was also a little helpless because she had waited for a long time but had not received any news from Chen Tianhao. However, she still ate her meal alone and was in a good mood. When Chen Tianhao saw this, he couldn't help laughing and replied. Your way of surprising yourself is quite unique. But, are you tired today? Don't push yourself too hard. You like me driving. I will drive you more often in the future and take you to fun places. I'm nothing special, I just drive steadily. Lu Ruyan sent a shy expression and replied. Tianhao, you are so nice. I like your down-to-earth look the most. When Lu Ruyan thought of Chen Tianhao's meticulous care for her, her heart was filled with warmth. Chen Tianhao smiled and replied, I'm fine, just a little tired, but it's okay, I just need to rest for a while. How about you, are you tired today? Chen Tianhao was thinking about today's gathering with his classmates and was very happy. Chen Tianhao replied, I'm fine. I just chatted for a while and got a little excited. You should go to bed early and don't be too tired. Chen Tianhao also felt very good when thinking of the happy time Lu Ruyan spent with him. Lu Ruyan sent a good night emoticon at this time, and then said, Then you should go to bed early too, and remember to think of me tomorrow. Chen Tianhao replied good night, then put down his phone, lay on the bed, and the warm scenes of him and Lu Ruyan emerged in his mind. It feels good. Chapter 23, Good Run. The next morning, Chen Tianhao got up on time, washed up, and went to the playground. From a distance, he saw Wang Mengyao waiting there. She was wearing a white sportswear and looked energetic. Good morning. Wang Mengyao smiled and waved at him. Morning. Chen Tianhao nodded in response and walked over to her. The two of them did a simple warm-up and then began to jog along the track. The air in the early morning was particularly fresh. There were only a few people on the playground, and it was very quiet. After Chen Tianhao and Wang Mengyao started running, Chen Tianhao felt that he had made great progress compared to yesterday and no longer felt as uncomfortable as yesterday. Wang Mengyao behaved as usual, running at a leisurely pace. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Tianhao and Wang Mengyao finished running 3 kilometers. At this time, the system prompt sounded in Chen Tianhao's mind. Ding! Morning jogging mission completed, mission progress 215. The corners of Chen Tianhao's mouth rose slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. He looked at Wang Mengyao beside him and found that beads of sweat were oozing from her forehead and her cheeks were slightly red, making her look full of energy. You ran well, much better than yesterday. You've made great progress. Wang Mengyao said with a smile, her tone full of appreciation. Chen Tianhao also nodded and responded casually. Well, not as bad as yesterday. After saying this, Wang Mengyao wiped the sweat off her face and continued. By the way, let's go have breakfast together after running, and then we'll go to the Porsche auto show together. So this was her purpose. When Chen Tianhao heard Wang Mengyao mention the auto show, he said calmly, Okay, I also want to see what's in the Porsche show. The two were about to walk towards the cafeteria when Wang Mengyao's cell phone suddenly rang. She picked up her phone and saw a message from her roommate Li Meng. Mengyao, have you finished running? Do you want to have breakfast together? I happen to be near a cafeteria. Wang Mengyao frowned, obviously unhappy with Li Meng's sudden invitation. She knew that Li Meng was a scheming person, but she quickly replied. Okay, we're planning to go to a cafeteria, you can wait for us there. Putting down the phone, Wang Mengyao turned to Chen Tianhao and said. Li Meng said she wanted to have breakfast with us, do you mind? Chen Tianhao was a little surprised. He didn't expect Li Meng to be so proactive, but he still answered. It's okay, it's more lively with more people. Wang Mengyao forced a smile, but she felt a little unhappy. She originally wanted to take advantage of this breakfast and car show opportunity to spend more time with Chen Tianhao, but she didn't expect Li Meng to suddenly join in. After all, she had no advantage when facing Li Meng, and she even regretted letting Li Meng meet Chen Tianhao. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Tianhao and Wang Mengyao walked to the door of a cafeteria and saw Li Meng standing there from a distance. She was wearing casual clothes and light makeup, and was smiling and waving at them. Li Meng stood at the door of the cafeteria, the sunlight shining on her was very dazzling. She is a school beauty with outstanding temperament and good looks, which attracted the attention of many boys. Mengyao, Tianhao, this way. Li Meng shouted with a smile, her voice was clear and pleasant, and the boys around were attracted and couldn't help but look sideways. Wow, isn't that Li Meng? The school beauty, why is she here today? A boy exclaimed in a low voice. Li Meng is so beautiful, she's even prettier in person than in photos. If I could be with her, I'd do anything. Another boy couldn't help but sigh, his eyes full of longing. The boy next to him shook his head helplessly, with a tone of loss. Don't dream. How could a school beauty fall for ordinary people like us? And at this moment, when they saw Li Meng walking towards Chen Tianhao and Wang Mengyao, they were stunned. That's the rich second generation. The one next to him is Wang Mengyao, right? Li Meng is also waiting for them. It turns out that rich people are different. a boy said with his eyes wide open. Oh my god, this guy is so amazing. Not only does he have a beautiful girl like Wang Mangyao with him, but even the school beauty Li Meng looks at him differently. What kind of luck is this? Another boy exclaimed, full of envy. These words reached Li Meng's ears. She felt a little unhappy, but still had a smile on her face. She walked in front of Chen Tianhao and Wang Mengyao and said to Chen Tianhao, Chen Tianhao, you guys have finished running, are you tired? Chen Tianhao nodded calmly. Fine. Li Meng blinked and said playfully. Then let's go have breakfast together. I heard that the canteen has a new product today. It tastes very good. It seems to be called chicken grass pot. Although she was a little unhappy that Li Meng stole her limelight, Wang Mengyao still kept smiling and said, Okay, let's go together. The three of them walked into the cafeteria together. The boys around them looked at their backs, their eyes full of envy and jealousy. This guy is so lucky. He is rich and popular with beautiful girls. A boy sighed. Yeah, I wish I had half his luck. Another boy shook his head and said, If I had this kind of treatment, I would do anything. Another boy muttered quietly. But he looked a little strange, and the boy next to him couldn't help but joked. You're not thinking too much. The man hurriedly waved his hands to explain, but his behavior did seem a bit strange. Suddenly, someone mentioned the incident in the men's restroom at school a few days ago. A few days ago, two boys had a conflict in the men's restroom. It seemed that one of them accidentally messed up the other's waiting position, and then the two had an argument. After that, someone secretly filmed it and posted it on the school forum. This incident caused a sensation on the school forum, with extremely high traffic. The school network was even affected and paralyzed for a while. This incident was called the men's restroom incident, and the two boys became famous and became the topic of conversation at school. After hearing this, a boy couldn't help but look at the man next to him who was behaving strangely. The man looked a little guilty and walked away quickly. The other boys looked at each other in confusion and then dispersed. Chapter 24 I Hate Wasting Food. In the cafeteria, Chen Tianhao, Wang Mengyao and Li Meng found a seat by the window and sat down. Li Meng said excitedly, I've wanted to go to the Porsche Auto Show for a long time, but I didn't expect you would be willing to take me there. Thank you so much. As she spoke, her eyes were fixed on Chen Tianhao, with an excited smile on her face. Chen Tianhao nodded lightly, his tone calm. Nothing, I'm alone anyway, and it's a good thing you guys are here with me, so why should I thank you? Wang Mengyao sat aside, feeling a little unhappy. She originally wanted to take the opportunity of the auto show to chat more with Chen Tianhao, but she didn't expect Li Meng to suddenly interrupt and be so enthusiastic. She couldn't help muttering in her heart. Li Meng is such a green tea. It was clearly me who made an appointment with Tianhao first, but she just took my seat. Although she was unhappy, Wang Mengyao still kept smiling on the surface. She glanced at Chen Tianhao, with a hint of appreciation in her tone. Tianhao, you are really becoming more and more outstanding. You are completely different from before. Chen Tianhao smiled faintly, his tone still calm. It's nothing, people change. If there were no system, Chen Tianhao might just be a loser and would never have the opportunity to talk to the school bell like he has now. Rich, rich, and more rich. When Li Meng heard Wang Mengyao praising Chen Tianhao, she was not to be outdone and said with a smile. That's right. Tianhao's conditions are among the best in Donghai City. Wang Mengyao was speechless, but she didn't know what to say, so she could only lower her head and eat her breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Chen Tianhao stood up and said to the two of them, You guys chat first. I'll go pack some breakfast for Zhao Pang and Chen Xing. They're still waiting in the dormitory. Li Meng said quickly. Tianhao, you are so thoughtful. You even remembered to bring breakfast for your roommate. Wang Mengyao also nodded, with a hint of concern in her tone. Yeah, Tianhao, you always take care of others like this. Chen Tianhao smiled faintly, without saying anything more, turned and walked to the cafeteria window and ordered 2 breakfasts to be taken away. After packing breakfast, Chen Tianhao returned to the table and said to Li Meng and Wang Mengyao. It's settled, let's leave at the agreed time. The auto show starts at 10 o'clock, and I'll pick you up at your girls' dormitory then. Li Meng nodded immediately and said with a smile. No problem. We'll wait for you downstairs then. Wang Mengyao also nodded, with a hint of expectation in her tone. Okay, see you then. Chen Tianhao nodded, then picked up the packed breakfast and said to the two. That's it. Li Meng and Wang Mengyao responded at the same time and watched Chen Tianhao leave. Chen Tianhao returned to the dormitory with a packed breakfast. When he opened the door, he saw Qin Xing and Zhao Peng lying on the bed and browsing their phones as usual. There was an air of laziness in the dormitory. It was obvious that the two had not yet fully recovered from their morning sleepiness. Godfather is back. When Chen Xing saw the breakfast in Chen Tianhao's hand, he immediately jumped up from the bed with a smile on his face. Godfather, you really understand us. It's great to have you. Zhao Peng also sat up slowly, rubbed his eyes, and said with a smile. Tianhao, your habit of insisting on clocking in for a morning run really makes us feel ashamed. Look at us, we are too lazy to even get out of bed, but you are still going for a run and bringing us breakfast. You are really treated like a godfather. Chen Tianhao smiled and handed them breakfast, saying in a relaxed tone. Okay, eat it quickly. If you don't eat it now, it will get cold and won't taste good. Chen Xing took the breakfast, opened the package impatiently, took a bite of the bun, and said vaguely. Tianhao, you are such a great person. Not only are you rich, but you are also so considerate. Where else can we find a brother like you? Zhao Peng also nodded in agreement. Tianhao, I thought you were just showing off yesterday, but I didn't expect you to be serious about it. Compared to you, the two of us are simply. Chen Tianhao waved his hand and said with a smile. If you want to be as good as me, why don't you go running with me tomorrow? It's not far anyway, and we can have breakfast together after the run. Chen Xing and Zhao Peng looked at each other and an awkward smile appeared on their faces. Chen Xing scratched his head and said. Well, let's talk about it tomorrow. Let me eat my godfather's breakfast first. Zhao Peng also smiled and nodded. Yes, let's talk about tomorrow's matter tomorrow. Chen Tianhao shook his head helplessly and turned to look at the other bed in the dormitory. Fu Yu was lying on the bed, holding a mobile phone in his hand, with a silly smile on his face, and seemed to be completely immersed in his own world. Fu Yu, don't you want breakfast? Chen Tianhao asked. Fu Yu raised his head, his eyes were confused, and there was still a silly smile on the corner of his mouth. Ah. Breakfast? I'm not hungry, you guys eat it. Chen Xing ate a bun and joked. Fu Yu, which girl are you chatting with again? You're laughing so happily that you even skipped breakfast. Fu Yu chuckled and didn't answer. He continued to stare at the phone screen, tapping on it with his fingers. Zhao Peng shook his head and said with a smile. I think Fu Yu is chatting with some online friend again. Let's ignore him and just take care of ourselves. Everyone is no longer surprised by Fu Yu's behavior. Chen Tianhao didn't say anything else. He turned around, packed his things, and prepared to take a shower. The sweat after the morning run made him feel a little uncomfortable, and a shower could make him refreshed. When he came out of the shower, Chen Xing and Zhao Peng had already finished breakfast and were sitting on the bed chatting. Fu Yu still maintained that posture, seemingly not moving at all. Tianhao, do you have any plans for today? Chen Xing asked. Chen Tianhao answered while wiping his hair. I'm going to pick up Li Meng and Wang Mengyao later and go to the Porsche Auto Show together. Porsche Auto Show. Zhao Peng's eyes lit up and he envied Chen Tianhao in his heart. Tianhao, your life is really getting more and more high-end. A Porsche is simply out of reach. And there are girls going out, you can't do it without us. Chen Xing also said enviously. Tianhao, your life is really enviable. Not only are you rich, but you can also go to the car show with the school beauty. You are definitely a winner in life. Chen Tianhao smiled and didn't say much. He knew that his current life was indeed enviable, but all this was inseparable from the help of the system. If there were no system, he might still be that unknown poor student and would not have the opportunities he has now. Okay, stop being envious. Chen Tianhao said. When there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to see it. I originally wanted to take 2 people with me, but then I thought of Li Meng and Wang Mengyao. Chen Tianhao had no choice but to let his brother down. He not only had to eat the meat but also finish the soup. Chen Tianhao hates wasting food the most, and he usually eats up every grain of rice in the bowl. Chen Xing and Zhao Peng immediately nodded excitedly. It's a deal then. Tianhao, you can't break your promise. Chen Tianhao smiled and nodded, then looked at the time and said. It's almost time. I have to go pick them up. You guys chat slowly. I'm leaving first. Chen Xing and Zhao Peng waved and watched Chen Tianhao leave. Envy, and still envy. Chapter 25 The Poor in That Class. After Wang Mengyao and Li Meng returned to the dormitory, they quickly began to prepare for the upcoming Porsche Auto Show. They picked out the most fashionable clothes from their wardrobes, matched them carefully, and even put on exquisite makeup. Li Meng chose an elegant dress and paired it with a pair of high heels, looking outstanding. Wang Mengyao chose a set of smart casual clothes, which was both fashionable and relaxed. The other two roommates in the dormitory, Li Rong and Jin Hua, saw them dressed so carefully and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where are you going today? You are dressed so beautifully, is there any special event?" Wang Mengyao took the lead, with a hint of pride in her tone. "We are going to the Porsche Auto Show with Chen Tianhao from our class." Li Meng just nodded lightly without saying much, but there was a hint of disdain in her eyes, as if she was dissatisfied with Wang Mengyao's showing off. When Jinhua and Li Rong heard what Wang Mengyao and Li Meng said, they were stunned, with disbelief written all over their faces. Li Rong widened her eyes and couldn't help asking, "Chen Tianhao, are you sure you didn't mistake the poor kid in the class? He's wearing cheap clothes and can't even afford to eat more food in the cafeteria." Li Rong also expressed doubts about this. "This is completely different from the previous Chen Tianhao. It is impossible to associate Chen Tianhao with the term rich second generation." Jinhua also frowned, with a hint of doubt in her tone. "Yeah, I remember he used to own obsolete cell phones. How come he suddenly became a super rich second generation? Were you fooled by him?" After all, the scammers' technology is so advanced nowadays. Jinhua was afraid that they would be deceived, so she said with concern. Li Meng heard their doubts and sneered, with a hint of disdain in her tone. "What do you know? Chen Tianhao was deliberately keeping a low profile before. His family is truly wealthy, much better than ordinary second-generation rich people like Li Yundi. Yesterday, when Li Yundi met Chen Tianhao, his attitude was so respectful that he even took the initiative to invite him to the Porsche Auto Show." Wang Mengyao also nodded, with a hint of pride in her tone, as if praising Chen Tianhao was praising herself. "That's right, Chen Tianhao's true identity is not what you can imagine. He just didn't want to be too high profile before, but now. As you can see, the watches he casually wears are worth millions, and even Li Yundi has to be polite to him." When Jinhua and Li Rong heard this, the expressions on their faces gradually changed from suspicion to shock, and a complex emotion suddenly surged in their hearts. In the eyes of Li Rong and Jinhua, Li Yundi was someone they could never reach, but they never expected that there is always someone higher than you. Even Li Yundi is not as good as Chen Tianhao. How strong must Chen Tianhao be? The two of them didn't dare to imagine any further. Li Rong couldn't help but whisper, "Oh my god, we actually missed such a big shot. If I had known that he was a super rich second generation, I should have interacted with him more." Jinhua also sighed, with a hint of regret in her tone. "Yeah, who would have thought that he was pretending to be poor on purpose? We really misjudged him." Now the two of them are regretting their decision and imagining how wonderful things would have been if they had contacted Chen Tianhao before. However, just as they were immersed in regret, Li Meng glanced at them coldly, thinking, "Don't even dream about it. Chen Tianhao has high standards. How could he possibly look down on you? Even if you had met him earlier, the result would not have been any different." After all, even she was not sure, let alone Jinhua and Li Rong, who were not as good as her, Li Meng. Although Wang Mengyao didn't say anything directly, her eyes revealed the same meaning. In her opinion, only Li Meng is her competitor. Jinhua and Li Rong are not qualified at all. She tidied her hair gently and said calmly, "Okay, it's almost time, we should leave. Chen Tianhao is still waiting for us downstairs." After saying that, Wang Mengyao and Li Meng picked up their bags and walked out without looking back. They walked out of the dormitory together, leaving Li Rong and Jinhua in the dormitory to continue sighing. Li Rong looked at their backs and couldn't help but said to Jinhua, "Oh, it's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. When will we have such an opportunity again?" Jinhua smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Who knows, maybe we should work harder, maybe we can meet someone like Chen Tianhao one day." At the same time, Wang Mengyao and Li Meng had already walked downstairs to the dormitory building. Chen Tianhao was standing next to his Mercedes-Benz E300L sedan. When he saw them coming, he smiled and opened the door. "Two beauties, please get in the car." Wang Mengyao and Li Meng smiled at each other and got into the car. The car started slowly and drove towards the venue of the Porsche Auto Show. The atmosphere in the car was a little subtle. Wang Mengyao and Li Meng had their own thoughts, while Chen Tianhao was driving attentively, seemingly oblivious to the undercurrents between them. Not long after, Chen Tianhao, Li Meng and Wang Mengyao arrived at the venue of the Porsche Auto Show. Outside the venue, luxury cars gathered and people flowed in, and the air was filled with a luxurious atmosphere. Chen Tianhao parked the car and just got out. He saw Li Yundi standing next to his dazzling Porsche 911, seemingly waiting for someone. As soon as Li Yundi saw Chen Tianhao, he immediately smiled warmly and walked over quickly. He originally thought that Chen Tianhao would drive a more high-profile luxury car, but he didn't expect that Chen Tianhao only drove a Mercedes-Benz E300L. This surprised him a little, but at the same time he also had more respect for Chen Tianhao's low-key style. After all, Chen Tianhao can afford a watch worth millions, so it is impossible for him not to be able to afford a better car than the Mercedes-Benz E300. You are here at last. Li Yundi smiled and came forward, with a hint of respect in his tone. I thought you would drive a more stylish car, but I didn't expect you to be so low-key. Chen Tianhao smiled faintly and said calmly, it's fine as long as it can be driven. Anyway, I'll see if there is a car I like later. If there is, I'll buy one. Li Yundi was also shocked. You know, the cars in this auto show are not cheap. They are all worth more than 3 million yuan. I became more and more curious about Chen Tianhao, but I didn't show it. Li Yundi nodded repeatedly and agreed. You have to be at this level, Tianhao. It's really admirable. After saying that, Li Yundi glanced at Li Meng and Wang Mengyao behind Chen Tianhao and nodded slightly, but did not pay too much attention. He knew that Li Meng was no longer someone he could covet. Instead of offending Chen Tianhao because of a woman, it would be better to maintain a good relationship with Chen Tianhao. Come on, let's go in and take a look. Li Yundi greeted enthusiastically. All the cars on display today are Porsche's latest models. Tianhao, if you are interested, you can pick one and I will help you arrange it. I will definitely satisfy you. Chen Tianhao nodded, his tone still calm. Okay, let's go in and take a look. Li Meng and Wang Mengyao followed behind Chen Tianhao with confident smiles on their faces. They know that today's auto show is not just an opportunity to view cars, but also a stage to showcase their own charm. Especially Li Meng, she deliberately walked beside Chen Tianhao to declare her sovereignty. Chapter 26 Porsche 918 Spider. After entering the exhibition hall, what comes into view are rows of dazzling Porsche luxury cars, each of which exudes a unique temperament and luxurious atmosphere. Li Meng and Wang Mengyao couldn't help but take out their mobile phones and started taking pictures, while Chen Tianhao and Li Yundi talked as they walked, occasionally stopping to take a closer look at a certain car model. Chen Tianhao, Li Yundi, and their party walked to the center of the exhibition hall, where quite a few people gathered, and all their eyes were focused on a dazzling Porsche 918 Spider. The car has smooth lines and a low body, exuding a futuristic and powerful temperament, like a beast ready to pounce. Chen Tianhao stopped and looked at the car for a moment, with a hint of interest in his eyes. Li Yundi was shocked when he saw this. He didn't expect Chen Tianhao to be interested in this car. After all, the Porsche 918 Spider is not an ordinary luxury car, but Porsche's top supercar, which is sold in limited quantities worldwide and costs tens of millions. He stepped forward quickly, introducing with a hint of awe in his tone. Tianhao, this car is a legendary Porsche, the 918 Spider. It is limited to 918 units worldwide and is equipped with a hybrid system. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.6 seconds. It is the pinnacle of supercars. Chen Tianhao nodded, his tone still calm. It's really good. The design and technology are very advanced. When Li Yundi saw Chen Tianhao showed interest in the car, he was both surprised and envious. He knew that the person who could afford this car was definitely not an ordinary person. After all, Li Yundi couldn't afford such a luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan. Chen Tianhao's calm attitude made him deeply curious about Chen Tianhao's background. At this moment, the sales manager of the exhibition hall also noticed Chen Tianhao. He had already seen from Li Yundi's attitude that Chen Tianhao was not ordinary, so he quickly walked over with a smile on his face. Sir, are you interested in this 918 Spider? This car is the treasure of our booth. It is top-notch in both performance and design. Chen Tianhao glanced at the sales manager and said calmly, I want this car. Can I get the formalities done now? When the sales manager heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then an expression of ecstasy appeared on his face. He didn't expect Chen Tianhao to decide to buy this expensive luxury car so decisively, and he nodded and said, Of course, sir, you are so discerning. I will arrange the procedures for you right away, please wait a moment. After all, the manager can make a lot of money by selling this car, so he can take a break for a while. When the people around heard what Chen Tianhao said, they all showed shocked expressions. Many people began to whisper and speculate about Chen Tianhao's identity. Fuck, that's awesome. Who is this person? He wants to buy a 918 Spider right away. This is too extravagant. He looks so young, he can't be the heir of a big family. I didn't see Li Yundi being so respectful to him, he must be someone important. Li Yundi was standing aside, and was also shocked. Although he knew that Chen Tianhao was rich, he did not expect Chen Tianhao to be so generous as to directly buy this top supercar worth tens of millions. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Chen Tianhao's strength is indeed unfathomable. Fortunately, I didn't go against him. Li Meng and Wang Mengyao stood behind Chen Tianhao, watching the scene in front of them. Their hearts were filled with turmoil. They originally thought that Chen Tianhao was only slightly stronger than Li Yundi, but they didn't expect that Chen Tianhao's strength was far beyond their imagination. Li Meng couldn't help but whispered to Wang Mengyao. Tianhao is really amazing. He even bought a car like this without hesitation. Wang Mengyao nodded, with a complicated look in her eyes. Yeah, I really can't think of anything in the world that you can't afford. This was money that she could never earn in her entire life, but Chen Tianhao spent it without blinking an eye. Soon, the sales manager came over with the contract and related documents and handed them to Chen Tianhao respectfully. Mr. Chen, this is the car purchase contract and related documents. Please take a look. If everything is okay, just sign it. Chen Tianhao took the contract, glanced at it briefly, then picked up the pen and signed his name without hesitation. The whole process was smooth, as if buying a luxury car worth tens of millions was just an ordinary thing for him. After signing the contract, the sales manager said with a big smile on his face. Sir, the formalities have been completed and the car is now yours. Do you want us to arrange a delivery service for you, or can you drive away directly? Chen Tianhao said calmly, just drive away, just give me the key. Ding, the host has completed the car purchase task and received 30 million Chinese currency. The system's voice also sounded at this moment, and Chen Tianhao smiled faintly, completing another task. The sales manager quickly handed over the car keys with both hands, with a hint of awe in his tone. Sir, here are your car keys. I wish you a pleasant ride. If you need anything later, you can contact me. After that, I added Chen Tianhao on WeChat and looked forward to his next visit. Chen Tianhao took the key, turned around and said to Li Yundi, Li Meng and Wang Mengyao. Come on, let's go try this car out. Li Yundi nodded quickly, with a hint of excitement in his tone. Brother Chen, your move is so generous. I really admire you. Li Yundi also changed the address to Brother Chen to express his respect. Li Meng and Wang Mengyao were overwhelmed when they saw Chen Tianhao sign the car purchase contract without hesitation. Chen Tianhao bought the Porsche 918 Spider worth 15 million without blinking an eye. His generosity and strength shocked and moved them. The two looked at each other and saw the spark of competition in each other's eyes. Li Meng secretly made up her mind. A man like Chen Tianhao is worthy of me. I must make him my boyfriend. I must not miss this opportunity. Wang Mengyao was also thinking in her mind. Chen Tianhao's strength and charm are far beyond my imagination. I must seize this opportunity and must not lose to Li Meng. Although the two of them still kept smiling on the surface, they had already begun to compete secretly in their hearts. They all knew that there could only be one woman by Chen Tianhao's side, and none of them wanted to be the one to be eliminated. But what they don't know is that they have already been spare tires and are still fighting for the spare tire position. At this moment, Chen Tianhao looked at the time and said lightly, It's getting late. I should go back to school. When Li Meng heard this, he immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, Tianhao, let me take your car back. This is a good opportunity for me to experience the feeling of this 918 Spider. Wang Mengyao was not to be outdone and quickly said, Tianhao, I also want to ride in your car. After all, this is a Porsche 918. It's a rare opportunity. Chen Tianhao glanced at them and knew what they were thinking. He didn't want to waste time on this kind of thing, so he said lightly, This car only has 2 seats, and neither of you can fit in. Li Yundi, please help me take them back to school. When Li Yundi heard this, he immediately nodded and agreed. No problem, Brother Chen, don't worry, I will definitely send them to school safely. Li Meng and Wang Mengyao were stunned when they heard Chen Tianhao's arrangement. They didn't expect Chen Tianhao to reject them so bluntly, and they couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. They never expected that there would be a day when they would be rejected. This has never happened in their world. I was also stunned for a long time. Chapter 27 Driving Skills. Seeing this, Li Yundi secretly admired Chen Tianhao in his heart. This skill of playing hard to get is amazing. He is simply a role model for the rich second generation. I didn't expect that Chen Tianhao didn't care about a school beauty like Li Meng. It seems that I know Chen Tianhao too well. It's like walking through a field of flowers without getting a single leaf on you. Chen Tianhao didn't say anything more. He turned around, sat in the driver's seat of the Porsche 918 Spyder and started the engine. The car made a low roar, like an awakened beast. He glanced at the rearview mirror and said calmly, "I'm leaving now, bye." After saying that, Chen Tianhao stepped on the accelerator, and the Porsche 918 Spyder rushed out like a flash of lightning and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. It doesn't matter what Li Meng and Wang Mengyao think, just let them be there. Li Meng and Wang Mengyao stood there, looking at the direction Chen Tianhao left, feeling mixed emotions. They didn't expect Chen Tianhao to do this, which also left them with a deeper impression of Chen Tianhao. Li Yundi walked up to them and said with a smile, "Two beauties, let's go too. I'll take you back to school." Li Meng and Wang Mengyao nodded and followed Li Yundi into his Porsche 911. Although this car is also a luxury car, it is obviously inferior to Chen Tianhao's 918 Spyder. The two sat in the car, still thinking about Chen Tianhao and secretly planning their next plan. At the same time, Chen Tianhao was driving a Porsche 918 Spyder, speeding on the city roads. While driving his Porsche 918 Spyder, Chen Tianhao called Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. "Tianhao, why did you call me suddenly?" Chen Tianhao smiled slightly, with a happy tone. "Ruyan, where are you?" Lu Ruyan said softly. "I was a little tired from driving with you yesterday, so I asked for leave to rest at home. I'm at Haitian Villa now." Chen Tianhao nodded, his tone relaxed. "That's great. I'll come find you and give you a surprise." Lu Ruyan was a little surprised, but more happy. "Really? Then be careful on the road. I'll wait for you." After hanging up the phone, Chen Tianhao stepped on the accelerator and the Porsche 918 Spyder sped along the city roads like a flash of lightning. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he thought about Lu Ruyan's expression when she saw the car, and their subsequent driving together, and he couldn't help but speed up. Not long after, Chen Tianhao arrived at the Haitian Villa district. The security guards in the Villa district heard the low engine sound of the Porsche 918 Spyder from afar and looked out. When Chen Tianhao's car slowly drove into the gate of the villa area, the security guards' eyes widened, with amazement and envy written all over their faces. "Fuck, the Porsche 918 Spyder is a top-notch supercar. This car must be worth tens of millions. It's really luxurious. Who is this young man? He actually drives a car like this. It's amazing." After all, although there are many rich people here, super luxury cars like Porsche 918 are rarely seen. Chen Tianhao ignored the security guard's exclamations and drove straight to Lu Ruyan's villa. He parked the car, picked up his phone and sent a message to Lu Ruyan. "I'm here, come out." Not long after, Lu Ruyan came out of the villa. She was wearing a simple dress, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, and a gentle smile on her face. When she saw the Porsche 918 Spyder parked at the door, she was stunned, with a hint of surprise and joy in her eyes. "Tianhao, this car, is it yours?" Lu Ruyan walked up to Chen Tianhao with a hint of disbelief in her tone. Chen Tianhao smiled and nodded, his tone relaxed. "Yeah, I just bought it. How is it?" Lu Ruyan looked at the dazzling supercar in front of her and couldn't help but reach out and touch the body of the car, her eyes full of admiration. "So beautiful. Tianhao, you are so amazing. This car should be a Porsche 918, and it's worth 15 million? After all, Lu Ruyan works in a luxury car brand company and has some knowledge about car models. I didn't expect that. I still underestimated Chen Tianhao's strength. I didn't expect that Chen Tianhao could afford this limited edition sports car." Chen Tianhao nodded and gently ruffled Lu Ruyan's hair, saying in a gentle tone, let's go into the house and talk." Lu Ruyan was once again shocked by Chen Tianhao. The two walked into the villa together. Lu Ruyan took Chen Tianhao's hand and led him to the living room. The living room is decorated warmly and elegantly, and the sunlight shining in through the floor-to-ceiling windows gives people a warm feeling. Lu Ruyan looked at the time and said with a smile, "Tianhao, it's already lunchtime. You must be hungry. I'll go make you something to eat so you can taste my cooking skills. Chen Tianhao raised his eyebrows, with a hint of expectation in his tone. Okay, then I'll have to try it carefully. The dish you cooked yesterday looked pretty good. Chen Tianhao also thought of something and added. Lu Ruyan winked playfully, with a hint of confidence in her tone. Of course, I have learned it specially, and I guarantee that you will be satisfied. After saying that, Lu Ruyan turned and walked into the kitchen, put on an apron, and started to get busy. Chen Tianhao sat on the sofa in the living room, looking at Lu Ruyan's busy back in the kitchen, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He didn't expect that Lu Ruyan was not only gentle and considerate, but also could cook. Such a girl was really rare. Not long after, a fragrance came from the kitchen, and Lu Ruyan came out carrying plates of delicious dishes. She placed the dishes on the table one by one and said to Chen Tianhao with a smile. Tianhao, come and try it and see if it suits your taste. Chen Tianhao walked to the dining table, looked at the dishes on the table, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Ruyan, your cooking skills are really good. Just looking at it makes me hungry. Lu Ruyan showed a shy smile on her face, with a hint of expectation in her tone. Then try it and see how it tastes. Chen Tianhao picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into his mouth, savoring it carefully, then nodded and praised. The taste is very good, the meat is tender and the sauce is rich. It is better than that in restaurants outside. After hearing this, Lu Ruyan showed a satisfied smile on her face, with a hint of pride in her tone. Of course, I learned it especially for you. If you want to eat it in the future, I can make it for you anytime. Chen Tianhao felt warm in his heart, and reached out to hold Lu Ruyan's hand, speaking in a gentle tone. Ruyan, you are so nice. I feel very happy to have you by my side. Lu Ruyan's face flushed slightly, and she leaned gently on Chen Tianhao's shoulder, with a hint of sweetness in her tone. Tianhao, as long as you are happy, I will be satisfied. The two of them ate and chatted at the same time, and the atmosphere was warm and sweet. Chen Tianhao looked at Lu Ruyan's gentle eyes and sighed secretly. Chen Tianhao, you are a scumbag. Even though you have a good girl like Lu Ruyan, you still mess around with other girls outside. After dinner, Lu Ruyan cleaned up the table and the two sat on the sofa to rest. Chen Tianhao looked at the time and said with a smile. Ruyan, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Do you want me to go out for a walk with you? Lu Ruyan shook her head, with a hint of laziness in her tone. I'm a little tired today, I want to rest at home. Tianhao, if you are busy, don't worry about me, just go and do your thing. Chen Tianhao smiled and said in a relaxed tone. I don't have anything to do today, so I'll stay home with you. We can enjoy some time together as a couple. I just learned some new driving skills. How about I show them to you outside? Ah. Chapter 28 Experience life inside a Porsche. But wouldn't it be inappropriate to do this outside? It would be so embarrassing if outsiders saw us. Lu Ruyan's heart suddenly skipped a beat and she felt a little uncomfortable. Chen Tianhao didn't seem to notice her embarrassment, and said excitedly. It's okay, we'll just stay in the car, nothing will happen. We just bought a Porsche, so it's a good opportunity for you to experience it. Lu Ruyan was a little nervous. After hesitating for a moment, she said. Well, you must pay attention to safety and strictly abide by traffic regulations. Don't do what you did yesterday again. Thinking about her experience with Chen Tianhao yesterday, she still feels a little scared. However, she was worried that if she refused Chen Tianhao, he might feel uncomfortable, so she had to bite the bullet and agree, while not forgetting to give him a few more instructions. Chen Tianhao sat in the driver's seat of the Porsche, carefully adjusting the seat and steering wheel, muttering. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yesterday was the first time I drove this new car, so I'm not familiar with its functions. I promise to make you feel comfortable today. Indeed, with yesterday's actual combat experience, Chen Tianhao has become somewhat familiar with this Porsche and believes that he can successfully take Lu Ruyanhua on a trip this time. As soon as the car started, Lu Ruyan became a little nervous. Don't drive too hard. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Tianhao stepped on the accelerator lightly, and the car speed increased. Lu Ruyan panicked. What on earth do you want to do? Driving so fast is too dangerous. Although Chen Tianhao's driving style was more restrained than yesterday, he still didn't take Lu Ruyan's reminder too seriously. Lu Ruyan was grumbling in her heart. She fastened her seatbelt tightly and said, Try to adjust the seat angle. Find a position that makes you comfortable so that you can drive more easily. As she spoke, she demonstrated and adjusted it herself, and sure enough, she felt her body was less tense. You try it too. Lu Ruyan kindly reminded Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao responded, but did not execute the action immediately. Instead, he continued to drive at his own pace. You can't drive like this every time. It's easy to get into an accident and it's not good for the car itself. Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Tianhao and said seriously. Under Lu Ruyan's constant reminders, Chen Tianhao finally adjusted the seat this time. Along the way, Lu Ruyan was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands. After finally returning home, Lu Ruyan fell on the sofa and said weakly, I'm so tired. If you keep driving like this in the future, I'll really ignore you. Chen Tianhao then realized his negligence and quickly ran over to carry Lu Ruyan to the bed. It's my fault. I didn't take your feelings into consideration. Have a good rest. I'll go prepare something to eat for you. When Lu Ruyan slowly woke up, the sky outside the window had already darkened. She rubbed her shoulders, her cheeks flushing slightly as she recalled what happened in the afternoon. At this time, Chen Tianhao opened the door and walked in with takeaway in his hand. He looked at Lu Ruyan and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I didn't control myself well today. Snort. Lu Ruyan turned her head away and said angrily. Chen Tianhao smiled and put the takeaway on the table and sat next to her. I just wanted you to experience the thrill of driving a Porsche. I think you felt pretty excited, too. Still exciting. Lu Ruyan hit him. I'm almost scared to death, and you still say it's exciting. Chen Tianhao quickly held her hand and gently stroked it. I'm so sorry. I'll listen to you next time and won't mess around anymore, okay? Lu Ruyan snorted, pulled her hand back, opened the takeaway and started eating. The aroma of the food eased her mood a little. She asked while eating. Didn't you just say you were going to class? It's so late, what class are you going to have? Chen Tianhao scratched his head and smiled unnaturally. It's a political science class in college. In fact, he had no mind to attend class. He was thinking about Shin Mengqing, who was studying at the university next door. Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment, then shook her head helplessly, thinking, it seems that there is no hope at all for Chen Tianhao to accompany me. Lu Ruyan recalled what happened in the afternoon and a blush appeared on her face again. At this time, Chen Tianhao suddenly suggested softly. How about we go to the auto show together next time? I heard there are many new sports cars on display, like Ferrari, and so on. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened and she almost choked on a mouthful of rice. Do you want to have a next time? Chen Tianhao winked playfully. Of course. Life needs more excitement to be interesting. Lu Ruyan sighed helplessly, but she also felt a little bit of anticipation in her heart. She knew in her heart that Chen Tianhao could always bring her all kinds of unexpected surprises. Although sometimes these surprises were a bit too strong and difficult to handle, this sense of freshness was really attractive. Okay, but next time you have to listen to me and not drive too fast. Lu Ruyan acted as if compromising. Chen Tianhao nodded immediately. No problem, everything is up to you. Looking at Lu Ruyan's smile, Chen Tianhao also became happy. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was relaxed and pleasant. As night fell and the lights came on, Lu Ruyan finished her takeaway and leaned back on the sofa, quietly looking at the city night view outside the window, feeling warm in her heart. Chen Tianhao suddenly said again. Let's go to every auto show together in the future. Lu Ruyan turned her head and raised her eyebrows. Car show, you don't want to buy a car, do you? Chen Tianhao shrugged and said with a smile. I'm not sure whether I'll buy it or not, I just want to see more new models. I heard that there are a lot of super cool new sports cars at this auto show, maybe there will be one that suits our taste. Lu Ruyan chuckled and nodded in agreement. Okay, but you have to keep your word this time. Just look at it and don't test drive it. Chen Tianhao raised his hand solemnly and made a vow. I promise you, just look and don't test drive. Lu Ruyan looked at his serious expression and couldn't help laughing. Although Lu Ruyan is still frightened by Chen Tianhao's previous crazy driving, she has to say that his confidence and unrestrained attitude do have a unique charm and are very impressive. It's getting late, I have to go back to school. Chen Tianhao looked at the time and lied. In fact, he planned to sneak to Shin Mengqing's school. However, he still felt a little guilty in his heart. After all, he lied to Lu Ruyan. Okay, be careful on the road. Lu Ruyan still said with concern. Chen Tianhao drove the Porsche 918 Spyder and slowly drove away from the villa. In the city at night, the lights are flickering, and Shen Tianhao's figure blends into this gorgeous night. He stepped lightly on the accelerator, and the engine emitted a low and powerful roar, like a melody of freedom. The neon lights flickered on the car body, reflecting his confident and calm face. He knew in his heart that every time the car started, it was like the beginning of an adventure, but at this moment, his heart was filled with joy of seeing Shen Mengqing soon. He just raised the corners of his mouth slightly and didn't care too much about the looks from passers-by, because the changes brought about by the system have given him the courage to face more unknowns and expectations. He even looks forward to the next time on the road. I can show my own style again and take Lu Ruyan to explore more new things. Of course, I must keep my promise to her next time. Chapter 29 Don't Mind. Soon, Shen Tianhao arrived at the door of the female dormitory where Shen Mengqing lived. He parked his Porsche 918 Spider on the side of the road, took out his phone and sent a message to Shen Mengqing. "I'm here, waiting for you at the dormitory door." The streamlined body of the car sparkles in the sun, attracting the attention of countless passers-by. In the girls' dormitory, Shen Mengqing's roommates were gathered around the window, looking down through the glass. When they saw the dazzling Porsche, they were immediately excited. "Mengqing, didn't you say your boyfriend drives a Mercedes?" This is a Porsche 918. My roommate Zhang Lin opened his eyes wide, his tone full of disbelief. Yes, this is a top-of-the-line supercar, worth 15 million. Mengqing, you are so lucky to have a boyfriend like this. Another roommate, Lei Ting, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. No way, he's not even my boyfriend, so stop joking around. Shen Mengqing also explained, but the expression on his face had already betrayed him. It's just a matter of time. Now that we have developed to this point, please don't forget us when you become prosperous. Another roommate, Wang Hui, also spoke up, her tone full of envy. Shen Mengqing smiled slightly, feeling secretly proud. But it still surprised her that Shen Tianhao's car was a Porsche. She picked up her bag, tidied her hair elegantly, and said, "Then I'll go down first." "Go ahead, don't keep the handsome guy waiting." The roommates laughed and joked. Shen Mengqing walked out of the dormitory building and saw Shen Tianhao leaning against the car at a glance. He was wearing a handsome Shen Tianhao suit and had an outstanding temperament, which attracted the girls passing by to look back frequently. Shen Mengqing walked over quickly with a sweet smile on her face. "I didn't keep you waiting for long." Shen Mengqing also asked softly. "Just arrived." Shen Tianhao smiled slightly and opened the car door for her. This scene was seen by the boys downstairs in the dormitory and immediately caused a commotion. Isn't that the school beauty Shen Mengqing? Her boyfriend actually drives a Porsche 918. A boy widened his eyes, his tone full of envy and jealousy. It's over. The goddess has been taken down. We have no chance." The other boy sighed and shook his head. "Who is this guy? He looks quite young. Could he be a rich second generation?" Some people speculated in a low voice. Soon, someone took out their cell phone, took a picture of the scene, and quickly uploaded it to the school forum. The title read, "Shocked. School beauty Shen Mengqing's boyfriend is actually." Once the post was published, it immediately sparked heated discussion. This car is a Porsche 918, worth tens of millions. Shen Mengqing's boyfriend is so rich. Sure enough, school beauties are all rich. No wonder the school beauty has always ignored her suitors. It turns out that she has already been taken. This guy looks handsome and has a good temperament. It turns out that the goddess has high standards. Does anyone know who he is? He doesn't look like he's from our school. The discussion on the forum became more and more heated, and some people even started a human flesh search for Shen Tianhao's identity. However, how could they possibly find out Shen Tianhao's background? After all, Shen Tianhao used to be a low-key person. At this time, Shen Tianhao and Shen Mengqing had already driven away from the school. Shen Mengqing sat in the passenger seat, looking at the scenery outside the window with a happy mood. A few minutes later, Shen Tianhao and Shen Mengqing arrived at the food street near the school. Although Shen Tianhao's Porsche 918 Spider was particularly eye-catching in the parking lot, he did not care about the eyes of others. Instead, he held Shen Mengqing's hand and walked into the bustling food street. The food street is bustling with people and the aroma of various snacks fills the air. Shen Mengqing excitedly pulled Shen Tianhao and headed straight for her favorite Malatang restaurant. "This is it. I used to eat here often with my roommates, it tastes really good." Shen Mengqing pointed to a small shop in front of her that was simply decorated but very popular, her eyes full of anticipation. Chen Tianhao looked at the long line in front of the store and smiled. It seems like you really like it here. Of course. Don't be fooled by the small size of this restaurant, but the taste is definitely not inferior to those high-end restaurants. Shen Mengqing blinked and said playfully. The two waited in line for a while, and finally it was their turn to order. Shen Mengqing skillfully selected the ingredients she liked, and did not forget to recommend them to Chen Tianhao. You must try this beef meatball and this bean curd skin, they are super delicious. Chen Tianhao smiled and nodded, letting Shen Mengqing help him choose. Although he seldom eats this kind of street snack, he became interested when he saw Shen Mengqing so happy. After ordering, the two found a seat by the window. Shen Mengqing looked at the bustling crowd outside the window and said with emotion. Actually, I quite like this atmosphere. It feels lively and real. Chen Tianhao nodded and said softly. Yeah, sometimes simple things can be more relaxing. After a while, the spicy hot pot was served. Shen Mengqing couldn't wait to pick up a beef ball, blew on it to heat it up, and then passed it to Chen Tianhao's mouth. Try it, be careful it's hot. Chen Tianhao was stunned for a moment, then he smiled, opened his mouth and took a bite. The juice of the beef balls bursts in your mouth and the taste is really good. How is it? It's delicious. Shen Mengqing looked at him expectantly, fearing that Chen Tianhao might not like to eat these things. It's delicious. Chen Tianhao nodded. It tasted good, better than he had imagined. Shen Mengqing smiled happily and picked up a piece of bean curd and started eating. The two of them ate and chatted in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. At this moment, several girls at the table next to them secretly looked at them and talked in low voices. Isn't that Shen Mengqing? The guy next to her is so handsome. Yes. I heard that he drives a Porsche 918, which is a multi-million luxury car. It has been all over the school for him today. I'm so envious. The school belle is indeed worthy of her reputation. Only a school belle can be liked by such an outstanding boy. When Shen Mengqing heard these discussions, her face turned slightly red, but she felt a little proud in her heart. She secretly glanced at Chen Tianhao and found that he was concentrating on eating the spicy hot pot and didn't seem to notice the discussions around him. Tianhao, don't mind it, they are just talking nonsense. Shen Mengqing asked softly, looking forward to Chen Tianhao's answer. Chen Tianhao raised his head and smiled, why should I care about them? I'm just afraid that they will affect you. Chen Tianhao also said something ambiguous to Shen Mengqing. I'm fine. I don't mind. Shen Mengqing regretted what he said and looked a little weird. Although she has a good impression of Chen Tianhao now, will this make Chen Tianhao think that she is a casual girl? Chapter 30 Favorability 80. Shen Mengqing felt warm in her heart after hearing this and nodded. Well, you're so nice to me. After eating the spicy hot pot, the two walked out of the shop and strolled slowly along the food street. The food street is brightly lit at night, and the air is filled with the aroma of various foods, making it particularly warm. I'm really happy today. Shen Mengqing suddenly pulled Chen Tianhao's arm, and seeing that Chen Tianhao did not respond, he continued to act. Ding, Shen Mengqing's favorability has reached 80. Do you want to bind the relationship? Bind. Reward 10 million Chinese currency girlfriend gold note, only for Shen Mengqing to use. Chen Tianhao also chose to bind without hesitation, as this is a sign of being a man. Welcome everyone. If you have a pen but don't write, you are a fool. Me too. Chen Tianhao looked down at her and spoke with excitement. Chen Tianhao looked at the time and it was still early, so he suggested. Mengqing, it's still early, why don't we go to the nearby mall and have a look? I heard that there are several good stores open recently, we can go and have a look. Shen Mengqing smiled slightly and nodded. Okay, I don't have anything to do anyway, so I can go for a walk. After all, Shen Mengqing loves shopping the most, but her financial situation limits her spending power. When Chen Tianhao saw that she agreed, he was delighted and said quickly. Then I'll go drive, you wait here for me. Shen Mengqing also agreed to Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao walked quickly towards the parking lot. Not long after, a brand new Porsche 918 slowly drove up and stopped in front of Shen Mengqing. The car window rolled down, Chen Tianhao stuck his head out, smiled and said to her. Get in the car, Meng Yao. Shen Mengqing smiled and shook his head, then opened the car door and got in. The interior of the car was spacious and comfortable, and the texture of the seats made her unable to help but touch them a few more times. Chen Tianhao glanced at her and asked, "How is it? Is it comfortable to sit?" Shen Mengqing nodded and said jokingly, "It's a luxury car indeed. It feels different every time. It gives people a different feeling every time." Chen Tianhao smiled and started the car. "Then let's go, Target Shopping Mall." The car drove smoothly towards the mall. The streets were brightly lit at night and the atmosphere inside the car was particularly warm. Shen Mengqing looked at the scenery outside the window and said softly, "Today is the most fun I've had since coming to school." "Thank you, Tianhao." Chen Tianhao glanced at her, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Just be happy. There will be more happy days in the future." Shen Mengqing turned her head and looked at him with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. The car parked steadily in the underground parking lot of the shopping mall. Chen Tianhao gentlemanly opened the car door for Shen Mengqing, and the two walked into the mall together. The mall is brightly lit and the dazzling array of goods is dizzying. Chen Tianhao turned his head to look at Shen Mengqing and asked with a smile, "Mengqing, is there anything you want to buy in particular? Just pick whatever you want today, I'll pay for it." Shen Mengqing smiled a little embarrassedly. "This is not good. It will cost you money." Chen Tianhao waved his hand, his tone relaxed. "You're welcome. I'm having a good time today. Besides, I have to thank you for your help at the mobile phone store." After all, it's not his money that is being spent, so all he needs to do is complete the system task. Another 100 million Chinese yuan can be won. Chen Tianhao was very happy thinking that he was one step closer to becoming the world's richest man. After hearing what Chen Tianhao said, Shen Mengqing no longer felt any psychological burden. Shen Mengqing also nodded. "Then, let's go look at some clothes. It seems that several stores have new styles recently." "Walk." Chen Tianhao responded readily. The two first walked into a high-end women's clothing store, where they were greeted warmly by the store clerk. Shen Mengqing tried on several dresses, and each one caught her eye. Chen Tianhao stood aside, watching her turning around in front of the mirror, and nodded with a smile. "Yes, this one suits you very well, buy it." Shen Mengqing hesitated. "But this one is a bit expensive." Looking at the skirt worth 1,688 yuan, Shen Mengqing felt a little embarrassed. In his opinion, this was definitely the most expensive dress she had ever bought. Chen Tianhao took out the card and handed it to the clerk. "Pack it up, including the white one." Before Shen Mengqing could say anything, the clerk had already packed the clothes neatly. She looked at Chen Tianhao, her eyes full of gratitude and joy. Then they walked into a luxury bag store. Shen Mengqing's attention was attracted by a classic handbag, but she just looked at the price tag and put it down silently. "The price is 66888. Chen Tianhao noticed her expression and said directly to the clerk, "This bag, get a new one." Shen Mengqing waved his hands quickly. "No, this is too expensive." Chen Tianhao smiled and said gently, "If you like it, buy it. Don't think too much. Besides, this bag will definitely look good on you." Shen Mengqing was also happy about Chen Tianhao's generosity, and she also understood that Chen Tianhao had feelings for her. The clerk quickly handed the bag over. Chen Tianhao took it and handed it to Shen Mengqing personally. "Give it a try." Shen Mengqing took the bag and put it on her shoulder. The self in the mirror seemed to have instantly become more elegant and confident. She couldn't help laughing. "Thank you, Tianhao." Chen Tianhao shook his head. "You're welcome, as long as it makes you happy." After visiting the bag store, Chen Tianhao took Shen Mengqing to a jewelry store and picked out an exquisite necklace for her. Shen Mengqing looked at the glittering necklace on her neck in the mirror, feeling both moved and a little dazed. She never thought that one day she would be able to experience such a luxurious life. It seems that Chen Tianhao is a person worthy of entrusting one's life to. After all, no man is willing to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars a day on a girl he doesn't like. Thinking of this, I was once again moved by Chen Tianhao's behavior. Walking out of the jewelry store, Shen Mengqing couldn't help but sigh. "Tianhao, thank you so much for letting me experience so much today." Chen Tianhao smiled and said in a relaxed tone, "This is nothing. There will be more in the future. As long as you are happy, it is worth spending any amount of money." Shen Mengqing looked at him, secretly glad that she had taken the initiative to approach Chen Tianhao. She originally just wanted to give it a try, but she didn't expect Chen Tianhao to be not only gentle and considerate to her, but also so generous. She felt she had made a wise decision. Chen Tianhao swiped the card nonchalantly. He didn't feel bad at all since he was spending the system's money. Looking at Shen Mengqing's happy expression, he was one step closer to his goal. The two continued to walk around the mall, and Chen Tianhao asked her from time to time, "Is there anything else you want?" Shen Mengqing shook his head and said with a smile, "I've already bought a lot, and I won't be able to take any more." Chen Tianhao smiled. "Then let's go get something to drink and take a break." "Okay." Shen Mengqing nodded in agreement. The two walked into a high-end cafe, ordered 2 cups of coffee, and sat by the window chatting leisurely. The night view outside the window is bright and charming, and Shen Mengqing's mood is as bright and warm as the night. She looked at Chen Tianhao opposite her and secretly made up her mind, she must seize this opportunity. Chapter 31 This belongs to you. After drinking coffee, Chen Tianhao also suggested going to the watch shop. Shen Mengqing also agreed to Chen Tianhao's request. Chen Tianhao and Shen Mengqing walked into a high-end watch store, where a variety of famous watches were displayed, sparkling with luxurious light under the lights. Although Shen Mengqing was not particularly knowledgeable about luxury goods, she couldn't help but be attracted by these exquisite watches. Just as the two were browsing at the counter, a man in his 30s walked over, accompanied by a woman who was dressed quite elegantly. The man had a gold watch on his wrist and another in his hand as he talked to the clerk. His eyes glanced at Shen Mengqing from time to time, obviously attracted by her beauty. This scene was also seen by the woman next to him, and her expression was a little unnatural. After seeing Shen Mengqing's appearance, he was not jealous of it, and was jealous that Shen Mengqing was prettier than him. She also hugged the man tightly to declare her sovereignty. The man was also surprised by the woman's actions. "Is this the benefit of having money?" The man deliberately raised his voice and said to the clerk, "How much is this watch?" The clerk smiled and replied, "Sir, the price of this watch is 368,888 yuan. The man nodded in surprise, turned to look at the woman beside him, and said with a bit of boasting, "How about it, do you like it? If you like it, I'll buy it for you." The woman immediately showed a delighted expression, took the man's arm, and said in a tender voice, "My dear, you are so kind to me. This watch is so beautiful, I like it very much." The woman was very happy when she thought that the watch worth more than 300,000 yuan would belong to her. The man smiled with satisfaction, but his eyes swept towards Shen Mengqing intentionally or unintentionally, as if he wanted to see her reaction. However, Shen Mengqing ignored him and just looked intently at the watch on the counter. Chen Tianhao noticed the man's behavior and felt a little amused, but he did not show it. He patted Shen Mengqing's shoulder gently and asked in a low voice, "Mengqing, is there a watch you like? Try it if you like it." Shen Mengqing raised her head and smiled slightly. "Yes, but I can't afford it, so forget it." Shen Mengqing didn't want to give Chen Tianhao the image of a gold digger. Chen Tianhao smiled and said gently, "Don't worry about the price, just try it if you like. Consider it a reward for helping me." Hearing this, Shen Mengqing didn't want to be shy and leave a hypocritical impression to Chen Tianhao. Shen Mengqing hesitated for a moment and pointed to an exquisite women's watch on the counter. "This watch is quite nice." The clerk took out the watch worth 18,000 yuan with a smile and handed it to Shen Mengqing to try on. After Shen Mengqing put it on, her wrist looked slimmer and fairer. The design on the dial was simple and elegant, which really suited her. The clerk smiled and praised, "Miss, this watch really suits you. It looks very elegant on your hand." Shen Mengqing looked at herself in the mirror and thought the watch was pretty nice, but she was still a little hesitant. After all, compared to Chen Tianhao, she did not have the ability to afford such an expensive item. She turned to look at Chen Tianhao and said softly, "This watch is pretty good, how about this one?" Chen Tianhao shook his head, his eyes swept across the counter, finally stopping on the display cabinet on the other side. There were several more expensive watches on display, each exuding an air of luxury. He pointed to one of the watches and said to the clerk, "Show me that watch." The clerk looked in the direction of his finger, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly walked over to take out the watch. She handed it to Chen Tianhao carefully, with a hint of respect in her tone. "Sir, you have a good eye. This watch is one of the treasures of our store and is worth 1.08 million. When Shen Mengqing heard the price, he was stunned and waved his hand quickly. "Tianhao, this is too expensive. There is no need to buy such an expensive watch." Chen Tianhao smiled, his tone relaxed. It's okay, I think this watch suits you better. As he spoke, he gently put the watch on Shen Mengqing's wrist. The diamonds on the dial sparkled brightly under the light. The design of the strap was exquisite and elegant. When worn on Shen Mengqing's hand, it instantly enhanced her temperament. The clerk looked at Shen Mengqing with envy in his eyes. Miss, your boyfriend is so nice to you. This watch is perfect on your hand. When Shen Mengqing heard the word boyfriend, her face turned slightly red. She wanted to explain that she and Chen Tianhao were not yet in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but she swallowed the words back. She looked down at the watch on her wrist, feeling both touched and dazed. When the man next to him saw this scene, his face instantly turned ugly. He originally thought that he had bought a watch worth more than 300,000 yuan, which was already enough to show off, but he didn't expect that Chen Tianhao would buy a million-level famous watch, which instantly surpassed him. The woman next to him also noticed the watch on Shen Mengqing's hand, and a hint of jealousy and unwillingness flashed in her eyes. She looked down at the watch on her wrist that cost more than 300,000 yuan, and suddenly felt that it was not so good. The woman couldn't help but whispered, "Honey, that watch seems to be much more expensive than ours." The man frowned, his tone somewhat unhappy. "If you like it, buy it, don't worry about others." The woman didn't dare to say anything more, but just lowered her head silently, but her heart was full of envy and jealousy towards Shen Mengqing. Why hasn't she met such a young, handsome, and rich guy? She began to feel jealous of Shen Mengqing again. Chen Tianhao completely ignored the couple's reaction. He took out his card and handed it to the clerk. "This is the watch. Wrap it up." The clerk took the card with a smile on his face. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." Shen Mengqing looked at Chen Tianhao, her eyes full of touching and complicated emotions. "Tianhao, this watch is too valuable, I really can't accept it." Chen Tianhao smiled and said gently, "Don't think too much, as long as you like it. Besides, this watch is worthy of your value." When Shen Mengqing heard this, her heart warmed and her eyes became slightly moist. She had never thought that one day she would be able to own such a luxurious thing, and she never expected that Chen Tianhao would treat her so generously. After all, her life was very difficult before. Her parents quarreled frequently, and her financial conditions were limited, so she had no way of experiencing the kind of life that only appears in TV dramas. Ding, Shen Mengqing's favorability has reached 95. Come on, host. If it reaches 100, the host will be rewarded with 100 million Chinese yuan, plus an additional mysterious reward. The clerk quickly packed the watch and handed it to Chen Tianhao respectfully. "Sir, your watch has been wrapped. Thank you for coming." Chen Tianhao took the watch and handed it to Shen Mengqing. "Take it, it belongs to you." Shen Mengqing took the watch, feeling both touched and a little uneasy. She looked up at Chen Tianhao and said softly, "Tianhao, thank you. You are so kind to me. I don't know how to thank you." Chen Tianhao smiled and said in a relaxed tone, "As long as you're happy. You can do whatever you want." Chapter 32 Supreme Suite. The two were about to leave the watch shop when the man next to them finally couldn't hold back and walked over. With a polite smile on his face, he took the initiative to talk to Chen Tianhao. "My dear brother, you seem to have an extraordinary temperament. You must have made some achievements in some field. Could you please tell me what you are mainly engaged in?" In his heart, the man actually wanted to get to know Chen Tianhao, hoping to have a chat with him, perhaps to find an opportunity for cooperation and broaden his career path. Chen Tianhao glanced at him politely and smiled modestly. "I'm just an ordinary student. I don't have any special achievements. I'm still studying hard." The man's eagerness was clearly undiminished, and he continued, "I'm sorry to bother you. I sincerely wish you all the best in the future." Seeing that Chen Tianhao really had no intention of having a deeper conversation, the man put away his smile, turned around and left. Shen Mengqing took Chen Tianhao's arm, smiled softly and said, "Tianhao, let's go." Chen Tianhao nodded and slowly walked out of the watch shop with Shen Mengqing. As soon as he stepped out of the store, Shen Mengqing couldn't help but laugh softly. That guy just now wanted to show off, but ended up making things worse. By comparison, it seems like we don't need him to make friends. Shen Mengqing really couldn't agree with the man's somewhat deliberate behavior just now, and couldn't help but make a joke. After hearing this, Chen Tianhao also laughed softly and responded easily. "Don't take this kind of person too seriously. Just be happy." Shen Mengqing's eyes were full of tenderness. She tilted her head and said shyly, Tianhao, how about we stay outside today and enjoy this special night? Her thoughts were completely written on her face. At this moment, she was deeply attracted by Qin Tianhao's unique charm and whispered her thoughts. Ding, Xin Mengqing's favorability has reached 100, and you will be rewarded 100 million Chinese yuan. A mysterious reward will be unlocked when the favorability reaches 200. At the same time, you will be rewarded with 52% of the school's food court shares. Ding, Xin Mengqing's favorability has reached 100, triggering the system health check task. After completing it, you can get a medical fund of 1 billion Chinese currency. When the favorability reaches 200, you can start the health insurance plan and get a health subsidy of 50 million Chinese currency every month. Chen Tianhao couldn't help but be surprised when he heard the system prompt. This meant that he had reaped huge wealth and precious rewards again. Shen Mengqing sensed the subtle change in Chen Tianhao's mood, turned around, and asked softly, Tianhao, what are you thinking about? Chen Tianhao came back to his senses, smiled, lowered his head and looked at Shen Mengqing affectionately. Nothing, let's find a quiet and comfortable place and enjoy the good times tonight. Shen Mengqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded gently, her voice soft as a dream. Shen Mengqing's heart was filled with joy and a hint of anticipation. Chen Tianhao held her hand and they walked towards the parking lot together. The Porsche 918 was parked there quietly, and under the reflection of the warm yellow light, it exuded a unique luster that was low-key yet luxurious. Chen Tianhao opened the car door for Shen Mengqing very gentlemanly. After she sat down steadily, he walked around to the driver's seat and drove away. The car was driving steadily. Chen Tianhao turned his head to look at Shen Mengqing with a faint smile on his face. Mengqing, I'm going to take you to a very unforgettable place tonight. Shen Mengqing asked curiously. A special place? It sounds so mysterious. Where is it? Chen Tianhao smiled mysteriously. Keep it a secret for now, you'll know later. After a while, the car drove to the most luxurious 5-star hotel in the city center. The doorman had been waiting at the hotel entrance for a long time. When he saw the Porsche 918 slowly approaching, he immediately stepped forward and politely opened the door. Welcome, sir and madam. The doorman bowed slightly and was very respectful. Chen Tianhao handed the car keys to the doorman, then took Shen Mengqing's hand and walked into the hotel lobby. The lobby is magnificent, with crystal chandeliers casting a soft, charming yet not too glaring light. The air is filled with a light and pleasant fragrance, and the elegance is evident everywhere. When the receptionist saw Chen Tianhao, she immediately smiled professionally and cordially. Mr. Chen, welcome. Your supreme suite has been prepared for you. Here is the room card. Chen Tianhao took the room card and nodded politely. Thanks. When Shen Mengqing heard the word supreme suite, his heart was slightly shocked. Although she was no stranger to luxury in her life, the price and specifications of such a high-end suite still amazed her. She was surprised and asked in a low voice. Tianhao, how much does it cost here for one night? Chen Tianhao smiled and explained patiently. Just over 800,000. Shen Mengqing widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Over 800,000 for one night? Chen Tianhao's seemingly unintentional action made Shen Mengqing have a deeper understanding of him. Shen Mengqing couldn't help but secretly sigh at Chen Tianhao's change. He became confident and generous, exuding a unique charm. Chen Tianhao nodded solemnly, his eyes full of tenderness. As long as you are happy, this little money is nothing to me. A warm feeling surged in Shen Mengqing's heart, and she was deeply moved. She subconsciously held Chen Tianhao's hand tightly. Along the way, she experienced unprecedented excitement, and all this beauty was thanks to Chen Tianhao. The two took the exclusive elevator directly to the top floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, a spacious and elegant suite appeared before our eyes. The suite is beautifully and meticulously decorated. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the city's dazzling night view, making people feel as if they are in a dream, as if the whole world is presented in front of this small window. Shen Mengqing stepped into the suite and couldn't help but exclaim softly. It's so beautiful here. Chen Tianhao walked behind her, gently put his arms around her waist, and asked softly. Do you like it? Shen Mengqing's cheeks flushed, and she nodded and said. I love it, thank you, Tianhao. Chen Tianhao's face was filled with a warm and affectionate smile, and he said softly. As long as you are happy, tonight belongs only to the two of us. After saying that, he gently pulled Shen Mengqing around, their eyes met, and the air seemed to be filled with a sweet scent. Chen Tianhao slowly moved closer and gently kissed Shen Mengqing on the forehead. Shen Mengqing's heartbeat suddenly quickened. She was both nervous and expectant. At this moment, the whole world seemed to have quieted down, leaving only the sound of each other's heartbeats. After the kiss, Chen Tianhao looked at Shen Mengqing affectionately. Mengqing, I don't want to have any regrets tonight. Shen Mengqing blushed and nodded vigorously. Me too. Chen Tianhao took her hand and they walked towards the bedroom of the suite together. The bedroom is also decorated in an extremely luxurious way. The soft bed is covered with a white bedspread and the faint scent of roses lingers in the air, exuding a charming aroma. Shen Mengqing sat shyly by the bed, waiting quietly. Chen Tianhao pulled her to sit down and the two began to chat leisurely. Shen Mengqing was pleasantly surprised to find that Chen Tianhao was not only knowledgeable, but also had his own unique insights into English vocabulary and could share a lot of novel and interesting content. He can also skillfully combine life experience and knowledge, and explain things vividly and in detail, which gives her a whole new feeling about learning. Chen Tianhao patiently responded to every question raised by Shen Mengqing. The two of them spent a warm, romantic, and unforgettable time together during their pleasant communication. Chapter 33 I was very happy last night. The morning sunlight shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows and into the room like a soft veil. The white sheets were coated with a layer of warm glow, emitting a soft luster, and the air was filled with the elegant and charming rose fragrance. Shen Mengqing glanced at the bedsheet inadvertently, and the warm scene of the two of them discussing knowledge together last night came to her mind. Looking back now, those little situations that arose from full commitment seem a little sweet and shy. But what she remembers more is the wonderful time she had traveling in the ocean of knowledge with Chen Tianhao. She turned her head and saw that Chen Tianhao was still sleeping soundly, breathing evenly and deeply. Her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow on her cheeks and there was a satisfied smile on the corner of her mouth, as if she was savoring this wonderful night even in her dreams. Shen Mengqing couldn't help but stretch out her slender fingers and gently slide them across his cheek, her heart filled with gentle ripples. Last night. Shen Mengqing was immersed in the memories of last night. Recalling the scenes of in-depth discussion of foreign language knowledge with Chen Tianhao, learning and communicating with each other, the blush on her cheeks gradually spread. She had never thought that learning could be so interesting and passionate, and that she could express and explore so boldly. All of this was inseparable from Chen Tianhao's guidance and companionship. Chen Tianhao seemed to sense something and slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Shen Mengqing staring at him intently, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose and he said softly, "You're awake, Mengqing." In fact, Chen Tianhao had already woken up. As a college student, although he could be a little naughty occasionally, he had classes today after all. He was indeed greedy for the warmth and comfort of the moment, but when he thought of the system task, he secretly decided in his heart that he could not be so lazy in the future. Shen Mengqing's face was tinged with shyness, as beautiful as a blooming peach blossom. She responded softly. "Yeah, Tianhao. Am I your girlfriend now?" Chen Tianhao asked with a hint of sarcasm, but his eyes were full of seriousness and affection. Shen Mengqing looked at Chen Tianhao shyly, with anticipation glittering in her eyes. "If you are willing to be my boyfriend, I will be your girlfriend. Then I have to test you. Call me husband and give it a try." Chen Tianhao said with a smile, a hint of doting in his tone. "Husband." Shen Mengqing called softly with a sweet smile. Although the two of them had already had intimate exchanges, this was the first time for her to address the other person so directly, and she inevitably felt a little shy and uncomfortable. When Chen Tianhao heard this, his smile became even brighter, as dazzling as a flower blooming in spring. He pulled her into his arms and whispered, "Did you sleep well last night? Do you plan to continue learning foreign languages?" Shen Mengqing nodded playfully, her whole body emitting a sweet smile as if she was illuminated by the sun. "Well, I learned a foreign language with my husband last night. It was really great. I want to continue learning." Chen Tianhao smiled dotingly, that smile was full of love that could not be hidden. "That's good. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to adapt." Shen Mengqing shook her head gently and said softly, "With you by my side, I feel comfortable doing anything and learning new knowledge becomes easy." The two smiled at each other, and a warm atmosphere spread in the room like a gurgling stream, warm and beautiful. Chen Tianhao leaned over and gently kissed her forehead, saying affectionately, "Mengqing, thank you so much for giving me a new understanding of foreign languages. It seems that practice makes perfect, what a profound truth." Shen Mengqing's cheeks flushed. She never expected that Chen Tianhao was not only charming in life, but also had such a profound knowledge of foreign languages. The knowledge he possessed was much richer and more comprehensive than what she had learned from various channels, and it completely overturned her previous understanding of foreign language learning. Shen Mengqing replied shyly. As long as I can make you happy, I will always accompany you to learn foreign languages if you are willing. Chen Tianhao also responded with a smile. Thank you for giving me this wonderful night. I am so pleased with you as my student. Shen Mengqing lowered his head slightly, his voice soft but firm. I also want to thank my husband. I was very happy last night. I didn't expect that learning a foreign language is not only not boring, but also full of fun. Chen Tianhao gently stroked her hair and said softly. The days ahead will always be so sweet, and we will go forward hand in hand on the road of learning together. Shen Mengqing nodded gently, with determination in his eyes. Well, let's study hard together and make progress together. Afterwards, Chen Tianhao and Shen Mengqing continued to immerse themselves in the world of foreign language knowledge. In this time of exploration and knowledge, every minute and every second seems to be endowed with special meaning and becomes more precious. After the study, Chen Tianhao looked at Shen Mengqing with concern. Are you a little tired? Are you hungry? Let's go have breakfast. Shen Mengqing nodded obediently. Okay, I'm a little hungry. Chen Tianhao stood up and brought a soft bathrobe. He put it on Shen Mengqing carefully with gentle and gentlemanly movements, which filled Shen Mengqing's heart with warmth and made her deeply feel this meticulous care. After they finished washing up, Chen Tianhao took Shen Mengqing's hand and walked out of the bedroom. The dining table in the suite was filled with a variety of delicious food. The exquisite presentation looked like a work of art, and the rich aroma was mouth-watering. Shen Mengqing looked at the table full of delicious food and couldn't help but exclaim. Wow, there are so many delicious foods, so tempting. Chen Tianhao explained with a smile. I didn't know what you would like, so I asked the restaurant to prepare some extra food. At least it will help you replenish the energy you consumed in studying. Shen Mengqing was deeply moved and said with a smile. Tianhao, you are so nice to me. I will definitely study foreign languages well in the future. Chen Tianhao shook his head. As long as you are happy, don't be too hard on yourself. The two sat down and began to enjoy a hearty breakfast. Shen Mengqing asked as he ate. Tianhao, do you have any plans for today? Chen Tianhao answered while chewing his food. I have classes in the afternoon, so I have to go back to school. Although skipping classes occasionally is not a big deal, I still have to report to my homeroom teacher. When Shen Mengqing learned that he was going back to school in the afternoon, the smile on her face faded slightly, but she soon smiled again. Yeah, I understand. You have to study hard. I have to go back to the dormitory. Chen Tianhao noticed her disappointment, held her hand tightly, and said gently. Don't be sad, we will have plenty of time to spend together in the future. When I'm free on the weekend, I'll take you out to relax. Shen Mengqing nodded happily, her face flushed again. Okay, it's settled. After breakfast, Chen Tianhao gentlemanly pulled out a chair for Shen Mengqing. The two walked out of the suite together, and Shen Tianhao's cool Porsche 918 was parked quietly at the entrance of the hotel. Chen Tianhao gently opened the passenger door. Let's go. Good. Shen Mengqing got in the car, and Shen Tianhao then returned to the driver's seat, started the Porsche 918 Spider, and the car slowly drove away, heading towards a beautiful new day. Chapter 34 The Big Secret. Shen Mengqing got into the car and felt the luxurious interior and comfortable seats, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. She turned her head and looked at Chen Tianhao's face full of happiness. It was great to have him. The car slowly drove out of the hotel and headed towards Shen Mengqing's university. On the way, Chen Tianhao was driving and chatting with Shen Mengqing in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Shen Mengqing was amused by Chen Tianhao's humor from time to time, and her mood became particularly relaxed. Soon, the car stopped at the door of Shen Mengqing's university dormitory. Chen Tianhao parked the car, turned his head to look at Shen Mengqing, and said softly, Arrive. Shen Mengqing nodded, with a hint of reluctance on her face. She said softly, Thank you for taking me back, Tianhao. Chen Tianhao smiled, reached out and gently rubbed her hair, his tone gentle. You're welcome. Go back and have a good rest. Remember to eat more to replenish your energy. Shen Mengqing blushed and nodded gently. You too, be careful on your way back and stay safe. Chen Tianhao nodded and watched Shen Mengqing get off the car. Shen Mengqing stood at the dormitory door, turned around and waved at him, then turned and walked into the dormitory building. As soon as Shen Mengqing walked into the dormitory building, she felt that the looks around her were a little strange. She frowned slightly, but could do nothing about the gossip. She didn't think much about it and walked straight towards her dormitory. However, she didn't know that the moment she got off the bus, several boys near the dormitory building had noticed her. They saw Shen Mengqing getting out of a luxurious Porsche 918. In the driver's seat was a young and handsome boy, and the interaction between the two seemed very intimate. "Isn't that Shen Mengqing? It looks like a huge and earth-shattering battle took place yesterday," a boy whispered, with surprise and envy in his tone. "Yeah, it looks like she spent the night with that boy. I didn't expect that our school beauty would fall one day." The other boy shook his head, with a hint of envy in his tone. "Who is that boy?" "He's driving a Porsche 918, so he's definitely not an ordinary person." "Could he be the great guy in the forum?" The third boy came over and asked curiously. "Maybe, but judging from his temperament, he must be a rich second generation. Ordinary people like us don't even have the chance to get close to the school bell." The first boy sighed, his tone full of helplessness. Several people were talking about it, and soon, this scene was captured by one of the boys with his mobile phone and quickly uploaded to the school forum. He casually edited a title, "School Beauty Stayed Out All Night, Shocking Secret." Once the post was published, it immediately caused a huge sensation. Students on the forum clicked on the post one after another. In the photo, Shen Mengqing is seen getting out of a luxury car with a sweet smile on her face. Although the boy in the car only shows his side face, his handsomeness and extraordinary temperament can still be seen. "Oh my god, this isn't the school beauty, this is the guy from last time? This boy is so fierce. He got the school beauty right away?" It turns out that the school beauty is not something that ordinary people can pursue. It seems that all the boys in our school have no chance. But having said that, this boy is really handsome, and he is my type. The comments on the forum instantly flooded the screen, the popularity of the post quickly climbed, and soon became the hot topic of the day. As the school belle, Shen Mengqing has always been a goddess in the hearts of many boys, so her love life has naturally attracted much attention. This time, she was suddenly photographed interacting closely with a mysterious boy, which naturally triggered countless speculations and discussions. At the same time, Shen Mengqing had just returned to the dormitory when her roommate Zhang Lin came over with a gossipy look on her face. "Mengqing, where did you sleep last night? Is that what happened?" Shen Mengqing was stunned, but soon regained her composure. "Yeah." Xiaoling blinked and said meaningfully. "I just saw someone post on the forum saying you got out of a Porsche. I didn't expect you guys to progress so fast." Shen Mengqing was shocked. She didn't expect that the matter between her and Shen Tianhao would spread so quickly. She smiled awkwardly and said softly, "It's nothing. They will know it later anyway. Soon." In Shen Mengqing's dormitory, Zhang Lin, Lei Ting and Wang Hui sat around her bed, staring at the shining watch on her wrist. The dial is inlaid with exquisite diamonds and the strap is made of soft crocodile leather. You can tell at a glance that it is worth a lot of money. "Mengqing, this watch, wasn't it given by Chen Tianhao?" Zhang Lin couldn't help but ask, his tone full of envy. Shen Mengqing smiled slightly and nodded gently. "Yes, he gave it to me." "Oh my god. This is a Patek Philippe women's watch. It must cost at least $1 million. Lei Ting widened her eyes and couldn't help but reach out to touch the strap, as if she could feel the luxury in this way. Wang Hui was amazed at the sidelines. "Mengqing, you really found a treasure this time. Chen Tianhao is not only handsome, but also so generous. He is simply the perfect boyfriend." A blush appeared on Shen Mengqing's face, but her heart was full of sweetness. She looked down at the watch on her wrist, and the gentle expression on Chen Tianhao's face when he gave her the gift emerged in her mind. "Not only watches, he also bought me a lot of clothes and bags." Shen Mengqing pointed to the luxury bags piled up beside the bed, with a hint of pride in her tone. Zhang Lin, Lei Ting and Wang Hui immediately went over to look through the brand-name packaging bags, exclaiming in amazement every time they took out a piece of clothing or a bag. "This must be Chanel's latest model. I saw it in a magazine a few days ago, and the price is shockingly high." Zhang Lin picked up an exquisite dress and her eyes almost popped out. "And this Hermes bag. Mengqing, you are so lucky." Lei Ting was holding an orange platinum bag and was almost drooling with envy. Wang Hui picked up a Cartier bracelet and examined it carefully. "Mengqing, Chen Tianhao was really willing to spend money on you. All this added up, it must be at least $1 million. Shen Mengqing smiled and didn't answer directly, but her eyes were full of satisfaction and happiness. She knew that Chen Tianhao's kindness to her was not only reflected in these luxury goods, but more importantly, his care and consideration for her. Every time she was with him, she could feel an unprecedented sense of security and happiness. Mengqing, you must hold on to Chen Tianhao. You can't just meet a man like him. Zhang Lin patted Shen Mengqing on the shoulder with a hint of envy in his tone. Shen Mengqing nodded and secretly made up her mind. She knew that Chen Tianhao was an excellent man and there must be no shortage of suitors around him. If she wants to keep him for a long time, she must work harder to maintain this relationship. I will. Shen Mengqing said softly, with a firm look in his eyes. Chapter 35. I will continue to work hard. Chen Tianhao pushed open the door of the dormitory with a hint of fatigue on his face, but a satisfied smile in his eyes. As soon as he walked into the dormitory, Zhao Peng and Chen Xing immediately jumped up from their beds, as if they had been waiting for him to come back. Hey, Tianhao, you finally decided to come back? Zhao Peng had a wicked smile on his face, his phone in his hand, and he had obviously seen the post on the forum. Chen Xing also came over, patted Chen Tianhao on the shoulder, and said jokingly, Tianhao, this is big news. Did you go on a date with that girl from another school last night? Tell me how it went. It turned out that what happened to Chen Tianhao and Shen Mengqing last night was also posted on the University Town Forum, which surprised Chen Xing. He didn't expect Chen Tianhao to be so powerful. He has won over all the campus beauties from other schools. Judging from the girls on the forum, they are quite pretty. Chen Tianhao smiled and did not answer directly. He just walked to his bed and sat down, picked up a bottle of water and took a sip. He knew that these two roommates would not let him go easily, but he didn't want to explain, as the more he explained, the worse it would be. Tianhao, stop pretending and tell me what happened last night. Zhao Peng refused to give in and sat directly next to Chen Tianhao, looking like he wanted to know something about this. Chen Xing also followed suit. That's right, Tianhao, this is the top news in our dormitory. You're a girl from another school. I heard she's even a campus beauty. Tell me, how far have you guys progressed? Chen Tianhao shook his head helplessly and said with a smile. It's just a normal date, what's the big deal? A normal date. Zhao Peng widened his eyes, looking unconvinced. You can give a Patek Philippe as a gift for an ordinary date, Tianhao, your ordinariness is really enviable. Chen Xing also laughed and deliberately imitated Chen Tianhao's tone. Yes, Tianhao, your ordinary is really extraordinary. Tell me, did you have a seafood feast last night? Chen Tianhao interrupted him with a smile. Yes. Chen Tianhao also acted innocent. Envy, and still envy. This is what Zhao Peng and Chen Xing are thinking at the moment. Chen Xing didn't expect that the most handsome guy in his dormitory didn't have a girlfriend yet, while Chen Tianhao was already enjoying the seafood buffet. Not to mention Zhao Peng, he has never touched a girl's hand, a typical otaku. I am extremely envious of Chen Tianhao. It would be great if I could replace Chen Tianhao. It seems that they no longer belong to the same world. At this time, Zhao Peng suddenly stood up and exaggeratedly imitated Chen Tianhao's tone. My dear, this watch suits you very well. I hope you like it. Chen Xing also joined in the fun, pretending to be the girl from another school, and said in a delicate voice. Tianhao, you are so nice to me. I love you so much. Watching the two people's lifelike performance, Chen Tianhao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chen Tianhao also shook his head helplessly and said helplessly. You two are really good, please let me go. Just then, a burst of silly laughter came from the corner of the dormitory. Chen Tianhao turned around and found Fuyu lying on the bed, holding a mobile phone in his hand and a silly smile on his face, obviously chatting with a girl. Chen Tianhao and the other two were not surprised by this and asked Fuyu if he wanted to go to class together. Fuyu asked Chen Tianhao and the others to go first and he would go later. In this way, Chen Tianhao, Zhao Peng and Chen Xing walked towards the classroom together. On the way, Zhao Peng kept teasing Chen Tianhao. Tianhao, do you think Mr. Wen would look at you differently if he knew how capable you are? Zhao Peng said with a wink. Chen Xing also echoed. Tianhao, you are now a famous figure in our class. You even got the beauty from another school. Teacher Wen might also take a new look at you. Chen Tianhao smiled helplessly and shook his head. You two should stop making trouble. Teacher Wen is teaching a serious class. Don't say anything. If the teacher hears you, you will be in trouble. Zhao Peng chuckled. Take class seriously, Tianhao, don't play dumb. Teacher Wen is a famous beautiful teacher in our school. Many boys go to class just to see her. Don't you have any ideas? Chen Tianhao didn't want to explain this topic to them in too much detail, so he quickened his pace. Seeing this, Chen Xing and Zhao Peng hurriedly followed, still teasing. When they arrived at the classroom, the three of them found a seat near the back and sat down. Not long after, teacher Wen Shudong walked into the classroom. She was wearing a simple business suit, with long hair draped over her shoulders, and had an elegant temperament. She attracted everyone's attention as soon as she entered the door. She has a curvy figure and is very sexy. I have to say she is definitely a beauty. When Shudong stood on the podium, smiled slightly, and spoke in a gentle and clear voice. Students, today we will continue to explain the content of the last lesson. Please open your textbooks. Chen Tianhao opened the textbook, but his eyes unconsciously fell on Wen Shudong. Her teaching style is relaxed and interesting, and she would occasionally intersperse some small stories from life, which made everyone laugh continuously. Zhao Peng leaned close to Chen Tianhao's ear and whispered. Tianhao, look how gentle teacher Wen is. If you can win her over, you'll be a legend in our class. Chen Tianhao glared at him and replied in a low voice. Stop talking nonsense and pay attention to the class. Chen Xing was laughing secretly on the side, obviously also finding Zhao Peng's teasing amusing. During the break, when Shudong walked to the back of the classroom and said to Chen Tianhao with a smile. Chen Tianhao, you did a good job on your last assignment. Keep it up. It turns out that Chen Tianhao used to be a good boy who studied hard. He wanted to buy a house, get married, and have children in Donghai City. Since the system came, I am not so concerned about this matter and just want to rely on the system. Teacher Wen's words also gave Chen Tianhao a deep insight. It seems that he should not forget to learn foreign languages. You have to learn foreign languages, otherwise what will you do if you meet foreigners in the future? Chen Tianhao also felt a sense of crisis. At the same time, Chen Tianhao was a little surprised. He didn't expect Wen Shudong to come and praise him specially. He nodded and responded politely. Thank you, Mr. Wen. I will continue to work hard. Wen Shudong smiled slightly, turned around and returned to the podium. Seeing this, Zhao Peng and Chen Xing immediately came over with a sly smile on their faces. Tianhao, teacher Wen has a special opinion of you. It seems you have a chance. Zhao Peng said with a wink. Chen Xing also followed suit. That's right, Tianhao, your charm is really invincible. Even teacher Wen is attracted by you. Chen Tianhao shook his head helplessly, too lazy to pay attention to them anymore. He looked up at Wen Shudong on the podium, and couldn't help but look at Wen Shudong a few more times. She was indeed a very charming woman, which made the giant dragon unable to help but soar. After the bell rang, Chen Tianhao packed up his books and prepared to leave the classroom. Zhao Peng and Chen Xing were still chattering about Wen Shudong in the back, while Chen Tianhao walked out of the classroom silently. As soon as he walked out of the teaching building, Chen Tianhao's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Lu Ruyan. Tianhao, are you free tonight? My best friend is coming over, and I want to bring her to meet you. Chen Tianhao looked at the screen of his mobile phone, feeling helpless. He was really overwhelmed and could only lie to Lu Ruyan in order to attend the auction. He quickly replied, I have class tonight, let's do it tomorrow. Good. Chapter 36, Not Deeply Acquainted. Lu Ruyan put away her phone and a sweet smile appeared on her face. She turned to look at her best friend Su Ningxi, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ningxi, Tianhao promised to see you tomorrow. There was a hint of joy in Lu Ruyan's tone. Su Ningxi raised her eyebrows, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. It seems that your boyfriend is quite busy. He is not free tonight. If it were me, I would definitely not let you go. I would treat you well tonight. Su Ningxi also joked. Lu Ruyan gently pushed Su Ningxi's shoulder and said angrily. Don't talk nonsense. Tianhao really has classes. He is usually very busy and studies very seriously. Su Ningxi shrugged and said helplessly. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. Anyway, I'll be able to meet him tomorrow. I want to see what kind of boy can make us Ruyan so fascinated. Lu Ruyan's face flushed slightly, and she whispered. Don't talk nonsense, I just think he's nice. He bought me such a big villa. Do you think it's possible for someone else? Su Ningxi was also shocked when she heard that Chen Tianhao bought a villa worth 36 million yuan for Lu Ruyan. I didn't expect there really is such a generous person. While I feel happy for Lu Ruyan, I also envy her. Suningshi also took Lu Ruyan's arm. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. But when we meet tomorrow, I will have to carefully inspect him to see if he is worthy of us, Ruyan. The economic strength is good, but I don't know about other aspects. Is it like what Lu Ruyan said, male college students, handsome, rich? These 6 excellent conditions are met. Lu Ruyan sighed softly. Chen Tianhao was good to her in every way, but when she thought that Chen Tianhao might meet many girls outside, Lu Ruyan felt a sense of urgency. Suningshi has always been picky, especially when it comes to boys, and has extremely high requirements. But Lu Ruyan has confidence in Chen Tianhao. There is no one in the world who is more generous to her than Chen Tianhao, and even if there is someone like that, Lu Ruyan cannot get in touch with him. Ningxi, don't worry, I will definitely meet your requirements. Lu Ruyan said with relief. Su Ningxi blinked and said innocently. Really, is he as good as you say? Lu Ruyan nodded. Chen Tianhao hung up the phone and returned to the dormitory with Chen Xing and Zhao Peng. After a simple wash, he went to the parking lot and drove his Porsche 918 to the auction. Chen Tianhao parked his car in the parking lot dedicated to the auction, which was already full of various luxury cars. Rolls-Royce, Lamborghini, Ferrari, and other luxury cars were shining with noble light in the sun. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he was surrounded by luxury cars. He walked towards the auction gate and saw a familiar figure, Zhang Hao, from afar. Zhang Hao was wearing a black custom-made suit and his hair was meticulously groomed. He looked handsome and confident. The two exchanged a few brief greetings and then walked into the auction venue together. As soon as he entered the auction site, Chen Tianhao was shocked by the extreme luxury here. The dome of the entire venue is extremely high, and under the shining crystal chandeliers, it reflects charming light, as if countless stars have fallen here. The floor is covered with shiny marble, the patterns of which look like natural ink paintings. Various priceless sculptures and antique vases are placed around the venue. Some are solemn, some are lively, as if silently telling the glory of the past. The people attending the meeting were all wealthy or noble, and most of the men were wearing exquisite high-end suits. The ladies wore gorgeous evening gowns and precious jewelry to show their extraordinary beauty. There are small tables in the corners of the venue, on which are displayed top-quality champagnes and various rare cigars. Waiters move quietly and professionally among them, ready to serve the guests at any time. Half an hour later, the auction began. A graceful middle-aged man walked up to the auction table. His voice was steady and magnetic, and it was clearly transmitted to every corner through the speakers in the venue. Welcome all distinguished guests to this auction. We have prepared many rare treasures for you today. After saying that, he gently knocked the hammer in his hand. The first auction item is an ancient porcelain, a fine product handed down from the Sui dynasty. The glaze on the porcelain is as smooth as mutton fat jade, and it emits a charming halo under the light. The auctioneer began to introduce the origin, production process, and historical value of this porcelain. As he spoke, the eyes of the bidders below the stage became more and more enthusiastic, the sounds of raising placards rose one after another, and the price soared. 1 million. 2 million. Chen Tianhao watched all this attentively. He didn't have a deep understanding of these things and didn't have much interest in them. Just as Chen Tianhao was about to go through the motions, suddenly, a system voice rang in his mind. Byte. 1 reward auction card, buy an item at the auction and get 10 times the money back. This sound was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly exciting his originally calm heart. Originally, Chen Tianhao just wanted to come and watch the excitement, but now he was inspired by the system and instantly became interested and began waiting for the right auction item. As the auction progressed, the quality of the items became higher and higher. There is a blue diamond the size of an egg, and its deep blue color seems to be able to absorb the human soul into it. There is also an oil painting by a famous painter but has never been publicly shown. The brushstrokes and colors all demonstrate the painter's extraordinary artistic attainments. Suddenly, Chen Tianhao also saw a familiar figure, Wen Shadong, the university teacher he had just met in college. Thinking of this, Chen Tianhao was ready to go over and say hello. After all, Wen Shadong had taken good care of him at school. Chen Tianhao also walked to Wen Shadong with a smile and nodded politely. Teacher 1, I didn't expect to meet you here. It seems that we are destined to meet. Wen Shutong's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect to see Chen Tianhao here. Then he smiled gently. Tianhao, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to come to the auction. It seems I don't know you well enough. Wen Shudong also looked at Chen Tianhao deeply. After all, the threshold for entering the auction is that assets must reach hundreds of millions to enter, or someone must have invited you. Either way, it shows that Chen Tianhao has a strong background. So I also greeted Chen Tianhao, this student who was quite familiar to me, and appeared on this occasion. It also made Wen Shudong seem so unfamiliar and curious about Chen Tianhao. Chapter 37 Social Times. Chen Tianhao raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a relaxed smile, and said softly, "Teacher Wen, I just came here to join in the fun. I didn't expect to meet you here. I have also heard about your interest in auctions. It seems that our interests in this kind of occasions are quite compatible." When Shudong nodded gently, his eyes fell on the auction table, his eyes sparkling, and he said with emotion, "Yes, these artworks and antiques are like silent history books, each of which contains profound history and culture. Every time I attend an auction, I can gain a lot of valuable knowledge from it." Chen Tianhao followed her gaze and saw the auctioneer enthusiastically introducing an exquisite bronzeware. The bidders in the audience were very enthusiastic and the shouts of bidding were heard one after another. He suddenly thought of the auction card that the system had just awarded him, and asked Wen Shudong softly, "Teacher Wen, what do you think of this bronze artifact?" Wen Shudong carefully examined the bronze artifacts on the auction table, nodded slightly and said, "This bronzeware is very well preserved, with delicate and exquisite patterns. Judging from the craftsmanship and style, it should be a work from the Warring States period, and has extremely high historical and artistic value." Chen Tianhao nodded thoughtfully, secretly weighing whether to raise his hand to bid. At this time, the auctioneer announced the starting price. The starting price for this bronze artifact is 9 million, and each bid increase must not be less than 100,000. Someone in the audience quickly responded with a bid, 9.5 million. 10 million. 12 million. Prices are rising like a rocket. Chen Tianhao glanced at Wen Shudong and saw that she was focused and obviously interested in this bronze artifact. He made up his mind and raised the sign in his hand. 18 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue fell silent for a moment. Many bidders turned to look at Chen Tianhao, their eyes full of surprise and curiosity. Wen Shudong also glanced sideways, with a hint of approval in his eyes. The auctioneer struck the hammer. 18 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? After a brief silence, someone on the other side shouted, 20 million. Chen Tianhao did not hesitate and immediately raised the sign again. 30 million. This time, the venue was completely silent. The auctioneer looked around the room and saw that no one was bidding, so he firmly knocked down the hammer. 30 million, deal. Congratulations to this gentleman. Everyone around was shocked by Chen Tianhao's generosity. They cast curious glances at him and speculated about his identity. The auction continued, and another lady was attracted by his generosity and walked towards Chen Tianhao with a sweet smile. Ding! Be alert, number of love affairs, 55, number of social interactions, 99 plus. The system reminder suddenly sounded in Chen Tianhao's mind. A lady in a red evening gown was seen swaying and walking towards him gracefully. The scent of her perfume filled the air, but Chen Tianhao was not confused. "Sir, you are really extraordinary. I am Su Yao, and it is an honor to meet you." As she spoke, she extended her hand politely. Chen Tianhao shook his hand politely and then gently withdrew his hand. Wen Shudong then spoke softly. "I didn't expect you to be popular with girls." At this time, a lady wearing gorgeous jewelry came over with a glass of champagne and said in a delicate voice, "Handsome guy, you are young and handsome, you must have a lot of interesting stories. How about I chat with you?" After saying that, she handed the note to Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao just smiled and declined. "Thank you, I'm not very convenient right now." Number of system checks. Chen Tianhao muttered to himself. Love 8, social 6. Seeing this, Chen Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the situations were not all tricky. However, the commotion that had just been caused did not subside. Seeing that Chen Tianhao did not continue to bid for the necklace, Ms. Su Yao thought that he was reserving his strength, so she took a step closer and said, "Sir, are you not interested in this necklace? I think it suits you very well." When Chen Tianhao saw that it was this girl again, he felt a little helpless, but he still politely refused. "Ms. Su, thank you for your recommendation, but I already have plans in mind, so I don't have any plans in this regard for now. I want to take a look at the items in the back first." Su Yao was a little embarrassed, but unwilling to give up this opportunity, so she continued. Sir, there are still many exquisite jewelry items in the auction later. Maybe there will be something that suits your taste. When Shudong saw the scene, gently pulled Chen Tianhao's sleeve, smiled softly and said, There are many people here, and your high-profile offer has attracted the attention of many girls. Chen Tianhao nodded slightly to show that he understood. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the auction card and receiving a tenfold return. 300 million yuan has been transferred to your account. Chen Tianhao was delighted in his heart, but his face remained calm. He turned to look at Wen Shudong and said sincerely, Teacher 1, I'll give you this bronze artifact as a token of my appreciation. Wen Shudong was stunned for a moment, then quickly shook his head and smiled. How can this be possible? I dare not accept such a valuable item. Chen Tianhao insisted. Teacher 1, you just said that this bronze artifact has a high historical value. If it is kept by you, more people will be able to appreciate its charm. I know you are just being modest. Your knowledge and insights will surely make it more useful. Seeing his sincere attitude, Wen Shudong hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Well, I'll keep it for you. But I'll remember this favor. It's okay, Teacher 1. I hope I can have more opportunities to listen to your teachings and learn historical and cultural knowledge in the future. Good. Wen Shudong did not hear the hidden meaning in Chen Tianhao's words. He just thought that Chen Tianhao was a college student who loved studying. After all, the image he showed now was very consistent with his previous personality. Chen Tianhao smiled and said no more. As the auction continued, Chen Tianhao felt much more relaxed. With the system's tenfold return, he not only did not suffer any losses, but instead made a fortune. Now the account funds have reached more than 500 million, which is a real cash inflow, making him more confident about future development. In the following time, he chatted leisurely with Wen Shudong while paying attention to the progress of the auction. Occasionally, he would cautiously raise his paddle to participate in the bidding, but he did not make a high bid. The auction was still proceeding in an orderly manner, and Chen Tianhao's mood became more and more cheerful with the revenue of 300 million. However, it wasn't long before he noticed that the atmosphere around him became a little strange. He looked up and saw a man in a black tailored suit and red tie walking towards their seats. The man was about 30 years old and had a handsome face, but his eyes revealed arrogance. It seems that the good show was about to begin. Chapter 38. A Donghai University student. The man was one of Wen Shutong's suitors, named Lin Yu. He was the son of a large enterprise in the city, with a huge fortune, and was usually arrogant and domineering. At this time, he walked to Chen Tianhao's seat, glanced at Chen Tianhao who was sitting there, then looked at Wen Shudong, and said with disdain, Wen Shudong, who is this? How did he get to sit in your seat? Wen Shudong frowned and said, Lin Yu, don't be so rude, this is my friend. Wen Shudong really disliked Lin Yu, this playboy, if not for the fact that his family was in a financial crisis. The Wen family had to rely on the Lin family for help, and Wen Shudong would not pay any attention to a playboy like Lin Yu. Lin Yu then turned his gaze back to Chen Tianhao, looked him up and down with contempt, and snorted coldly. He looks like a poor boy with little knowledge. You probably just found him to fill in the gap. After all, Lin Yu had just come in and had not seen Chen Tianhao's strength just now. I thought it was just a shield that Wen Shudong found casually. Wen Shudong, you are someone who often attends such high-end events, so your seat should naturally be occupied by people of status. Wen Shutong's face darkened and he said, Lin Yu, don't go too far. Chen Tianhao is a guest, how can you say that? Chen Tianhao was not angry, but stood up with a smile and said, Then I'll give it to you. Chen Tianhao also didn't want to get involved in this kind of family struggle, which was not in line with his plan. When Lin Yu heard what Chen Tianhao said, he thought that Chen Tianhao was scared by him and became even more proud. He swaggered to sit in that position, then leaned towards Wen Shudong and said, Shudong, I knew you wouldn't be the type to hang out with people casually. I'll take you to meet some friends. They're all big shots. Wen Shudong did not appreciate it. She stood up and said, Lin Yu, I don't want to go. I want to continue chatting with Chen Tianhao about these antiques. Lin Yu felt a little embarrassed at this time. He stood up and said to Chen Tianhao unceremoniously, Kid, if you know what's good for you, leave now and don't ruin my good deeds here. After saying that, he wanted to push Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao dodged Lin Yu's push with a slight move. He looked at Lin Yu, still smiling, and said, "Mr. Lin, this doesn't seem very polite. This is an auction, and everyone should follow basic etiquette. Besides, Mr. Wen hasn't said he wants to go with you yet." Originally, Chen Tianhao didn't want this to happen, but since Lin Yu provoked him like this, he had to take action. Lin Yu was furious and wanted to continue attacking Chen Tianhao. At this moment, Wen Shudong said angrily, "Lin Yu, if you continue to act unreasonably like this, then we won't meet again." Seeing that Wen Shudong was a little angry, Lin Yu restrained himself a little. He looked at Chen Tianhao fiercely and said, "You're lucky today, kid." Then he left in disgrace. Wen Shudong returned to his seat and said to Chen Tianhao, "Lin Yu is like this. He likes to show off with his friends everywhere. Thank you for not getting angry with him today." Chen Tianhao waved his hand and said, "Teacher Wen, it's a small matter. The auction has to go on. Let's continue and see if there are any good things." So, the two of them sat down again and began to pay attention to the subsequent developments of the auction. After leaving the auction, Lin Yu returned to his luxury car angrily. He sat down in the seat and spat fiercely at the void outside the car window. It seems that boy is tired of living. Then, he made a phone call and said in a commanding tone, "Xiao Chang, check this person for me." "Yes, the guy at the auction today. He looks a bit eye-catching. We need to find out who he is." His subordinate Xiao Chang was also a man who was quick to act and answered immediately. "Mr. Lin, don't worry, leave it to me. I will definitely give you news within half an hour." Lin Yu hung up the phone with satisfaction, tapping his fingers casually on his knees, thinking in his mind. He thought, if this kid really had some background, then let today's incident go. If not, don't blame him for being rude. As for Wen Shudong and Chen Tianhao, they continued to sit quietly in their seats at the auction. Wen Shudong would steal a glance at Chen Tianhao from time to time, secretly sighing that this kid's performance today was really unexpected. He didn't expect that Chen Tianhao, whom he once thought was just an ordinary student, was actually so extraordinary. He could remain calm even when facing a playboy like Lin Yu. Chen Tianhao seemed to see what Wen Shudong was thinking and broke the silence with a smile. "Teacher Wen, what's wrong? I have a flower on my face and you keep looking at me?" Wen Shudong blushed, shook his head quickly, and said, "Nothing. It's just that today, thanks to you, otherwise I would have to deal with that Lin Yu again." Chen Tianhao waved his hand. "It's nothing. I just don't want to make a scene in public." The auction continued, and the price of an important antique vase soared. Lin Yu returned to the seat where he and his friends sat before. Seeing his angry look, his friends joked, "Mr. Lin, who offended you?" Lin Yu snorted. "I just ran into a kid who didn't know his place and almost ruined my good fortune." His friends asked curiously about what happened. Lin Yu gave a brief account of what happened and even exaggerated Chen Tianhao's various rude behaviors. One of his friends frowned after hearing this. "Mr. Lin, this guy sounds like he's not a simple guy. You have to be careful and don't let him capsize in the ditch." Lin Yu didn't care. What kind of background can he have? He's just a poor boy who doesn't know anything. Although he said this, he was even more curious about Chen Tianhao. Bite. Turn on the phone screen. "Mr. Lin, I found out." Chen Tianhao, male, 18 years old, apparently a college student in Donghai City. But his background is very clean, so clean that it's a little abnormal. He has no family background, no business records, and even very few social media accounts. Lin Yu frowned and tapped quickly on the screen. "That's all?" "The strangest thing is," Xiao Qiang quickly replied, "we found out that he only appeared in this city in the last 3 months, and his previous records were almost blank." Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, thinking, "Kind. Too clean." His background made him even more alert. He dialed an encrypted number, speaking in a low voice. "Xiao Qiang, help me check this person, dig deep." After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu curled up the corners of his mouth in a sneer. He is not the kind of playboy who only knows how to spend money. The Lin family can stand firm in the business world because of this prudence. However, he was determined to get the piece of fat meat of the Wen family, and he would never let anyone ruin his plan with Wen Shudong as a chess piece. Chapter 39, Celebrity. As the auction drew to a close, Wen Shudong stood up gracefully with a gentle smile on his face. "Chen Tianhao, I really enjoyed today. I hope we can have such an opportunity to enjoy an auction together in the future. Chen Tianhao also stood up and responded politely. Teacher 1, I also gained a lot today. If there is a suitable opportunity, I would be happy to come together again. The two walked out of the auction hall side by side, with the warm sunlight shining on them. When Shudong suddenly stopped, looked at Chen Tianhao seriously and said, Chen Tianhao, no matter who you are or why you are here, I am very grateful that you have always been by my side. Because I see some different qualities in you. When Shudong expressed his gratitude sincerely, Chen Tianhao was slightly startled, then smiled and said, Thank you for the compliment, teacher. After saying that, Chen Tianhao and Wen Shudong said goodbye solemnly. After parting with Wen Shudong, Jiang Hao led a few stylishly dressed and imposing young people towards Chen Tianhao. From a distance, Jiang Hao waved and shouted enthusiastically, Mr. Chen! This way! When he got closer, Jiang Hao put his arm around Chen Tianhao's shoulders and introduced him to everyone. This is Mr. Chen Tianhao whom I mentioned to you. A man in a fine suit raised his eyebrows slightly. Is that Chen Tianhao, the bronzeware that sold for 30 million at the auction? As he spoke, he looked Chen Tianhao up and down, and when he saw the valuable Patek Philippe watch on Chen Tianhao's hand, there was obviously a little more importance in his eyes. It was just luck. Chen Tianhao smiled modestly. Zhao Tai, who was wearing earrings, also clapped. I will hold a party on my yacht next Saturday. There will be many outstanding young people there. I wonder if Mr. Chen is interested in attending? After a brief thought, Chen Tianhao nodded and accepted Zhao Tai's invitation. In his opinion, using this social circle would be beneficial to his plan. Then I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Zhao. I will be there on time and enjoy the party. Zhao Tai always had a perfect smile on his face, but his eyes showed a subtle calculation and complacency. He was thinking that after he had completely brought Chen Tianhao into his circle, he would be able to benefit from Chen Tianhao's amazing performance at the auction, whether in terms of business investment or resource integration. Influenced by Zhao Tai, the others also gathered around Chen Tianhao more enthusiastically. A handsome man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, holding a wine glass in his hand, walked around Chen Tianhao and said with a smile on his face, Mr. Chen, I have long heard of your great name. Today I finally get to see you in person. You are indeed dignified and elegant. I toast you with this glass of wine. I hope I can have more opportunities to communicate and learn with you in the future. Chen Tianhao nodded slightly, took the wine glass and took a sip, then politely put it aside and said with a smile, Thank you for the compliment. I really don't deserve it. You are all industry elites and outstanding people. It is my honor to meet you. After saying that, Chen Tianhao took out his mobile phone, exchanged contact information with the man and kept it safely. Seeing this, the man smiled even brighter and quickly introduced himself. Mr. Chen, I'm so sorry. I was so nervous that I forgot. My name is Zhao Gang. If you have any instructions in the future, just let me know. Chen Tianhao responded with a smile. I will definitely consider it. Here, several celebrities seemed to have a telepathic connection and gathered around almost at the same time. One of them, a tall young woman with exquisite makeup, walked up to Chen Tianhao first, raised her head slightly, and said with confidence and charm in her eyes, Mr. Chen, you are undoubtedly the focus of the whole audience today. You are shining brightly. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to have a cup of coffee together? Chen Tianhao smiled politely, but before he could respond, a cute and lovely socialite next to him quickly took over the conversation. Mr. Chen, I have the latest limited edition dessert here. It's unique and delicious. It's perfect for eating now. Let's go and try it together. Other celebrities also chimed in, throwing out their own reasons to invite Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao looked at these young and beautiful women in front of him, smiled helplessly, and said, I appreciate the kindness of all the ladies, but my schedule is so full today that I really can't spare the time. How about we make an appointment another day? In addition, I also hope to exchange contact information with you so that we can communicate in the future. Hearing this, the socialites took out their mobile phones and enthusiastically exchanged contact information with Chen Tianhao, their eyes full of anticipation and sweetness. After Chen Tianhao put away his phone, he secretly congratulated himself for being smart. While chatting with the socialites, he quietly started the system test again. In his eyes, data icons representing social intention intensity were flashing above the heads of these socialites. Most of the values were on the high side, and some were even marked in red as a warning. Chen Tianhao couldn't help but shudder. These seemingly radiant, gentle, and charming women actually had such complicated thoughts hidden behind them. His legs felt slightly weak, and all sorts of possible social traps flashed through his mind. Fortunately, there is this function in the system. Otherwise, if I were to get caught up in it without knowing it, I would probably be like the saying, even a hero can be tempted by beauty and be tricked without even realizing it. Chen Tianhao thought to himself that in this seemingly elegant social circle, the means of these socialites should not be underestimated. They were like masters who were hiding their true abilities. Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen. The sweet voice of a socialite brought Chen Tianhao back from his thoughts. Chen Tianhao looked up and saw several socialites still looking at him eagerly, as if waiting for him to change his mind. Everyone, I'm really sorry, I do have some important things to deal with right now, and we must get together some other day. Chen Tianhao said sincerely, thinking to himself that he really shouldn't have added so many socialites on WeChat casually. Seeing that he had made up his mind, the ladies were a little disappointed, but they couldn't force him to stay. The tall woman in the lead bit her lip and said, "Well, Mr. Chen. Let's find another opportunity to get together some other day. You must come then." Chen Tianhao nodded, said goodbye to them one by one, and quickly left the area. At this time, Jiang Hao came forward, patted him on the shoulder gently, and said with a smile, "Mr. Chen, I was watching over there just now. Your charm is simply irresistible. These beauties are all in love with you." Chen Tianhao smiled bitterly and said, "Mr. Jiang, you are kidding me. If I hadn't come to my senses in time, I would have almost fallen into the trap. I just checked them with the system and found that their social intention intensity is quite high. I dare not take the risk." Jiang Hao was stunned at first, then he reacted and laughed. "Ha, Tianhao, your statement is really interesting. There is no such thing as social intention intensity. But you are right. Some girls in this circle may seem weak and harmless, but they are actually very complicated. You are new here, so you need to slowly adapt to it." Chen Tianhao said seriously. "Master Jiang, I now understand that no matter if it's a seemingly enthusiastic invitation to a party or someone of the opposite sex who actively shows affection, there may be a purpose behind it. There are too many twists and turns in this circle." Jiang Hao nodded and said meaningfully, "Mr. Chen, you are right, but there are many sincere friends in this circle, and there are still many sincere friendships worth grasping. The key is to learn to distinguish and find those who are truly worth associating with." Chen Tianhao looked at Jiang Hao gratefully. "Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Jiang. I'll take my time. I won't make any mistakes easily." Jiang Hao then cleverly changed the subject. "Mr. Chen's demeanor at the auction just now really impressed everyone. Those beauties were deeply attracted by your charm." Chen Tianhao just smiled. He knew very well that these women approached him actively because they were attracted by his wealth and status. But in this circle, accumulating these connections may help his next series of plans, so he is willing to cooperate appropriately and maintain a harmonious relationship on the surface. Chapter 40: Ordinary Teacher-Student Relationship. At night, the lights come on. Chen Tianhao and Jiang Hao stood in the fountain square outside the auction house, surrounded by luxury cars and beautifully dressed guests who were leaving one after another. "Thank you so much today, Mr. Jiang." Chen Tianhao said this sincerely and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Jiang Hao. "Mr. Chen, you are too polite. With your vision and tolerance, you will stand out in this circle sooner or later. I am just doing you a favor." Jiang Hao smiled and patted his shoulder, his eyes full of respect. Although Jiang Hao could hardly imagine Chen Tianhao's unfathomable true strength, today's incident made him feel that his decision was extremely wise. It was truly a stroke of luck that he could meet Chen Tianhao by chance. "By the way, I put a lot of thought into it. Even though the bronze vessel was given to someone else in the end, it was also carefully selected by me, just to leave a good impression on everyone. I appreciate Master Zhang's kindness, and I will remember this favor," Chen Tianhao solemnly promised. Jiang Hao laughed heartily after hearing this. "This is the most heartwarming thing I have heard today." He looked at his watch. "It's getting late. I have to go back and report today's auction details to my grandfather. You must come to Zhao Tai's yacht party next Saturday." "Sure." Chen Tianhao nodded in response, then watched Jiang Hao walk towards a black Maybach. After Jiang Hao's car drove out of sight, Chen Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief, and the polite smile on his face slowly disappeared. He took out his cell phone and saw a dozen unread messages on the lock screen. Most of them were sent by new friends he added today. He was too lazy to reply one by one, so he swiped away the notification and drove away in his Porsche 918 Spyder. Outside the car window, neon lights lit up one after another and began to illuminate the entire city. Chen Tianhao looked at this scene with a slight smile on his face. Although he was a little overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of those socialites, it was undeniable that today's social event meant a lot to him. It seemed to open the door to a new world for him, allowing him to glimpse the different scenery of the world of the rich. When the Porsche drove into the university parking lot, it was already dark. Chen Tianhao walked along the tree-lined avenue towards the dormitory building. The campus was exceptionally quiet and peaceful at night, in stark contrast to the extravagant auction scene just now. The moment I pushed open the door of dormitory 404, the familiar smell of instant noodles mixed with the smell of sweat hit me. Chen Tianhao took a greedy breath. This real and simple smell inexplicably made him feel at peace. Wow! Brother Hao is back. Zhao Peng jumped up from the bed and hurriedly stuffed his phone under the pillow, but Chen Tianhao's sharp eyes still caught the negative information that flashed across the screen. You're looking at something you shouldn't be looking at again. Chen Tianhao raised his eyebrows and deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the words shouldn't look. Chen Xing leaned out half of his body, his eyes shining brightly on the computer screen. Brother Hao, the school forum is going crazy. Some people say that you spent a lot of money at the auction and bought a bronze artifact for 30 million. Is it true? Zhao Peng also lowered his head from the upper bunk, looking amazed. Damn it, Brother Hao, I thought you were awesome, but I underestimated you. 30 million. That's too generous. 30 million. Not 3,000. Not 300. It's 30 million. This amount is enough for an ordinary person to live a luxurious life for a lifetime, just to buy a bronzeware. The world of the rich is really hard for ordinary students to imagine. After Chen Tianhao changed his clothes, he heard his roommate's words and explained with a smile. What are you thinking? I was just helping Teacher Wen take a look. I bought it because she liked it. Help Teacher Wen? Teacher Wen didn't ask you to tutor privately again, so you just went to buy things as an errand boy. Zhao Peng looked at Chen Tianhao with a smile on his face, his eyes were a bit teasing. Brother Hao, you don't have anything special to do with Teacher Wen, do you? Chen Xing also immediately became interested and closed his laptop. 30 million. They just said they were helping the teacher check it out. It's not like they were going to fix something at the teacher's house in the future, is it? Chen Xing winked and said. Teacher Wen is the goddess professor of our school. Many rich second generations want to date her but can't. If you go to her house later, you have to reveal more information so that we can learn from her. Don't make any random assumptions. We just have an ordinary teacher-student relationship. Chen Tianhao shook his head helplessly, picked up the towel from the bedside and wiped his face. It's just an ordinary teacher-student relationship. Don't make any assumptions. Watch less indecent videos and focus more on studying. Cut. The two of them spoke in unison, with disbelief on their faces. Zhao Peng came over and gently bumped Chen Tianhao's shoulder. Brother Chen, what did Teacher Wen wear to the auction today? Was it the beige business suit? It's the one I wore to class last week. It attracted the attention of all the boys in the class. As Zhao Peng spoke, he couldn't help but smile. Chen Tianhao couldn't help but think of Wen Shuton's appearance today. She was wearing a dark green cheongsam, with her slender white legs occasionally exposed at the slits. Her long black hair fell on her shoulders, highlighting her slender neck. Wen Shuton looked really charming in this state. Ahem. Chen Tianhao quickly stopped thinking. It's just ordinary clothes, don't let your imagination run wild. Brother Hao, your ears are red. Chen Xing pointed at Chen Tianhao as if he had discovered a new continent. Look, Zhao Peng. I've always said that Brother Hao and Teacher Wen have a complicated relationship. Chen Xing was so excited as if he had made a major discovery. Chen Tianhao said seriously. Stop it. Teacher Wen is my mentor, stop spreading rumors here. He deliberately put on a stern face and said seriously. Besides, he's a teacher, how could he possibly like a student? That's not necessarily true. Chen Xing shook his head and said. Brother Hao, you've made 30 million, and you're so handsome. Although Teacher Wen is 3 or 4 years older than you, she is only that old. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than you will bring you wealth. That's right. Zhao Peng also echoed. And Teacher Wen has never been so attentive to any of his students. I don't believe that he has no feelings for her at all. Maybe he has developed feelings for her over time. Chen Tianhao was a little amused and helpless. He really couldn't tell his roommate that the system showed that when Shutong's favorability towards him was as high as 75, which was beyond the scope of an ordinary teacher-student relationship. This was also what Chen Tianhao found out by secretly using the system to check when he said goodbye. Alright. Chen Tianhao threw Zhao Peng's phone back onto his bed. Stop being so funny. You still have classes tomorrow. Remember to get up for a morning run and go to bed quickly. After saying that, he climbed onto his bed, not wanting to pay any more attention to the two men. But Zhao Peng still insisted. Brother Hao, does Teacher Wen smell good? I heard that the perfume she uses costs more than 5,000 yuan a bottle. Chen Tianhao was speechless. Get lost, I didn't expect you to have this habit. It seems I have to be careful when making friends. I didn't expect Shen Xing and Zhao Peng to be so interested in things like teachers. Maybe they are influenced by some weird ideas in Japanese culture. Chapter 41 Green Tea Bitch. Although Chen Tianhao had already gone to bed to rest, Shen Xing was still muttering. Brother Hao, next time you see Teacher Wen, please help me get her autograph. My cousin likes her very much and says she is simply the ceiling of beauty in the academic circle. Chen Tianhao thought. He couldn't figure out whether it was his cousin's wish or Chen Xing's own little thoughts. After all, after seeing Chen Xing's various behaviors after he became obsessed with Japanese culture, he became more suspicious of his brother's true motives. Brother Hao. Stop pretending to sleep. Zhao Peng's voice suddenly rang in his ears, penetrating the earphones in his ears. Last question, is Teacher Wen's hand soft? Zhao Peng doesn't have a girlfriend yet. He has recently been obsessed with some bad content in Japanese culture, especially the teacher-themed theme, especially the setting of teachers in uniform. Therefore, he was particularly curious about what happened between Chen Tianhao and Teacher Wen Shudong. Chen Tianhao could no longer bear it, so he used his ultimate trick and said to Zhao Peng, if you keep talking nonsense, you won't be able to have breakfast tomorrow. This trick was indeed effective, and the dormitory finally became quiet, leaving only Chen Xing's suppressed laughter and Zhao Peng's slightly aggrieved snort. Chen Tianhao turned off the bedside lamp. After what Chen Xing and Zhao Peng had done, the figure of Teacher Wen Shudong kept appearing in his mind. Thinking carefully, there were indeed many things that attracted him. He saw Zhao Peng secretly taking out his cell phone again, and couldn't help shaking his head and said, Zhao Peng, don't you have class tomorrow? Zhao Peng smiled awkwardly, dimmed the brightness of his phone, and whispered, I'm going to sleep right away. I've been thinking about you, Brother Hao, coming back from the auction, and I want to find out some gossip. Suddenly, Zhao Peng looked at Chen Tianhao with a smirk on his face and asked, I heard that many socialites went there today. Are there any? Yes, I have. Chen Tianhao responded seriously. Everyone has fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. Hearing this, both of them were stunned and asked in unison. White skin, beautiful face, long legs? Chen Tianhao then realized that he had let the cat out of the bag, and quickly laughed it off. Nothing, I just said a word casually, nothing special. Then, Chen Tianhao sent goodnight messages to every girl he felt he could talk to and had a good impression of. After receiving the replies, Chen Tianhao fell asleep peacefully. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Chen Tianhao woke up naturally before the alarm clock rang. He climbed down from the upper bunk carefully, fearing that the noise he made might wake up his roommates who were still sleeping. Outside the window, the eastern sky was just beginning to show a hint of paleness, and the campus was completely silent. Brother Hao, you got up so early again. Chen Xing poked his head out from under the quilt, and he could hardly open his eyes. It's time for my morning run. I'm going to exercise. Chen Tianhao answered in a low voice while tying his shoelaces. You guys go back to sleep. Zhao Peng turned over, covered his head with the pillow, and complained. Oh my god, Brother Chen, aren't you tired of doing this every day? How can you compare with me? I am the 30 million Chen Xiao. How can you compare with me? Chen Xing couldn't help but joked. You can also go for a morning run together. Chen Tianhao suggested with a smile. I'm already in college, how can I be as energetic as you? I don't look like a college student at all. I don't want to make a fool of myself by running in the morning. Zhao Peng said with a clear conscience. Forget it, I'll just go there by myself. You two are really. When Chen Xing heard about running, he immediately retracted his head. For Chen Xing, running was simply a nightmare, so he decided to let Chen Tianhao go alone. Chen Tianhao smiled and said nothing more. He simply packed up his sports equipment, looked back at his 3 roommates who were sleeping crookedly before leaving, shook his head helplessly, and walked out of the dormitory quietly. The corridor was silent, with only the sound of his footsteps echoing. After doing a few simple warm-up exercises at the entrance of the playground, Chen Tianhao started running towards the playground. Morning jogging is like a habit for him. He has been doing it since the system started to accompany him, and has almost never stopped except in special circumstances. At first, morning jogging was just to complete system tasks, but later it gradually became an indispensable part of his life. At the entrance of the playground, a familiar figure was doing stretching exercises seriously. Her ponytail swayed gently with her movements. Her sportswear perfectly outlined her well-proportioned figure. Her long white legs were very eye-catching, attracting the attention of the boys jogging around her in the morning. They couldn't help but secretly take a peek at her. Some of them even unconsciously changed their running posture in an attempt to conceal their behavior. Squad leader Chen Tianhao greets Wang Mengyao. You're here so early today too. I always feel so stressed when you come first. Wang Mengyao turned around, her face slightly red from exercise, and said to Chen Tianhao with a smile. Chen Tianhao, you are here too. Wang Mengyao wiped the sweat from her forehead. Let's run together. It turned out that Wang Mengyao deliberately arrived at the playground a long time earlier in order to go jogging with Chen Tianhao in the morning. Li Meng. Chen Tianhao suddenly heard a familiar greeting. The school beauty Li Meng appeared without makeup today, with her long hair simply tied into a ponytail, and her white sportswear made her skin look even more radiant. Seeing Chen Tianhao, Li Meng trotted to join them with a sweet smile on her face. I have been suffering from insomnia recently, and the doctor suggested that I exercise in the morning to regulate my biological clock. Li Meng explained. In fact, the reason why Li Meng made this change was because the situation at home forced her to do so. If her mother hadn't been sick, she would never have wanted to get up before 8 in the morning to go for a run. Li Meng's mother unfortunately suffered from severe kidney disease, also known as uremia, a year ago. This uremia is not an ordinary disease. The cost of treatment is extremely high. It is a real disease of affluence. Although Li Meng's mother survived after all efforts to save her life, the continuous hospitalization and treatment expenses in the following year almost exhausted all their family savings. Li Meng is a strong-willed girl who usually doesn't want to rely on this kind of active kindness approach to get help. However, in reality, on one side is her mother who needs medical treatment, and on the other side is her own precarious reputation. During this period, Li Meng had to try some way she had never thought of before to raise money, which might even involve some dishonorable means. This was undoubtedly an extremely painful choice for her. At this moment, although Li Meng had a smile on her face, her fingers were subconsciously twisting the corners of her clothes tightly, and her knuckles turned white due to the force. During this period, her mother's illness was like a haze that shrouded Li Meng and made her suffer. However, as a student, she could not find any other way to make money quickly, so she turned her attention to Chen Tianhao. Chapter 42 Li Meng's favorability reaches 90. Chen Tianhao didn't know why Li Meng was so concerned about attending the auction. But he also answered Li Meng's questions truthfully. Careful. Just as Chen Tianhao was lost in thought, he didn't notice the bump on the runway under his feet and fell forward. Li Meng reacted very quickly and grabbed his arm. The girl's soft body crashed into his arms, and the faint scent of gardenia filled his face. Thanks. Chen Tianhao hurriedly stood up, but found that Li Meng's hand was still in his arm, with no intention of letting go. Chen Tianhao gently let go of Li Meng's hand, the soft touch of her skin still lingering on his fingertips. He adjusted his breathing as if to act naturally, and the three of them resumed their morning run. Brother Hao, you have a really good sense of rhythm when running. Li Meng breathed slightly and deliberately adjusted her pace to keep pace with Chen Tianhao. She wanted to do this to deepen the relationship between her and Chen Tianhao. Her ponytail swayed gently as she ran, and the ends of her hair occasionally brushed across Chen Tianhao's arm, tickling his nerves like feathers. Wang Mengyao was naturally unhappy about this. Li Meng, when did you become so interested in running? Didn't you ask someone to run for you during the physical education exam last semester? Li Meng didn't want this to happen, but it was all worth it for her mother. There was a flash of embarrassment on his face, but he soon returned to smiling. When you meet someone after 3 days, you should look at him with new eyes. She turned and looked at Chen Tianhao. Right, Tianhao. Chen Tianhao did not respond, but just slightly quickened his pace. In the morning light, the shadows of the three people stretched and shortened on the runway, and their footsteps gradually became synchronized. Byte. 3-kilometer check-in successful. Current progress 215. The system's prompt sound cheered up Chen Tianhao. Since acquiring this system, his daily morning run has become a must-do task for him. Although he initially just wanted to complete the task, after persisting, he did feel a significant improvement in his physical fitness. Let's take a break. Li Meng's breathing had become rapid, and the strands of hair on her forehead were wet with sweat, sticking to her fair skin. For Li Meng, who does not exercise regularly, running 3 kilometers is still a remarkable thing. Wang Mengyao also found pride in her strengths. Why, our school beauty can't hold on any longer. The three of them stopped under the shade of a tree beside the runway. Chen Tianhao did a few stretching exercises, but his eyes unconsciously fell on Li Meng. She was bending over and stretching her legs, and the hem of her sportswear lifted slightly with the movement, revealing her slender waist. What are you looking at? Li Meng suddenly looked up and caught Chen Tianhao's gaze. Far from being shy, she winked playfully. Li Meng did it on purpose to attract Chen Tianhao's attention. Chen Tianhao coughed dryly and quickly looked away. Nothing, I just thought you guys have good stamina and can keep up with my speed. Our Master Chen still couldn't resist the temptation. Of course. Li Meng adjusted her hair proudly. I am. Before she finished speaking, her face suddenly changed and her body shook. Careful. Chen Tianhao quickly supported her shoulders. Are you okay? Li Meng shook her head and forced a smile. Maybe, a little hypoglycemic. It seems that it is still too difficult. Li Meng also thought so. It seems that more practice is needed. Without saying anything, Chen Tianhao took out a piece of chocolate from his sports bag. Here, refill some energy first. Li Meng took the chocolate and gently stroked Chen Tianhao's palm with her fingertips, like a feather brushing across the water. She took a small bite of the chocolate, but her eyes were fixed on Chen Tianhao. Brother Hao is so thoughtful, bringing chocolates with him. Are they specially prepared for girls? Chen Tianhao did not explain, but just stared at Li Meng silently. Thank you for the chocolate. Li Meng said softly. Next time, I'll buy you milk tea? When Wang Mengyao saw this scene, her face turned green with anger. Okay. Chen Tianhao readily agreed, and at the same time noticed that Li Meng's favorability on the system panel had reached 70. Chen Tianhao was also confused, so fast. Is my brother's charm so great now? Wang Meng looked at his watch. It's getting late. I have to go back and prepare for my first class. She hesitated, then added. Li Meng, you don't look well. Do you want to go back together? Li Meng shook her head. I'll just rest for a while, you guys go first. Wang Mengyao coughed at the side and said, let's go over there and take a rest. The three of them walked to the bench next to the runway and sat down. Wang Mengyao took out the kettle and drank some water, while Li Meng took out a tissue from her bag and handed it to Chen Tianhao naturally. Wipe the sweat off. Her voice was as soft as the brush of a feather. When Chen Tianhao took the tissue, his fingertips accidentally touched the back of Li Meng's hand, which felt cold. He saw that Li Meng's heartbeat had soared to 120 and the tips of her ears had turned red. Chen Tianhao, Wang Mengyao suddenly spoke. Will you go to the class team building next week? We are planning to have a picnic in the suburbs. Without waiting for Chen Tianhao to answer, Li Meng interrupted. Oh, by the way. There's a new cat cafe opening near the school this weekend. Are you interested in going with us? She blinked her big eyes, waiting for Chen Tianhao's answer. Favorability 80. Chen Tianhao's scalp was numb from the system's notification sound. 80 favorability. This was obviously mixed with too many utilitarian elements. But looking at Li Meng's expectant eyes, he nodded. Sunday afternoon, right? I should be free. A smile broke out on Li Meng's face. This intimate gesture stunned both of them. Li Meng's ears turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Chen Tianhao felt the system prompt that Li Meng's favorability instantly rose to 85. I'm going to the bathroom. Li Meng suddenly stood up and walked quickly to the public toilet beside the playground. Wang Meng looked at Li Meng's departing back and turned to Chen Tianhao. Don't you think she's acting strange today? Chen Tianhao responded vaguely, using the excuse of going to buy some water, but in fact he followed Li Meng quietly. He soon caught the sound of suppressed sobbing coming from the bathroom. Mom, hold on a little longer, I found a way. Li Meng's voice was intermittent. He should help. I know this isn't right. Chen Tianhao leaned against the wall with mixed feelings. I didn't expect there were so many stories. Chen Tianhao didn't know what to say in the face of such a situation. When Li Meng walked out of the bathroom with red eyes, Chen Tianhao was waiting at the door with the hot milk he had just bought in his hand. Give. He handed over the milk. Refuel after your run. Li Meng was stunned, tears were about to well up again. She lowered her head quickly and whispered in a voice as soft as a mosquito. Thanks. My favorability towards Chen Tianhao has reached 90%. Chen Tianhao was also stunned. Chapter 43. See you at the school gate. It doesn't matter. He knew that Li Meng's original intention of approaching him was not pure, he didn't expect it was for money. Chen Tianhao was not afraid of her requests, especially things like money, which he, Chen Tianhao, had plenty of. What's more, Chen Tianhao also likes female college students with poor qualifications. Let us start caring for female college students from me. Let's go back. Li Meng also adjusted her state, not wanting Chen Tianhao to see her like this. After returning to the playground, Chen Tianhao and Li Meng kept a distance from each other, with cynical smiles on their faces, as if the conversation outside the bathroom had never happened. But his eyes kept sweeping towards Li Meng from time to time. Her eyes were a little red, and it was obvious that a lot had happened. Tianhao, you're back. Wang Mengyao walked over quickly. He held Chen Tianhao's arm and glanced at Li Meng. What are you doing? Chen Tianhao was also confused by Wang Mengyao's behavior. I like you. Be my boyfriend. Wang Mengyao also spoke boldly, with a blush on her face. In order to compete with Li Meng, Wang Mengyao took the initiative and left Li Meng no chance to compete with her. Stop joking. You're not going to play hide and seek with me again. Chen Tianhao also used the system to test Wang Mengyao, and the favorability was only 85. He is not even as good as Li Meng, how could he say such words? Conspiracy. This was Chen Tianhao's first reaction. Wang Mengyao's smile froze on her face. She turned to look at Li Meng, her voice was sickeningly sweet. Li Meng, are you familiar with Tianhao? At this moment, Wang Mengyao was also ready to confront Li Meng. She didn't believe that Li Meng would dare to snatch Chen Tianhao from her. Good. Li Meng responded awkwardly, her fingers twisted together unconsciously. She didn't expect Wang Mengyao to be so straightforward, which left her at a loss for ideas for a moment. If you don't let go, I will be rude to you. Chen Tianhao also stared at Wang Mengyao with a smile. Tianhao, I'm serious. Wang Mengyao pouted and tiptoed closer to Chen Tianhao, her voice as soft as honey. Look, I'm much cuter than Li Meng, right? After all this time, it turned out to be jealousy, and Chen Tianhao was speechless. Chen Tianhao raised his eyebrows. The favorability displayed by the system was still 85, but this girl's acting skills were full marks. He raised the corners of his mouth lazily and deliberately dragged out his tone. Oh. Then prove it to me. Wang Mengyao's eyes lit up, and she immediately put her arms around his neck and kissed him. Seeing this, Li Meng left without hesitation. Although she had other reasons for getting close to Chen Tianhao, she still could not accept Chen Tianhao's intimate behavior with another girl in front of her. He also turned around and fled from here. Yeah. I finally got her away. Wang Mengyao also breathed a sigh of relief, and looking at Chen Tianhao in front of her, she suddenly understood something. His face also looked a little embarrassed. Finished. I hope I won't leave a bad impression on myself. Chen Tianhao looked at Wang Mengyao's bold yet guilty look and couldn't help but sneer. What? You ran away after the kiss, and now you're a coward again. Wang Mengyao's ears were burning, but she still refused to admit defeat. Who is scared? I just think there are too many people here. She glanced at the classmates who were secretly watching around her, and her voice became quieter and quieter. I'm afraid of the bad influence. Oh? Chen Tianhao deliberately moved closer, his deep voice full of teasing. Then why weren't you afraid of the bad consequences of kissing me in front of so many people just now? Wang Mengyao was forced to take a half step back, her heartbeat quickened, but she still remained firm. That's different. My reason was strategic. Strategy? Chen Tianhao raised his eyebrows. So, you kissed me just to piss off Li Meng? What else? Wang Mengyao curled her lips and said with a firm look. I just don't like her being around you, you're mine. Chen Tianhao stared at her for a few seconds and suddenly smiled. Okay, now your strategy has succeeded and Li Meng has escaped. Why don't you express your gratitude? Wang Mengyao choked, and then became angry. I. She bit her lip and suddenly her eyes widened. Could it be that your giant dragon baby has already stood up? Chen Tianhao narrowed his eyes, smiling. So, you plan to take charge? Wang Mengyao felt uncomfortable when he looked at her, but she was too stubborn to admit defeat, so she decided to just give up. I'll take responsibility. Anyway. I won't lose anything anyway. After saying that, she grabbed Chen Tianhao's wrist and lowered her voice. Let's go to the grove. Chen Tianhao let her pull him and asked lazily. What are you going to do? Wang Mengyao turned around and glared at him, her cheeks flushed. You have reacted, haven't you? I will help you solve it. Chen Tianhao almost laughed out loud. This girl was obviously extremely nervous, but she still insisted on pretending to be an experienced person. He teased her deliberately. With your hands. Wang Mengyao paused, her ears were red as blood, but she still held her neck stiff. Otherwise, what else do you want? Are you going to use your mouth? Chen Tianhao slowly withdrew his hand, put it in his trouser pocket, and looked down at her. Forget it. I'm not interested in emotionless physical contact. Wang Mengyao was stunned, then stamped her feet in anger. Chen Tianhao. You are kidding me. You tricked me first. Chen Tianhao shrugged. You're using me as a tool, and you expect me to cooperate? Wang Mengyao opened her mouth and was suddenly speechless. Yes, her purpose was not pure from the beginning, so why should she ask him to take it seriously now? But I don't know why, I feel a little lost. Wang Mengyao's favorability +5, currently 90. Chen Tianhao glanced at the system, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. TSK, what a little girl who says one thing and thinks another. But if Wang Mengyao changes into white JK plus twin ponytails it would look good. A picture also flashed in Chen Tianhao's mind. Chen Tianhao also nodded, but his eyes followed Wang Mengyao's back. Her straight back and slightly raised chin when she walked revealed a stubbornness different from other girls. Then if you want to be my boyfriend, I'm serious. Wang Mengyao also raised her head and looked into Chen Tianhao's eyes. Anyway, things have come to this point, and Wang Mengyao is ready to make the matter a fait accompli. Otherwise, everything Wang Mengyao has done will be in vain. What's more, Chen Tianhao is handsome and rich. The boys in the school can't compare to Chen Tianhao at all. So choosing Chen Tianhao may not be a bad choice. So how do you want to be my girlfriend? Seeing that Wang Mengyao was so blatant, Chen Tianhao also raised Wang Mengyao's chin. After all, Wang Mengyao's appearance is also good, a little worse than Li Meng, but they each have their own strengths. Chen Tianhao is also looking forward to what Wang Mengyao will feel like. See you at the school gate tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. Chapter 44 Last Chance. Wang Mengyao lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito, and the momentum she had when she forcefully kissed Chen Tianhao in the past had long since disappeared without a trace. Chen Tianhao put his hands in his trouser pockets, leaned forward slightly, put his face close to Wang Mengyao's face, and said with a hint of ridicule in his voice. What? Are you shy about asking me out for dinner? His eyes first gently swept across Wang Mengyao's delicate collarbone, then fell on her slightly trembling eyelashes, and continued. I didn't see you being so shy just now. You are quite bold. Who is shy? Wang Mengyao raised her head suddenly, but accidentally bumped into his deep eyes. Her heart skipped a beat, and she instantly became a little scared, and hurriedly explained. I was just thinking about where to take you to eat. Groups of students passed by on the playground, casting curious glances from time to time. From the distant basketball court came the sound of the ball bouncing and the laughter of the boys, but these sounds seemed to be isolated in the two people's little world. Chen Tianhao reached out and gently pinched a strand of her hair, playing with it, and said softly. I heard there's a new Japanese restaurant opened at the back door of the school. I heard the salmon there is especially fresh. He deliberately lowered his voice again, with a hint of unique charm. The privacy of the box is also quite good. Wang Mengyao's ears quickly turned red. She hurriedly slapped Chen Tianhao's hand away, with a little panic in her voice. Don't get the wrong idea. We're just having a meal. When Wang Mengyao thought of the box and the slightly ambiguous hints between the two people, she couldn't help feeling a little flustered and her legs slightly tightened. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Oh, let's just have a simple meal. Do you want to play some games? Chen Tianhao raised his eyebrows and leaned close to her ear with a wicked smile. Humph, you were so dishonest just now, and now you're like this again. Wang Mengyao was embarrassed and annoyed. She raised her hand in panic and wanted to cover his mouth, but when her fingers touched his warm lips, she shrank back as if she had been electrocuted, and glared at him angrily. Stop talking nonsense. However, when she met Chen Tianhao's smiling and affectionate gaze, her stubbornness instantly collapsed and she couldn't help but give in. I'm going back to the dormitory first. See you tomorrow. After saying that, she turned around and was about to run, but Chen Tianhao grabbed her wrist. Chen Tianhao pulled gently, and Wang Mengyao fell into his arms unexpectedly. Chen Tianhao looked down at her panicked face, his voice full of laughter. Why are you running? You haven't even officially become my girlfriend yet, and you want to run away? He looked at Wang Mengyao in his arms and said gently. Since you're my girlfriend, shouldn't you give me a goodbye kiss? There are so many people watching. Wang Mengyao's voice became smaller and smaller, but her eyes unconsciously looked at Chen Tianhao's seductive thin lips. Chen Tianhao couldn't help but chuckled, kissed her lightly on the cheek, and said, First, collect some interest. After saying that, he let go of her hand and patted Wang Mengyao's head lovingly. Go ahead, be on time tomorrow. I'll pick you up. Chen Tianhao said. Wang Mengyao was stunned for a few seconds, then ran away like a frightened rabbit. After running a few steps, she suddenly stopped, turned around and shouted at Chen Tianhao. I will definitely make you like me. After saying that, he ran towards the girls' dormitory without looking back. Chen Tianhao looked at her receding back, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Not only has he established close relationships with both girls, he has also achieved great success in investment. The system has also rewarded him with several 100 million Chinese yuan. This is a double blessing, and his heart is filled with excitement and joy. He was looking forward to the next development, wondering what kind of story would happen between him and Li Meng. Everything seemed to be moving in a good direction. At the edge of the playground in the distance, Li Meng tightly grasped the book in her hand, her sharp nails deeply embedded in her palms, but she felt no pain at all. Her eyes followed Wang Mengyao's departing back gloomily until the figure completely disappeared from her sight at the edge of the playground. Wang Mengyao, don't blame me. I won't give up. She murmured softly, her voice was thin but firm. Li Meng's mind involuntarily emerged the scene in the hospital a few days ago. She sat on a plastic chair in the corridor, holding a diagnosis form tightly in both hands. The words on the form gradually blurred in front of her eyes, and only the words late-stage uremia were deeply imprinted on her retina like a branding iron. At this moment, the doctor's words echoed in my ears again. Ms. Li, your mother's condition has progressed to the point where she needs immediate dialysis. If conditions permit, it would be best to consider a kidney transplant. Li Meng swallowed hard and asked in a trembling voice. About, how much does it cost? The doctor wrote down some numbers on a piece of paper. The initial treatment plus dialysis costs about 20,000 per month. If a suitable kidney source can be found, the cost of the surgery will be about 500,000, and the cost of anti-rejection drugs after the surgery will start at 100,000 per year. 500,000. This number exploded in Li Meng's mind like a heavy hammer. Her father died young, and her mother raised her by running a small business. The family's total savings were less than 50,000 yuan. Is there any other way? Her voice was as weak as a breath. The doctor sighed helplessly. Medical insurance can reimburse part of the cost, but the best treatment conditions still need to be paid for by yourself. Especially the waiting time for kidney sources, private hospitals will have more abundant resources. When walking out of the hospital gate, the early spring wind blew in her face with a hint of chill, and Li Meng's heart seemed to be blown through by the cold wind. Thinking of this, Li Meng knew that she could only place her last hope on Chen Tianhao. As the school belle, Li Meng had no shortage of suitors and was surrounded by many rich second generations. However, when they learned that the medical expenses for Li Meng's mother were as high as millions, they all disappeared at the same time. The rich second-generation men who once pursued her, seeing the astronomical expenses, didn't want to spend their hard-earned money on this bottomless pit. Li Meng, who was at his wits' end, set his sights on Chen Tianhao. After some observation and contact, she found that Chen Tianhao seemed to have a good impression of Wang Mengyao, so she decided to use this to get close to Chen Tianhao. After a period of hard work, Li Meng found that this method was more effective than she expected. Looking at her own face on the phone, with almond eyes, cherry lips, skin so white that it was almost transparent, and long hair cascading to her waist, she knew that this was her greatest asset and the last hope she could grasp. At this moment, her cell phone suddenly vibrated, interrupting her thoughts. It was a message from the hospital nurse. "Ms. Lee, your mother vomited blood again today. The doctor said she must start dialysis immediately." After seeing this message, Li Meng's finger hovered on the screen for a long time, and finally replied with just one word, "Okay." She slowly raised her head and looked towards the sky, trying hard not to let tears fall. In order to support her college education, her mother worked late into the night despite her illness and suffered countless hardships. Now, it's her turn to repay her mother. She took a deep breath, held the phone tightly, and secretly made up her mind. This was her last chance. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, she would take a gamble. Chapter 45. Let's change seats. Chen Tianhao was walking on the path downstairs of the dormitory building while biting a sandwich. He was also holding 2 packaged breakfasts in his hands, which he was going to take back to the dormitory to share with his roommates. Just as he walked downstairs to the dormitory and was about to turn around and go into the building, his cell phone suddenly rang. "Hello, are you Mr. Chen Tianhao? I'm Jiang Jingdong, the director of food court management." A polite yet slightly anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Tianhao was stunned for a moment, then reacted. "Director Jiang, good morning. What can I do for you?" "It's like this, Mr. Chen. 52% of the shares of the Food Street have been transferred to your name. According to the process, you need to go to the Food Street Management Office as soon as possible to complete the handover procedures." There was a hint of flattery and even a hint of nervousness in Jiang Jingdong's tone. Chen Tianhao frowned slightly, still chewing a sandwich, and said vaguely, 52%, but I'm a little busy right now. Can we go in the afternoon? That's fine, right? After all, it involves Chen Tianhao South shares in Food Street, which are worth more than 1 billion yuan, so Chen Tianhao also has to pay attention to it. No problem, no problem. Jiang Jingdong said quickly, fearing that Chen Tianhao would go back on his word. "Mr. Chen, please go ahead and do your thing. There is no rush for the handover procedures. We are always here for you. Okay, let's talk about it this afternoon." Chen Tianhao licked his lips, swallowed the last bite of sandwich, and said casually, "By the way, Director Jiang, remember to sort out all the accounts and permissions when you hand over, so that I don't have to worry about it later." Okay, Mr. Chen, don't worry, we will be well prepared." Jiang Jingdong's voice was full of diligence. "Well, that's it." Chen Tianhao hung up the phone, put the phone into his pocket, turned and walked towards the dormitory building. As he walked, he recalled the phone call in his mind, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. 52% of the shares means that the Food Street basically belongs to him. It can even be said that he, Chen Tianhao, has already controlled the business lifeline of the entire Food Street. Thinking of this, his mood became even more relaxed and happy. Chen Tianhao hummed a little tune as he returned to the dormitory building, and went up the stairs in 2 steps at a time. As soon as he walked to the dormitory door, he heard a burst of snoring sounds coming from inside. It was obvious that Zhao Pang and Chen Xing were still sleeping soundly. He pushed open the door, and a faint smell of waking up hit him in the face. Zhao Pang was lying on the bed with his arms and legs spread out, the quilt kicked aside, revealing his belly covered in shorts and a vest, and he was snoring loudly. Chen Xing buried his head in the pillow, curled up like a cooked shrimp, and occasionally uttered a few words in his sleep. These 2 guys are sleeping soundly again. Chen Tianhao shook his head, but a smile appeared on his face. He placed 2 breakfasts on the table, took out his phone and took a photo of Zhao Pang and Chen Xing, captioned it Sleeping Beauty, and then sent it to their dormitory group, followed by a voice message. "Wake up, lazy bums. Your life-saving food has arrived." Not long after the message was sent out, the dormitory was in an uproar. "Tianhao. Oh my god. You're finally back." Zhao Peng sat up suddenly from the bed, his hands reaching for the table without even opening his eyes. "What time is it? Did I oversleep?" Chen Xing also poked half of his head out from the quilt and asked in a daze. "It's still early, you 2 can go to sleep, I've ordered takeout." Chen Tianhao said this with a smile, but in his heart he was secretly laughing at the fact that these 2 people were seduced by food more quickly than an alarm clock. Zhao Pang had already jumped out of bed, trotting to the table in his slippers, picked up the breakfast box, opened it, and his eyes lit up instantly. "Wow! Sandwiches! And soy milk! Tianhao, you really are my dad." Chen Xing finally came to his senses, quickly put on his clothes and ran to the table. After seeing the breakfast, he couldn't help but sigh. Tianhao, you always bring food when you come back. You are really a godfather. Come on, stop talking nonsense and eat quickly. After you finish eating, clean up the dormitory. As Chen Tianhao spoke, he took out a bottle of drink from the bag, unscrewed the lid and took a sip. Cleaning the dormitory? Godfather, I haven't been feeling well lately. How about forgetting about it this time? Zhao Ping spoke incoherently while chewing a sandwich. Yes, Tianhao, I'm busy studying this week, so I'll leave the cleaning of the dormitory to you. Chen Xing also quickly agreed. Don't try that on me, you too. Eat quickly, and help me clean the table after you're done. Chen Tianhao looked at the two of them with a helpless smile, while dividing the remaining breakfast into 3 portions and handing them to them. But Fu Yu remained the same and did not come down to eat. My godfather is right. Zhao Ping took the breakfast, stuffed his mouth full, and spoke incoherently. Godfather is right. Chen Xing also took the breakfast with a smile and quickly finished it. Okay, eat quickly, I still have to clean up after eating. Chen Tianhao said. Okay, we get it. Zhao Ping spoke vaguely while eating. After breakfast, Chen Tianhao, Zhao Ping and Chen Xing walked towards the classroom together. The 3 of them were talking and laughing, and Chen Tianhao was also in a good mood and liked this feeling very much. When we arrived at the classroom, quite a few people were already there. Chen Tianhao and his roommates found a seat at the back and sat down. Just as they put their things down, a familiar voice came from the front row. Chen Tianhao. Wang Mengyao's clear voice came from the front. Chen Tianhao looked up and saw Wang Mengyao looking at him with a hint of shyness and expectation in her eyes. Li Meng beside her was also secretly looking at him with a complex look, which contained both admiration and complicated emotions. Just as Chen Tianhao was about to respond, the class bell rang. The teacher walked into the classroom and started to call the roll. But Wang Mengyao kept glancing at Chen Tianhao. Suddenly, the classroom seemed to be hit by some invisible force. Wang Mengyao stood up and walked directly to Chen Tianhao's seat. At this moment, the whole classroom was silent for a moment, and everyone's attention was drawn to it. Zhao Ping, let's change seats. Wang Mengyao spoke openly, her voice clearly heard throughout the classroom. Zhao Ping was stunned for a moment. He looked at Wang Mengyao stupidly, as if he had not yet reacted to what had happened. His mouth opened, but no words came out. Chen Tianhao was also a little surprised, but he quickly came to his senses. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Mengyao added, I want to change seats with you. I want to sit here closer to the blackboard so I can hear the lecture better. The students around him were not so calm. The boys in the class stared with their eyes wide open, their faces full of disbelief. Their class monitor was taken down. She was a beauty at the school's department level, not much different from the campus belle. In the classroom, not many people are interested in the class anymore. Chapter 47 60% of Douyin's shares. The man was half a head taller than Chen Tianhao and was wearing a tight basketball vest. There were a few people following behind him wearing the same basketball uniforms, and they were obviously from the basketball team. Mengyao, are you in such a hurry to leave? Zhong Pilian's voice was deep and powerful, but his eyes were fixed on Chen Tianhao. Wouldn't you like to introduce your new friend? Wang Mengyao's expression turned cold instantly. Zhong Pinliang, please move aside, we are going to eat. Instead of moving away, Zhong Pinliang took a step forward, almost getting in front of Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao could smell the strong scent of perfume mixed with the strange smell of sweat on his body. Are you Chen Tianhao? Zhong Pinliang looked him up and down, his eyes full of disdain. I heard you're quite rich. How did you spend 30 million to buy a piece of junk? Gradually, many students gathered in the corridor to watch the fun, and some even took out their mobile phones to start recording. Isn't this Zhong Pinliang, the captain of our school's basketball team and the city-level Sanda champion? Someone in the crowd shouted. With this shout, the surroundings instantly became more lively, and many people were discussing in low voices with expressions of watching a good show. Chen Tianhao still looked calm and didn't seem nervous or uneasy because of the gazes of people around him. Zhong Pinliang seemed to enjoy the feeling of being in everyone's attention. He puffed out his chest and said to Chen Tianhao in an even more arrogant manner. Yes, it's me. I heard that you are very rich, so buying things is as easy as buying cabbage. However, money can't buy everything, especially Wang Mengyao. I really like her, but I guess you're just playing around. Don't think you are great just because you are rich. Wang Mengyao frowned and said angrily. Zheng Pinliang, how can you talk like that? What happened between me and Chen Tianhao has nothing to do with you. Don't make a fuss here. Wang Mengyao didn't expect Zheng Pinliang to come here. With all the mess Zheng Pinliang had done, it was impossible for Wang Mengyao to be with him. What's more, Zheng Pinliang is a hermaphrodite. Mengyao, don't be fooled by him. Zheng Pinliang didn't listen to Wang Mengyao at all and just talked to himself. How long have I been pursuing you in this school? Do you know? I have done so many things for you, but you can't see my good side. And why did this guy who suddenly appeared win your favor? Chen Tianhao glanced at Zheng Pinliang coldly and said. Zheng Pinliang, relationships are supposed to be voluntary on both sides. Wang Mengyao likes me and has a good impression of me. This is the most important thing. You don't have to accuse me of this and say that I'm just kidding. Chen Tianhao spoke to Zheng Pinliang without hesitation. What can you bring to Mengyao? Nothing but money. I can bring sexual wealth to Wang Mengyao, which you can't compare to. Zheng Pinliang sneered. Zheng Pinliang, don't go too far. It's not your turn to interfere in the affairs between Mengyao and me. Chen Tianhao's voice became serious. With his fighting skills, Zheng Pinliang could never be his opponent. Bite. An inappropriate hermaphrodite has been detected. Defeat the hermaphrodite, maintain world peace, and defend your authority as a boyfriend, and you will be rewarded with 60% of Douyin shares. Do you accept it? Chen Tianhao didn't expect such a good thing to happen. This is the leading online short video app in China. The value is immeasurable, at least hundreds of billions of Chinese yuan. It seems that we have to thank Zheng Pinliang, the boy who brings us wealth. At this moment, Wang Mengyao, who had been standing in the back without saying anything, suddenly stepped forward and said to Zheng Pinliang. Zheng Pinliang, you have always been a good friend of mine, but now my feelings are very clear. I like Chen Tianhao. You can continue to pursue me, but I hope you won't disturb our lives anymore. Zheng Pinliang's eyes widened. He didn't expect Wang Mengyao to say that. He was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said. Okay, Wang Mengyao, since you were so determined, I will give you a chance now. Chen Tianhao, if you can survive 10 moves in my hands today, I will stop harassing Mengyao and bless you both. When the students around heard Zheng Pinliang's words, they immediately became excited. Everyone was wondering, how could this thin-looking Chen Tianhao possibly defeat Zheng Pinliang, the city-level Sanda champion? Many people were waiting to see the joke. He was making a fool of himself in front of Wang Mengyao, and everyone was looking forward to Chen Tianhao being punished. Wang Mengyao's face changed, and she said anxiously. Zheng Pinliang, what are you doing? This is unfair. Chen Tianhao doesn't practice Sanda. Chen Tianhao gently pulled Wang Mengyao's hand, signaling her not to worry, and then said to Zheng Pinliang. Well, since you want to compete so much, I'll play with you. As he spoke, Chen Tianhao moved his neck and wrist joints, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Seeing this, Zheng Pinliang also took a fighting stance. He launched an attack first, punching Chen Tianhao in the abdomen. Chen Tianhao calmly turned to the left, easily dodging the punch, and then tapped Zheng Pinliang's shoulder with his finger. Zheng Pinliang only felt like being pricked by a small needle, but this did not affect his fighting spirit at all. He then swept his kick across, and Chen Tianhao jumped lightly, using his feet to push off the bucket, and rushed towards Zheng Pinliang like a cannonball, throwing him to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. This sudden scene stunned everyone. They originally thought that Zheng Pinliang would easily crush Chen Tianhao, but they didn't expect Chen Tianhao to be so powerful. This is completely different from the scene they imagined, where Chen Tianhao was lying on the ground, unable to perform the Zhougong ceremony with Wang Mengyao, and they took over from Chen Tianhao to help Wang Mengyao. Impossible. Absolutely not. This must be an illusion. Zheng Pinliang got up from the ground, somewhat annoyed and angry, and he roared. You must have used some shady tricks. I can't believe that Chen Tianhao can fight against him, the city-level Sanda champion. After saying that, he pounced towards Chen Tianhao again. This time, Chen Tianhao did not dodge, but faced the attack head-on. He used his flexible body to cleverly avoid Zheng Pinliang's attacks, and then counterattacked from time to time. In the exchange of moves, Chen Tianhao gradually gained the upper hand, but he only fought back to a certain extent and did not use any ruthless force. After all, if something happens at school, it would be difficult to explain to the teacher. What's more, there are so many people watching him, he doesn't want to go to Liaishanmen to drink tea. Soon, Zhong Pinliang was beaten to the point of being out of breath by Chen Tianhao, but Chen Tianhao was still able to handle it with ease. He said to Zhong Pinliang, "Zhong Pinliang, it's been a few moves now, isn't it time for you to admit your defeat?" Zhong Pinliang gritted his teeth. He knew that he couldn't beat Chen Tianhao today, but he was unwilling to give up. But he also knew that if he continued, he would only lose even more miserably. So he slowly put down his fist and said to Chen Tianhao, "Humph. You're awesome today, but you won't be so lucky next time." After saying that, Zhong Pinliang walked away dejectedly with a few people behind him. There was also a burst of exclamations from the crowd. No one expected that the newcomer Chen Tianhao was so powerful. They also looked at Chen Tianhao with envy. Invisible pretense is the most deadly. Chapter 48, Sensation in the Cafeteria. Chen Tianhao, thank you. Wang Mengyao walked to Chen Tianhao and said gratefully. Chen Tianhao smiled and said to her, "It's okay, Mengyao, you are my girlfriend, how are you going to answer me when the time comes?" Seeing Zhong Pinliang leave, the students around him gradually dispersed, but everyone knew that the matter was not over yet and Zhong Pinliang would definitely not give up. At the same time, Zhong Pinliang, who was leaving, had a terribly gloomy face. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Dad, I need you to help me check someone." Zhong Pinliang also called his father, the school's principal, with a hint of impatience in his words. Not long after, the phone rang again, and his father's voice came from the receiver, but the content of the words made Zhong Pinliang frown. "Pinliang, I checked. That kid is just an ordinary student. His family doesn't have any background. His family situation is just ordinary. There's nothing special about him." Zhong Pinliang took a deep breath, as if he was hit by some sudden impact. He stood up in disbelief, his hands racing through the possibilities in his mind. An ordinary student? How is that possible? 30 million? At an auction like that, such a huge amount of money cannot be taken lightly by anyone. How could such an unreasonable thing happen in this world? Zhong Pinliang paced back and forth, kicking the pebbles under his feet constantly, which then kept rolling in the grass beside him, making noises, as if his disordered mood had found an outlet to vent. But he quickly calmed down, his hands slowly dropped to his sides, but his eyes were flashing with a cunning light. No matter what, there must be something fishy going on. He must be tired of living to steal a woman from me, Zhong Pinliang. It's great to be rich. How dare you fight me at school? If they were outside, Zhong Pinliang would still be afraid of Chen Tianhao, but at school. Zhong Pinliang also snorted coldly and clenched his fists tightly, his joints making slight cracking sounds due to the force. Then, he dialed a number again and whispered to the person on the other end of the phone. "Brother, help me check this person." As he said this, he also sent Chen Tianhao's message over. Chen Tianhao was also preparing to go to the cafeteria to eat with Wang Mengyao. Just as he was about to call Chen Xing and Zhao Peng to join him, Zhao Peng interrupted Chen Tianhao unexpectedly. "Brother Chen Xing and I have something else to do, so we won't have lunch. We'll leave first." Chen Xing and Zhao Peng were also tactful and told Chen Tianhao that they had to leave for something. Before leaving, they did not forget to make faces, as if to show that they understood. "That's how they are, don't mind it." Chen Tianhao also looked at Wang Mengyao and said lightly, "I envy you guys for having such a good relationship." Thinking of the relationship in their dormitory, Wang Mengyao also sighed. And so the two of them came to the cafeteria. The glass door of the cafeteria was pushed open, and Chen Tianhao and Wang Mengyao walked in side by side, immediately attracting countless gazes. The noisy cafeteria seemed to have pressed the mute button, and soon broke into even louder discussions. "Isn't that Wang Mengyao, the school flower? Who is next to her? I heard that the auction was for Chen Tianhao, the school's top rich second generation, who spent 30 million. Is this true? It looks quite ordinary. What do you know? That's called being low-key. I thought I was the same as you." Chen Tianhao turned a deaf ear to these discussions. He turned his head and whispered to Wang Mengyao. "What do you want to eat?" Wang Mengyao's cheeks were slightly red, and her fingers unconsciously curled the ends of her hair. "I'm fine with either, you decide." "Then let's have the pork trotter rice. I heard the three-window version is the most authentic." Chen Tianhao naturally took her hand and walked towards the most crowded window. Surprisingly, the students in line automatically made way for them. A boy wearing glasses even took 2 steps back. "You go first." The look he stole over Wang Mengyao revealed the real reason for giving up his seat. She is worthy of being the school beauty. Why can Chen Tianhao win the heart of the school beauty? Why? Just because he has some dirty money. The boy shouted angrily in his heart. But I don't have the courage to say it. Chen Tianhao raised his eyebrows and whispered in Wang Mengyao's ear. Thanks to you, this is the first time I enjoy this kind of treatment. The warm breath made Wang Mengyao's ears hot. She lightly hit Chen Tianhao's shoulder, attracting envious glances from people around her. As the two of them were looking for a seat with their plates in hand, a clear female voice came from behind them. Can I sit here, Tianhao? Chen Tianhao turned around and it turned out to be Li Meng. Whatever, as long as you don't mind. Chen Tianhao nodded politely, not noticing that Wang Mengyao's mouth suddenly stiffened. It's her, Li Meng again. Why is it never ending? She didn't know that Chen Tianhao was already hers. Li Meng sat down gracefully, with only a fruit salad on her plate. I hope I don't disturb you too. She held her chin with one hand and stared at Chen Tianhao without blinking. The more she looks at Chen Tianhao, the more handsome he seems to her. Now Li Meng is willing to be Chen Tianhao's third party. It makes sense. He, Li Mengkai, and Chen Tianhao are the best match. Li Meng also kept brainwashing herself. Li Meng. Wang Mengyao interrupted suddenly, her voice sounding sickly sweet. Didn't you say you wanted to lose weight? Why are you in the cafeteria again? She deliberately emphasized the word weight loss. Li Meng's smile remains unchanged. You need to supplement protein occasionally. After saying that, he turned his gaze to Chen Tianhao. It seemed that Chen Tianhao should have a lot of protein. The eyes of the entire cafeteria were focused on this table. The boy's eyes turned red with jealousy. Wang Mengyao was already recognized as the most beautiful girl in the school, and now even the usually aloof Li Meng took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Chen Tianhao, who suddenly appeared. Wang Mengyao raised her lips slightly and put a piece of pork ribs into Chen Tianhao's bowl. Eat more, you're too thin. This intimate gesture caused whistles to be heard all around. Under the urging of the crowd, Wang Mengyao's face flushed with shyness, and her heart beat faster involuntarily. She lowered her head slightly, as if she was gathering up her courage, and then suddenly raised her head. Under the surprised, envious or jealous gazes of the crowd, she gently stood on tiptoe and quickly gave Chen Tianhao a kiss on the cheek. Chen Tianhao only felt a gentle touch on his cheek. At that moment, he was stunned. This sudden intimate gesture surprised him. He subconsciously reached out and touched the cheek that had been kissed. The smooth touch from his fingertips made him feel a little dazed. Are girls made of water? How can they be so soft to the touch? Li Meng, who was standing by, saw the scene and his expression instantly turned ugly. Her hands unconsciously clenched the cutlery in their hands, and her face looked ugly. Originally, she thought that if she took the initiative to talk to Chen Tianhao, he would look at her differently, but she didn't expect Wang Mengyao to be so bold and interact intimately with Chen Tianhao in front of everyone. This made her jealousy and resentment reach its peak. A dazzling light flashed in her eyes, and she secretly vowed to get Chen Tianhao. Chapter 49 Zhong Pinlion's Plan. After Wang Mengyao kissed Chen Tianhao, she felt a little embarrassed. Her cheeks turned as red as ripe apples. She lowered her head and dared not look at the people around her. Chen Tianhao stood there, and it took him a while to come back to his senses. He looked at Wang Mengyao's shy appearance, an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. When the people around saw this scene, they were even more excited. Some boys exclaimed in amazement, some even whistled, and kept shouting. Wow, that is so romantic. Wang Mengyao is too proactive. What on earth is so charming about Chen Tianhao? Some of the girls were talking in low voices, some had a hint of envy in their eyes, and some had a hint of jealousy. Seeing this, Li Meng could no longer sit still. She forced a smile and said in surprise. Oh, Mengyao, you are too passionate. Tianhao almost fainted from your kiss. As she spoke, she turned to look at Chen Tianhao, her eyes full of affection. Tianhao, look how much Mengyao loves you, don't let her down. Chen Tianhao frowned slightly after hearing what Li Meng said. He could tell the ulterior motive in Li Meng's words, but he did not expose her on the spot. He just said calmly. Li Meng, stop teasing us. We are all friends, we are just having a meal together. Li Meng snorted softly, seemingly agreeing with Chen Tianhao's words, but in her heart she was thinking about her next plan. She rolled her eyes, a plan came to her mind, and pretended to say casually. Tianhao, I heard that you spent a lot of money at the auction recently. That's amazing. But, that 30 million is not a small amount of money. Where did you get so much money from? I'm very curious. As soon as she said this, the discussion around her became louder. Everyone turned their eyes to Chen Tianhao, wanting to hear how he would explain. After hearing what Li Meng said, Chen Tianhao couldn't say that it was given by the system. He knew that Li Meng was thinking of ways to make money to help her mother. But there was nothing he could do. Unless Li Meng succeeds. Chen Tianhao thought for a moment, then said calmly. Li Meng, I earned this money through my own hard work. Is there any problem? Li Meng also continued to ask Chen Tianhao. I earned it through my own hard work. Can you tell me more specifically how you worked so hard? I want to learn from you. Wang Mengyao saw Li Meng's intention. She didn't want to embarrass Chen Tianhao, so she stood up and said, Li Meng, please don't make things difficult for Tianhao. This is Tianhao's private matter and has nothing to do with you. As she spoke, she pulled Chen Tianhao to sit down and considerately served him a bowl of soup. Li Meng was very angry when she saw Wang Mengyao sabotaging her, but she still suppressed her anger. At the same time, I realized that I was a little anxious. Li Meng sat back in her seat, but her eyes kept glancing at Chen Tianhao and Wang Mengyao, thinking, I must find a way to take Chen Tianhao away from you. Chen Tianhao and Wang Mengyao ignored Li Meng's provocation and smiled at each other. Chen Tianhao and Wang Mengyao began to enjoy the lunch quietly, as if the discussions around them and Li Meng's existence had nothing to do with them. At the corner of the second floor of the cafeteria, Zhong Pinliang fiercely put out his cigarette. From his angle, he could clearly see everything that happened downstairs. Damn it, why did Li Meng get close to me? Does having money allow you to do whatever you want? Zhong Pinliang couldn't help but doubt himself. Could it be that rich people really? If Chen Tianhao. Zhong Pinliang also had some bad thoughts. At the same time, Chen Tianhao in the cafeteria suddenly sneezed. Are you okay? Wang Mengyao handed over a tissue with concern, her eyes full of tenderness. Chen Tianhao rubbed his nose and smiled. It's okay, maybe someone is saying bad things about me behind my back. His eyes casually swept across everyone in the cafeteria, but he didn't see any suspicious targets. Seeing that there was no problem, he continued to eat pork trotter rice with Wang Mengyao. The other side. Zhong Pinliang gnashed his teeth and said to Haizi beside him. Have you found out who that guy is? Haizi scratched his head. Brother Liang, this is what's strange. I asked a friend at the police station to check. Chen Tianhao's file is as clean as a blank sheet of paper. He comes from an ordinary family, has ordinary grades, and doesn't even have a traffic violation record. Bullshit, do you take me for a fool? Zhong Pinliang punched the wall. Have you ever seen an ordinary student wearing a watch worth over $1 million? Spending $30 million at an auction? Can you use your brain to think about it? Haizi took a breath of cold air. Brother Liang, this kid is really weird. How about observing him for a while? Haizi was also afraid of offending the children of the powerful. Zhong Pinliang could still run away, but he couldn't. Observe what the hell? There was a gleam of ruthlessness in Zhong Pinliang's eyes. Let's do it tonight. He loves to show off. I want to show the whole school what happens if you offend me, Zhong Pinliang. He took out his phone and quickly edited a group text message. Meet at the Westgate Grove at 9 o'clock tonight. Bring your weapons. While editing the text message, Zhong Pinliang was thinking of a plan in his mind on how to embarrass Chen Tianhao. He knew very well that although beating someone up might make him feel better, it might bring him unnecessary trouble. After all, Chen Tianhao's identity was still a mystery. He decided to use courtesy first and then force, ostensibly to find an excuse to teach him a lesson, but in reality to embarrass him in front of the whole school. Let us see how he continues to act so arrogantly around Wang Mengyao. Haizi was listening to Zhong Pinliang's plan and felt a little scared. Although he also disliked Chen Tianhao, he always felt that this matter might cause some trouble. However, he did not dare to disobey Zhong Pinliang's opinion and could only nod reluctantly. Brother Zhong, you are right. We can't alert the enemy. Koroko said cautiously. However, should we prepare more people, just in case he has any helpers? Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. Zhong Pinliang sneered. In addition to you guys, I also called a few brothers from other dormitories. There are too many people here tonight, so he won't have a chance to escape even if he wants to. Heisey nodded, but he still felt a little uneasy. He took out his cell phone and sent messages to the other brothers, telling them about tonight's operation. Let's go to the old place. Zhong Pinliang winked at Heisey, and the two left the cafeteria one after the other. There is an abandoned art classroom in the northwest corner of the campus. It is locked all year round, but Zhong Pinliang had already obtained the key. This is their secret base where all their shady activities are planned. It is also the place where Zhong Pinliang practices martial arts. Zhong Pinliang opened the curtains, and the sunlight shone through the dust, illuminating the three boys who were waiting there. They were all his best friends and usually hung out with him. Brother Liang, why are you calling us here so urgently? What happened? A boy with dyed yellow hair asked. Zhong Pinliang sneered, took out a photo from his pocket and slapped it on the table. The photo shows Chen Tianhao and Wang Mengyao kissing in the cafeteria, and it was obviously a secret photo. Tonight, we're going to teach this upstart a lesson. Koroko added. This kid has been very arrogant recently. He wears $1 million watch and spends a lot of money at auctions. He doesn't take Brother Liang seriously at all. He took out a roll of hemp rope and a few black hoods from his school bag. I've prepared everything. As usual, each of us will get 5,000 when we're done. The boys looked at each other and nodded under the temptation of money. The specific plan is as follows. Zhong Pinliang lowered his voice and gestured on the map. Chapter 50 I want to post on WeChat moments. At the same time, after Chen Tianhao and Wang Mengyao finished their meal, Chen Tianhao planned to take Wang Mengyao to the food street to handle the share transfer procedures. He tilted his head slightly, looked at Wang Mengyao, and said softly, I'm going to do something at the school food court later. Will you come with us? Wang Mengyao had a shy smile on her face and looked at Chen Tianhao with joy in her eyes. Okay, as long as you're here, we can go anywhere. Li Meng, who was standing by, also noticed the tacit understanding between the two people. Knowing that it was not convenient for him to stay any longer in this situation, he found an excuse and said, Then you guys get busy, I'll go back first. After saying that, he left quickly without waiting for Chen Tianhao's response. Seeing this, Wang Mengyao quickly grabbed Chen Tianhao's arm and said coquettishly, Tianhao, let's go. As he said that, he gently pulled Chen Tianhao and walked quickly towards the school parking lot. When he arrived at the parking lot and was about to walk towards his Porsche 918, he heard a burst of exclamations coming from the other side. Oh my god, it's really a Porsche 918. I've seen it in a magazine. This car is so expensive. How can someone in our school afford to drive one? Quick, take a picture for me, I want to post it on WeChat moments. Wang Mengyao looked in the direction of the voice and saw several girls gathered around Chen Tianhao's exclusive parking space. They were taking turns posing for photos next to the silver-gray supercar, and some even boldly lay on the hood to take selfies, attracting the attention of passers-by. Chen Tianhao smiled helplessly, turned to Wang Mengyao and gave her a slightly apologetic smile. Looks like we'll have to wait a while. Wang Mengyao looked at the group of excited girls, feeling both proud and a sense of crisis. She subconsciously grabbed Chen Tianhao's sleeves, but her fingers slipped and touched Chen Tianhao's wrist. A jolt of electric current instantly spread throughout her body. Her face turned red and she quickly pulled her hand back. At this moment, a girl who was taking pictures turned her head inadvertently and her eyes fell on these two people. Her eyes widened instantly, and the phone in her hand fell to the ground with a snap, and then she exclaimed, Chen Tianhao. This shout was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the tranquility of the parking lot. When the other girls heard the voice, they all turned around, and for a moment, there was a lot of discussion in the parking lot. It's really him. Chen Tianhao, who spent 30 million to buy paintings at the auction. Is this car his? That's amazing. Who's the girl next to him? The whispers became more and more heated. Wang Mengyao could feel countless eyes scanning her. She straightened her back and tried to make herself appear confident and generous. There was curiosity, envy, and even a hint of subtle curiosity in those eyes. Chen Tianhao seemed to sense Wang Mengyao discomfort, so he naturally took her hand, gently squeezed it, and whispered to comfort her. Don't worry, I'm here. As he spoke, he straightened his back, with a polite yet distant smile on his face, and slowly walked towards the Porsche holding Wang Mengyao's hand. The crowd consciously parted ways, but the discussions became louder. Isn't that Wang Mengyao, the department flower? When did they get together? I really didn't expect that she would be with Chen Tianhao so soon. When Wang Mangyao heard these discussions, her face turned even redder and her heart beat faster. She silently felt the warmth and strength coming from Chen Tianhao's hands, and inexplicably felt more at ease in her heart. Walking to the car, Chen Tianhao let go of Wang Mengyao's hand and took out the car keys from his pocket. With a soft beep sound, the Porsche's scissor doors slowly rose up, like a silver eagle spreading its wings, attracting another round of exclamations from the surroundings. "Let's go, baby." Chen Tianhao bowed slightly, performed the gentleman's etiquette, and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Wang Mangyao was amused by his actions, and her heart was filled with sweetness. Just as she was about to take a step, she suddenly heard a sharp female voice. "Senior Chen, can I take a ride in your car?" "Just a short ride." I saw a girl in a miniskirt squeezing to the front, blinking her eyes with thick false eyelashes, and her voice was overly sweet. She completely ignored Wang Mengyao's existence and stared straight at Chen Tianhao. The smile on Chen Tianhao's face faded a little, but his tone was still polite and unquestionable. "Sorry, the passenger seat of this car belongs to only one person." After saying that, he gently held Wang Mengyao's waist and helped her into the car. When Wang Mengyao heard this, her heart trembled, and she looked up at Chen Tianhao, her eyes full of emotion. "So handsome." At this moment, she felt even more favorable towards Chen Tianhao. After Chen Tianhao closed the car door, he walked around to the driver's side. He nodded slightly to the crowd still surrounding him. "Please make way, we are about to set off." The engine roared and the Porsche slowly drove out of the parking space. Wang Mengyao saw through the rearview mirror that the group of girls were still standing there watching them go, and some of them had already taken out their phones to take pictures and send messages non-stop. "It looks like we're going to be on the headlines of the campus forum." Chen Tianhao said half-jokingly, turned his head to look at Wang Mengyao, and asked, "Do you mind?" Wang Mengyao bit her lower lip and asked softly, "You just said, the co-pilot belongs to only one person, what do you mean?" Chen Tianhao raised a mysterious smile. "Literally, you're the first person to sit in the passenger seat." As an experienced driver, Chen Tianhao was familiar with every detail of the car. Wang Mengyao's heart suddenly skipped a beat and her cheeks instantly became hot. She lowered her head and pretended to adjust her seatbelt to hide the corners of her mouth that were constantly rising. "So?" Chen Tianhao's voice suddenly became serious. "Student Wang Mengyao, are you willing to officially become the hostess of this car?" "I am willing." Wang Mengyao shouted excitedly in her heart. She raised her head suddenly and met Chen Tianhao's focused gaze. His eyes sparkled with charming light in the sunlight, making Wang Mengyao fall for him involuntarily. Just as she was about to agree, she suddenly heard her cell phone vibrating wildly. They both looked at the phone screen on the center console at the same time, only to see that the lock screen had been flooded with WeChat messages. The top one was from my roommate Zhengling. "Yao Yao. You and Chen Tianhao have become a hot topic on the campus forum. Someone took a photo of you in the parking lot. Now the whole school knows that you are together." This was followed by a series of screenshots exactly the scene in the parking lot just now, with various exaggerated captions. Surprise! The mysterious girlfriend of 30 million male god Chen Tianhao is exposed. Department flower Wang Mengyao wins the top rich second generation, her methods are amazing. Exclusive reveal, the first female passenger on the co-pilot of the Porsche 918. Wang Mengyao stared at the news in amazement, at a loss for a moment. Chen Tianhao laughed softly, "Looks like I don't need to announce it myself." The Porsche then drove out of the campus and merged into the city's traffic. At this moment, the campus forum has completely exploded because of this new couple. Chapter 51 System Upgrade, Gain Insight. The Porsche 918 drove slowly into the special parking space of the Food Street Management Office like a flash of silver lightning. The low roar of the engine attracted the attention of passers-by, and several students who were eating snacks almost dropped their food. Porsche 918? A luxury car worth more than 15 million. This is the big guy. Chen Tianhao ignored the astonished looks around him. Arrive. Chen Tianhao lightly stepped on the brakes and turned to look at Wang Mengyao in the passenger seat. "How does it feel? Do you like the feeling of driving?" Wang Mengyao also nodded. She never thought that she would come to the food court in this capacity, not as a customer, but as the proprietress. The thought made her ears burn. When Wang Mengyao heard Chen Tianhao say that the food street would soon belong to Chen Tianhao, she was also surprised. She didn't expect Chen Tianhao to be so strong. She also felt proud of Chen Tianhao. She thought Chen Tianhao was a rich second generation, but unexpectedly he was a first-generation entrepreneur. Just at this moment. Outside the car, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a dark blue suit, was jogging towards us, with beads of sweat on his forehead shining in the sun. He was followed by several staff members, all of whom looked ready for action. "That's Jiang Jingdong, the managing director of the food court," Chen Tianhao introduced in a low voice while unbuckling his seatbelt. The scissor door slowly rose, Chen Tianhao stepped out of the car, and the sunlight outlined his slender figure. Wang Mengyao took a deep breath and got out of the car. The luxurious car and the absence of anyone instantly created a beautiful scenery. "Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen." Jiang Jingdong walked quickly forward, stretched out his hands, and the smile on his face wrinkled. "Welcome, welcome. I'm Jiang Jingdong, the management director of the food court. I didn't expect you to be so young and promising." His eyes swept back and forth between Portia and Chen Tianhao, with shock and envy flashing in his eyes that were difficult to conceal. This new boss looks to be only 18 or 19 years old, but he drives a luxury car worth tens of millions and is followed by such a beautiful female companion. Jiang Jingdong was thinking quickly. What kind of family background does this require? I can't even imagine it. "Director Jiang, you're too polite." Chen Tianhao simply shook hands with him, his tone calm but with dignity. "This is Miss Wang Mengyao." "Hello, Miss Wang." "Hello, Miss Wang." Jiang Jingdong quickly bowed to Wang Mengyao, his attitude so respectful that it was almost flattering. "You two are such a talented couple, a match made in heaven." Wang Mengyao smiled uncomfortably and leaned closer to Chen Tianhao. She could feel the curious looks from the staff around her, some were envious, some were probing, and a few were clearly jealous. "Are all the formalities ready?" Chen Tianhao went straight to the point, obviously not wanting to waste time on small talk. "All ready. All ready." Jiang Jingdong nodded repeatedly and turned sideways to make a pleased gesture. "The office has prepared refreshments. Mr. Chen and Ms. Wang, please come over and discuss in detail." Walking into the spacious and bright office of the management office, Wang Mengyao couldn't help but be secretly surprised. She thought the food court management office would be a simple place. "I didn't expect the decoration to be so exquisite, with leather sofas, mahogany desks, and famous paintings and calligraphy on the walls, all demonstrating the commercial value of this place. Mr. Chen, this is the equity transfer agreement, this is the financial statement, this is the merchant list." Jiang Jingdong took a stack of documents from the secretary and carefully spread them out in front of Chen Tianhao. "Please take a look." Bite. Detecting that the host is about to conduct commercial activities, rewarding insight ability to see through all loopholes, etc. Chen Tianhao was also surprised, his eyes widened, he didn't expect there would be such a benefit. Chen Tianhao immediately began to use the insight technique. Chen Tianhao gestured to Wang Mengyao to sit next to him. He flipped through the documents very quickly, and with the help of his insight, he marked some clauses from time to time and occasionally asked a few professional questions, which made Jiang Jingdong's forehead bead with sweat. Wang Mengyao quietly observed Chen Tianhao, who was concentrating on his work, and her heartbeat unconsciously quickened. The sunlight shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto his profile, outlining his perfect jawline, making him completely different from his usual gentle appearance at school. "The rental increase on page 3 is inconsistent with the terms of the contract," Chen Tianhao suddenly pointed out, tapping the file with his finger. "According to this algorithm, the actual burden on merchants will increase by 15%. Jiang Jingdong's face changed, and he quickly explained. This is the rule set by the previous boss, we are just following the rules." "Then change it." Chen Tianhao also gave his opinions and made a statement to Jiang Jingdong. Yes. Yes. Mr. Chen, that's a good idea." Jiang Jingdong took the document, and the sweat on his forehead finally slid down. He secretly glanced at the young boss and was shocked. How could he look like a student who had just come of age? He was clearly a business veteran. Wang Mengyao noticed that when Chen Tianhao said these things, Jiang Jingdong's eyes widened visibly. Only then did she truly realize how strong her boyfriend's business ability was. Wang Mengyao was also attracted by Chen Tianhao's charm. She didn't expect that Chen Tianhao was such an outstanding business tycoon. Bite. Check if Wang Mengyao's favorability has reached 100, whether to bind as a girlfriend. Halfway through the procedure, Chen Tianhao also heard the system voice. Bind. Chen Tianhao also chose to bind. Reward 100 million Chinese yuan, trigger a mysterious reward, a luxury cruise ship. Complete 3 system girlfriend binding tasks, and upgrade the system. System 3, get the new function and you can get a corresponding multiple of the consumption rebate for any amount you spend. Chen Tianhao also opened the system interface. System 3. Host, Chen Tianhao. Strength, 6+. Agility, 6+. Constitution, 5+. Spirit, 5+. Appearance, 6+. Title, Brave and Righteous Wearing, Coward. Skills, Combat, Sky-Reaching Finger, Insight. System tasks. 1. Find a girlfriend with a beauty score of 90 or above, and you will be rewarded with 100 million Chinese yuan. 2. Get up early every day and run 3 kilometers for a month, and you will be rewarded with 3 energy points. Note, energy points can be added after the plus sign to improve the host's abilities in all aspects. Completion rate 215. You can get any multiple of consumption rebate for any amount of consumption. Girlfriend. Lu Ruyan, favorability 110. Shen Mengqing, favorability 100. Wang Mengyao, favorability 100. Just when Chen Tianhao was still immersed in the system interface, Jiang Jingdong suddenly clapped his hands, and a secretary came in carrying an exquisite tray. Mr. Chen, Ms. Wang, this is the signature double skim milk from the most famous dessert shop in our food street, Sweet Honey. Please enjoy it. Jiang Jingdong introduced enthusiastically. From now on, Miss Wang, when you come to the food court, all the stores will give you the best treatment. Wang Mengyao was somewhat flattered when she took the dessert. As soon as the spoon touched the milk skin, she heard Chen Tianhao say indifferently, "If Yao Yao likes it, let's buy this store tomorrow." Ahem. Wang Mengyao was almost choked and quickly waved her hands. No, this is fine. Chen Tianhao chuckled and reached out to wipe away the milk stain at the corner of her mouth. His action was so natural as if he had done it thousands of times. Just kidding, though. He turned to Jiang Jingdong. Notify all merchants that from today onwards, all purchases by Ms. Wang in all stores will be charged to my account. Yes. I will definitely get it done. Jiang Jingdong nodded repeatedly and secretly took note of this important information. To please Miss Wang is equivalent to please Mr. Chen. After completing the formalities, Jiang Jingdong was preparing to send Chen Tianhao to the car. Chapter 52, Yunyun's Mother's Dilemma. If you don't have money, get out. The staff at the management office pointed at the lease contract on the wall and sneered. Will you, the Nail households, stay here for the new year? The middle-aged woman behind the glass counter was holding a wrinkled contract, her face flushed. Yun, who had a ponytail tied behind her mother, also had red eyes and was holding her mother's hand. Director Zhang, we really... Before Yun's mother could finish her words, she was rudely interrupted by the staff. Stop complaining to me about being poor. Who was it last month who will definitely be able to pay it back this month? The sound of quarreling permeated the corridor, and Chen Tianhao looked in the direction of the sound. At the office door, Yun, who was wearing simple clothes, was biting her lips and staring at the staff. What's going on? Chen Tianhao asked in a deep voice. The light reflected from the watch made Jiang Jingdong squint his eyes. Mr. Chen, this. Jiang Jingdong was wiping the sweat from his forehead and was about to explain when he suddenly saw a cold light flash in Chen Tianhao's eyes, and his back was instantly covered with cold sweat. Chen Tianhao walked straight to the counter, and the red light of insight silently enveloped the contract text. On the A4 paper with densely packed terms, several abnormal data flickered like fireflies in the dark night. The increase in renewal fees was 35% higher than the market price, and there was a double calculation trap in the penalty clause. Is this your way of entertaining guests? Chen Tianhao's voice was neither hurried nor slow, but it carried an unquestionable pressure. The administrator was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said with his neck stiff. Mr. Chen, please don't interfere in this matter. This tenant owes rent and wants to continue to occupy the shop. Isn't this breaking the rules? Chen Tianhao glanced at the lease contract on the table, and the insight prompt sounded at the right time. Rent increases have been exceptional, 37% above the market average. His fingers tapped lightly on the table. So you're kicking people out? This is all done according to procedure. The administrator's tone began to become a little guilty. Processes are dead, people are alive. Chen Tianhao stood up and glanced at everyone present. I remember the lease status of every business on this street, but this one is the one being pressed the most. Aunt Yun, tell me, why did the rent suddenly increase so much? Yun's mother raised her head, her eyes full of pleading. Mr. Chen, the rent was fine before, but we were suddenly notified in the past 3 months that it would increase so much, and we really can't afford it. Yun sells flowers every day to help support the family, but the money she earns is really limited. Chen Tianhao nodded and turned to the administrator. You said we were following the procedures, so why did the procedures suddenly change? You need me to personally investigate. Does it mean someone wants to take advantage of the situation to make a quick buck? The administrator's face turned extremely ugly. Just as he was about to explain, Jiang Jingdong suddenly interrupted. Mr. Chen, maybe someone below misunderstood. How about this? I will handle Aunt Yun's lease issue and guarantee a solution that satisfies both parties. Chen Tianhao glanced at Jiang Jingdong without saying anything, but that inquiring look made beads of sweat appear on Jiang Jingdong's forehead. Okay, then give me an answer today. Chen Tianhao turned around to comfort Yun and her mother. Auntie Yun, don't worry. I will give you a satisfactory answer today. Yun looked at Chen Tianhao gratefully, but quickly lowered her head. She didn't want to show her vulnerability in front of Chen Tianhao. When Wang Mengyao saw the civilian school beauty Yun, she couldn't help but glance at Chen Tianhao. Seeing that Chen Tianhao didn't seem to be acting strange, she gave up her bad thoughts. After all, in Wang Mengyao's heart, she still hopes that she is the unique existence in Chen Tianhao's heart. Even if it was just a subconscious thought, it was enough to make her feel a little uneasy the moment she looked at Yun. At this moment, Yun's mother also came over to thank Yun's classmate Chen Tianhao. Looking at the young woman Yun's mother, she really has a mature beauty. The years have left a unique charm in her, which may be the result of the hardships of daily life, or it may be the result of a positive and optimistic attitude towards life. Yun's mother gently pulled Yun over and asked her to stand beside her, then she took a step forward and bowed deeply to Chen Tianhao. Mr. Chen, Yun and I are really grateful to you today. You don't know how much pain we have felt during this period. Yun's mother's voice trembled a little, and tears of excitement flashed in her eyes. The rent has suddenly increased so much that we really have no way to deal with it. Just call me Tianhao. Chen Tianhao also said lightly. After hearing what Chen Tianhao said, Yun's mother admired Chen Tianhao even more. She paused, wiped the tears from her eyes, and continued. Yun is a sensible child. She knows that her family is in financial difficulty. She goes to sell flowers at a stall after school every day just to help ease the burden on her family. But even if she works so hard, the money she earns is just a drop in the bucket. We were thinking of gritting our teeth and holding on, but if the rent continues to rise like this, we really don't know what to do. Yun's mother stood up and held Chen Tianhao's hands tightly with both of her hands, her eyes full of sincerity and gratitude. Thanks to you, Tianhao. You are so fair, you don't favor anyone, and you helped us solve this big problem. If it weren't for you, we might have been driven away and had no place to live. We, mother and daughter, don't know how to repay your kindness. After looking at Yun's mother, Chen Tianhao also lowered his head. Yun nodded gently beside her, tears flashing in her eyes. Mr. Chen, I had a bad attitude before and misunderstood you. Please don't take it to heart. I am really ashamed of your generosity and tolerance. I will work harder in the future to run my stall well and live up to your help. Yun was also ashamed of her previous irrationality. Chen Tianhao smiled and helped Yun's mother up, saying, Aunt Yun, please don't be so polite. Yun and I are classmates, so it's only natural for us to help each other. I understand your difficulties and hope that your life will get better and better. In fact, I have been paying attention to Yun for a long time. She is very hardworking and sensible. As for Yun, I like her very much too. In the future, if you have any difficulties, just tell me. I will definitely help you if I can. Yun's mother was moved and even more excited after hearing what Chen Tianhao said. Tianhao, we will remember your kindness in our hearts. Your help not only solves a financial problem for us, but also gives us hope and confidence. In the future, we will run the business well and contribute to the development of the food street. At this time, the surrounding merchants could not help but nod in praise, and some even said, Mr. Chen, it's so rare to find a good boss like you. With you here, we have more confidence in doing business on this street. Chen Tianhao smiled and waved his hands. This is what I should do. The development of the food street is inseparable from the joint efforts of everyone. Only when everyone lives a good life can this street become more and more lively and prosperous. Jiang Jingdong echoed. That's right. Mr. Chen has always been concerned about the merchants in our food street. The way he handled it today was really thoughtful and taught our management office a lesson. In the future, we should learn more from Mr. Chen and think more about the merchants. Chen Tianhao also looked at Zhang Jingdong. Chapter 53 Processing completed. Jingdong, you handled this matter very well. Through this incident, you should have understood that managing merchants cannot just be a matter of rigidly following procedures. You should also pay attention to their actual conditions and manage them in a humane way. I hope you can continue to do so in the future. Zhang Jingdong said quickly. Yes, Mr. Chen, I will definitely remember your teachings. Yunyan's mother thanked Zhang Jingdong gratefully and then looked at Chen Tianhao again. Mr. Chen, thank you so much for your kindness today. This cup of tea is a small token of our appreciation. I hope you don't mind. As she spoke, Yunyan's mother picked up the teacup on the coffee table beside her and handed it to Chen Tianhao. Chen Tianhao took the teacup, took a sip, and said with a smile. Aunt Yun, this tea is really good. I appreciate your kindness. At this time, Wang Mengyao stepped forward and said with a smile. Auntie Yun, I'm happy for you that you were able to solve this problem successfully. Chen Tianhao has always been a kind-hearted person with a strong sense of justice. What happened today also shows what kind of person he is. We are all friends from now on. We should help each other and do business well together. Chen Tianhao looked at this scene, and his heart was filled with emotion. He smiled and said, Okay, that's all for today. In the future, we must work together to build a better food court. After listening to Chen Tianhao's suggestion, Yunyan's mother and Yunyan both nodded. Other merchants around also showed expectant smiles, as if they saw a brighter future for the food street. As for Yunyun, although she felt bad about Chen Tianhao, after all, Chen Tianhao helped her, so she also wanted to thank Chen Tianhao. Yunyun bit her lower lip slightly. She was still feeling aggrieved about Chen Tianhao's inexplicable alienation from her. But rationally, she also knew that if Chen Tianhao hadn't happened today, she and her mother really wouldn't know what to do. Yunyun also said softly, Mr. Chen, thank you. I was not nice before and I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. Chen Tianhao smiled, waved his hand and said, It's okay, Yunyun, we are all friends, and we should help each other. While a few people were chatting, Zhang Jingdong had already finished dealing with the matter. He hurried over with a somewhat ingratiating smile on his face. Mr. Chen, the matter has been handled. According to your wishes, Aunt Yun's shop rent will be renewed according to the market average price, and considering her family's special circumstances, we will waive the rent for the past 3 months. At the same time, we also reserved the best position for Aunt Yun at the key stall of the food festival theme event. Zhang Jingdong said respectfully. Chen Tianhao nodded with satisfaction and said, Well, it was handled very well. In the future, we should consider this kind of thing more from the perspective of the merchants. If we want our food street to develop well, we can't let the merchants feel disappointed. Zhang Jingdong quickly responded. Yes, Mr. Chen, you are right. After this incident, I have also deeply realized my shortcomings, and I will definitely improve in the future. When Yunyun heard the news, her eyes reddened with excitement, and she became even more grateful to Chen Tianhao. Yunyan's mother also kept expressing her gratitude, and the whole atmosphere became warm and harmonious. Wang Mengyao looked at this scene. Although she was still a little conflicted, she was also sincerely happy for Yunyun. At the same time, she secretly admired Chen Tianhao's ability to handle things. She knew how rare it was to find a balance between toughness and softness in business. Yunyun secretly glanced at Chen Tianhao, whom she once disliked. At this moment, she found that this man who once seemed distant and cold in her heart seemed to gradually become friendly. She lowered her head shyly, but a sense of inexplicable joy was quietly spreading in her heart. Yunyun's favorability reaches 50. After hearing the system's prompt, Chen Tianhao looked at Yunyun thoughtfully. He didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. Then, Chen Tianhao looked at the time and said, It's getting late, and I have other things to deal with. Aunt Yunyun, we can communicate at any time if we have any follow-up questions. Yunyan's mother and Yunyun expressed their gratitude to Chen Tianhao again. Watching Chen Tianhao, Wang Mengyao and Zhang Jingdong leave, their hearts were filled with hope and warmth. The other merchants around were also deeply touched by this scene, and they all nodded in praise of Chen Tianhao's character. Yunyan's mother took Yunyan's hand and walked into the room, which had become a little quieter after she had just dealt with something. Yunyun looked at her mother with some confusion. Just as she was about to ask something, her mother eagerly pulled her to sit on the sofa. Yuner, you finally met a noble person today. Yunyun's mother's eyes were sparkling, and her face still showed the afterglow of excitement. She patted Yunyun's hand gently and spoke in a low voice but could not hide her excitement. I didn't expect that Chen Tianhao, at such a young age, could manage such a large food court on his own, and he's the boss here. He's your classmate, you have to seize the opportunity. Yunyun was slightly startled, and Chen Tianhao's gentle yet determined face appeared in her mind. She nodded. Yeah, I just found out. Mom, what does this have to do with me? It's a huge deal. Yunyun's mother's eyes were full of anxiety. She leaned forward slightly and reached out to gently pinch Yunyun's face. Yuner, you are not young anymore. You know what our family has been going through these years. If Tianhao hadn't come to our aid today, we really wouldn't know what to do. Now he is our family's benefactor, and look at him, he has achieved so much at such a young age, and he is such a good person. Yunyun frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable. Mom, what are you talking about? I'm just helping to express my gratitude. He helped us out of kindness. Good intentions? Yunyun's mother emphasized her tone and raised her voice slightly. This is not just a simple kindness. This is fate. Yuner, I'm going to tell you straight today, we have to seize this opportunity. She stared at Yunyun and said without any doubt. You have to find a way to take down Chen Tianhao and make him our son-in-law. I think Tianhao is a good guy. Mom. Yunyun seemed to be startled. She stood up all of a sudden, her voice trembling. How can you say that? I don't feel that way about him yet. You still don't feel that way? Yunyun's mother also stood up, walked to Yunyun, and shook her arm. Didn't you just say that you misunderstood him before and thought he was a bad person? Now he has helped us so much. Why are you still being so reserved? Do you think all the young men from good families are waiting in line for you to pick? In our current situation, being able to marry someone like Chen Tianhao is a blessing that we have accumulated over several lifetimes. Yunyun paced back and forth in the living room in a somewhat annoyed manner. Mom, love isn't calculated like that. I am genuinely grateful to him, but I can't just stay with him because of our situation. It's too utilitarian. Yunyun was also confused. Can money really change a person? Chapter 54. I don't mind having one more. Yuner, Mom knows you are a child with ideas, but today's society is so realistic. Yunyun's mother walked forward, hugged Yunyun gently, and whispered in her ear. It's not easy for ordinary people like us who have no power or influence to have a chance to turn things around. Think about it, if you and Chen Tianhao get together, our family will live a stable life in the future, you won't have to run around everywhere, and we won't have to live our lives depending on other people's wishes. Her voice was choked. It's not been easy for us these years, you don't want to continue like this, right? Yunyun gradually stopped pacing, leaned in her mother's arms, and nodded silently. She felt very conflicted. She knew that her impression of Chen Tianhao had changed a little, from initial dislike to current gratitude, and she really admired his achievements in business. However, now that her mother said this so bluntly, she still found it a little hard to accept. Yuner, Mom is not going to force you, I just hope you can seize this opportunity and think about it carefully. Yunyun's mother loosened her arms and placed her hands on her shoulders, looking at her expectantly. Yunyun took a deep breath and said slowly. Mom, I know you're trying hard, but I still want to get along with you for a while. If it's really not suitable, I can't force myself. After hearing this, Yunyun's mother showed a relieved smile. Okay, I won't force you, but you have to take the initiative and get in touch with him more. He invited you today, so you can communicate with him anytime if you have any questions in the future. This is a great opportunity. Yunyun nodded and replied. Yeah, I get it, Mom. Although she was still somewhat reluctant, looking at her mother's hopeful eyes, she knew that she could no longer completely reject this possibility as she had done before. Yunyun's mother took her hand again and said earnestly. Yuner, remember, fate in this world sometimes appears in the hardships of life. This Chen Tianhao may be a ray of hope for our family. You can't let him go easily. Yunyun nodded gently. She knew that her mother was truly doing this for the best of her and her daughter. However, she still needed to adapt to and think carefully about this method of exchanging feelings for benefits. At this moment, her feelings towards Chen Tianhao seemed to become more complicated. There was not only the friendship and admiration that had gradually built up before, but also the unknown pressure that the mother mentioned. However, she decided to follow her mother's advice for the time being and try to get in touch with Chen Tianhao more to see what would happen next. Chen Tianhao drove a Porsche 918 in the night, and the low roar of the engine was particularly prominent in the quiet street. Wang Mengyao sat in the passenger seat, holding a cup of freshly bought hot coffee in her hand. Mr. Chen, you handled this matter beautifully today. Aunt Yun almost worships you as her savior. Wang Mengyao took a sip of coffee and joked. Chen Tianhao focused on the road conditions, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I just did what I had to do. I couldn't just sit there and watch the merchants run into difficulties. Wang Mengyao raised her eyebrows and smiled even more. You say that in a very high-sounding way. But then again, the way Yun Yun looks at you is changed. Is she going to rely on you from now on? It seems that Mr. Chen can have girls on both sides in the future. Do you want us to play together, Mr. Chen? Shock. This is something a human can say. Chen Tianhao would naturally not be fooled. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianhao inadvertently glanced at Wang Mengyao's playful eyes. He shook his head slightly and said with a smile, Mengyao, your imagination is a bit too far-fetched. Yun Yun and I are just ordinary friends. She should be grateful to me. Besides, you are the only one in my heart. Ordinary friends? Wang Mengyao laughed out loud. Your words are weaker than coffee, Mr. Chen. Are you pretending to be serious or are you pretending to be confused? Chen Tianhao's smile deepened a little, but he still maintained his serious attitude. Mengyao, I know you always like to joke around, but there are some things you can't joke about. Yun Yun and I are just colleagues, don't make random guesses. Serious? I will believe. Wang Mengyao looked at Chen Tianhao's serious expression, and suddenly put away her smile, and said seriously. Chen Tianhao, are you hiding something from me? Chen Tianhao shifted his gaze from the road ahead to Wang Mengyao. Seeing her serious look, he sighed softly. Mengyao, you misunderstood. There's really nothing between Yun Yun and me. Don't let your imagination run wild. Wang Mengyao was silent for a while, then suddenly laughed. Okay, Mr. Chen, I won't say anything more. However, next time something like this happens, you have to let me know in advance so that I can be mentally prepared. To be honest, I don't mind having another sister. After seeing Chen Tianhao's strength, Wang Mengyao also changed her mind. Anyway, one more or one less doesn't make much, as long as Chen Tianhao has Wang Mengyao in his heart, it's enough. Chen Tianhao smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Mengyao, I only have you, and this time it's really nothing. Chen Tianhao would not be fooled. He would always understand what women said in the opposite way. Chen Tianhao looked at the road ahead and suddenly said, Mengyao, I've always wanted to tell you that you are really outstanding. I admire your intelligence and independent spirit. I look forward to your performance tomorrow. Wang Mengyao was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Mr. Chen, are you praising me or comforting me? Of course I'm praising you. Chen Tianhao said seriously. Mengyao, you are an indispensable member of my heart. I see your ability and efforts. I hope you can figure it out in the future and continue to maintain this state. You will definitely be even better in the future. Wang Menyao's smile gradually softened. She looked at Chen Tianhao's profile as he focused on driving, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She said softly, Chen Tianhao, thank you for your understanding and support. I will definitely make you firm. When Chen Tianhao heard what Wang Mengyao said, he nodded slightly and felt a warmth in his heart. Be firm. Okay, Mengyao, we're almost at school. Chen Tianhao looked at the road sign ahead and said, when you get to school, go take care of your things first. I have a few phone calls to make. Wang Mengyao nodded, got out of the car, and said to Chen Tianhao with a smile, Mr. Chen, be careful on the road and go to bed early at night. Chen Tianhao looked at Wang Mengyao's back as she walked into the campus and sighed in his heart. Chapter 55 I'm coming to you now. Chen Tianhao took out his mobile phone, slid his finger across the screen, and soon found Lu Ruyan's chat window. His heart was beating slightly, and with a hint of anticipation, he edited a message and sent it over. Ruyan, I'm going to find you now. Not long after the message was sent, Chen Tianhao received a reply from Lu Ruyan. A brilliant smile first appeared on the screen, followed by the heart-warming words. Really? Honey, I can't wait. Later, she sent another selfie. When Chen Tianhao saw the photo, his eyes suddenly lit up. The corners of his mouth rose unconsciously and he replied. Ruyan, you are so beautiful. I'll be there soon. After sending the message, he started the car gently and turned towards where Lu Ruyan was. Along the way, the image of Lu Ruyan wearing a red dress and high heels kept appearing in his mind, which made him feel particularly happy. After a while, the car arrived at Haitian Villa. Lu Ruyan stood under the villa, the light shining on her, reflecting her charming figure. When she saw Chen Tianhao's car, she immediately smiled brightly and waved at the car. Chen Tianhao slowly parked the car beside Lu Ruyan, got out of the car and walked in front of her. He looked Lu Ruyan up and down, and praised her sincerely. "Ruyan, you look so beautiful today. This outfit suits you so well." After hearing this, Lu Ruyan's face was filled with a happy smile. She gently twisted her slender waist and said coquettishly, "Humph, you only know how to say nice things. But seeing you here, my heart feels warm too." Chen Tianhao smiled and took Lu Ruyan's hand, feeling the warmth of her palm, and his heart was filled with warmth. He said, "Let's go, I'll take you to a good place." Lu Ruyan nodded slightly and let him lead the way, and the two walked into the villa together. A warm date time. An hour later, Lu Ruyan picked up the glass, gently shook the champagne in the glass, looked at Chen Tianhao and said, "I'm so happy to meet you today. I've been thinking about you all this time." Chen Tianhao looked at Lu Ruyan's shy eyes, his heart full of tenderness. He responded, "Me too, Ruyan. Every time I see you, I feel at ease." Lu Ruyan showed a sweet smile on her face, took a sip of champagne and said, "Then we should meet more often in the future, okay?" Chen Tianhao nodded quickly. "Of course, I want to stay with you as long as you want." Then, Lu Ruyan smiled and said to Chen Tianhao, "Just put on the JK and little white rabbit outfit I bought for you." Chen Tianhao agreed with a smile. A few minutes later, Lu Ruyan appeared in front of Chen Tianhao in new clothes, looking even sweeter and cuter. Afterwards, the two of them went to the master bedroom hand in hand and spent a warm time together. An hour and a half later, Lu Ruyan opened her eyes lazily and saw Chen Tianhao looking at her with a smile. She looked at the messy clothes on the ground and her eyes fell on Chen Tianhao again. Chen Tianhao was holding a cup of yogurt in his hand, slowly scraping the wall of the cup with a spoon, and asked, "Are you awake? Do you want to eat?" Lu Ruyan's eyes wandered between the yogurt cup and his slender fingers. She suddenly remembered some intimate details of last night, and the tips of her ears instantly turned red. She grabbed the pillow and covered her face, saying in a muffled voice, "Hate it. You know that's not what I'm asking." Chen Tianhao laughed softly and deliberately tapped the rim of the cup with a spoon. "Then do you want it?" "Want?" When Chen Tianhao saw her cute appearance, his watery eyes peeked out from the edge of the pillow and he reached out to grab the yogurt cup. Just as she was about to touch it, Chen Tianhao suddenly raised the cup high. "Just tell me first, what do you want?" He leaned over with a wicked smile, looked at Lu Ruyan, and said, "Is the yogurt delicious?" Under Chen Tianhao's gaze, Lu Ruyan lost the courage to resist, lowered her eyes, and whispered, "Tasty." "I can't hear you." "Tasty." Lu Ruyan responded loudly. Then Lu Ruyan suddenly remembered something and struggled to reach for her phone. "My best friend said she would come to see me today." Before he could finish his words, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. It broke the ambiguous atmosphere between the two. Lu Ruyan jumped up from Chen Tianhao's arms like a frightened little rabbit, and hurriedly tidied up her messy nightgown. Chen Tianhao held her flustered hand and comforted her. "Don't worry, it's okay to let the guests wait a little longer." Lu Ruyan stamped her feet anxiously. "Soon she is doing a live broadcast on Douyin. If she sees us like this. Oh my god, is she doing a live broadcast?" After hearing this, Chen Tianhao was not nervous at all. Instead, he became interested and deliberately loosened the belt of his nightgown. "Wouldn't that be better? Let the audience see how cute you are." "You." Lu Ruyan was both embarrassed and annoyed, so she grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. At this time, the doorbell rang again, accompanied by Su Ningxi's clear voice. "Ruyan, I heard some noise. If you don't open the door, I'm going to call the property management to pick the lock." Chen Tianhao smiled and pulled Lu Ruyan up, tidied up each other's clothes, stood up with a laugh, then gently took Lu Ruyan's hand, and prepared to go open the door together to see what kind of person Lu Ruyan's best friend was. He deliberately kicked the door open, and Lu Ruyan was so scared that she buried her face in his chest. When the security door opened, Su Ningxi, who was holding a mobile phone, widened her eyes with an expression of disbelief. Resolve embarrassment. Looking at Lu Ruyan's appearance at this moment, Combined with this sudden scene, Su Ningxi instantly understood what had happened. She quickly regained her composure and walked forward with a smile. Ruyan, looking at your current state, it seems that you and Tianhao have been getting along very well recently. Tianhao, it's our first meeting. I have heard a lot about you. Chen Tianhao also responded with a smile. Ha, nice to meet you, come in and sit down, it's quite hot outside. As he said that, he moved aside to let Su Ningxi in. Su Ningxi walked in carelessly, sat down on the sofa, looked at Lu Ruyan and Chen Tianhao, and joked. You two, don't hide your feelings. Love is written all over your face. Tell me, when are you going to give me the wedding candy? I want the biggest ones. Lu Ruyan was amused by her and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She walked out from behind Chen Tianhao, took her arm and said coquettishly. Cici, please stop teasing us. Chen Tianhao also agreed with a smile, and the atmosphere suddenly became relaxed and cheerful. Then several young people started chatting happily together, and the awkwardness just now was washed away by everyone's laughter and jokes, leaving only this warm and joyful atmosphere spreading in the room. Chapter 56. Are you crazy? In the camera, Chen Tianhao was leaning lazily against the doorframe, holding Lu Ruyan like an ostrich in his arms, with the collar of his nightgown wide open, revealing his strong chest muscles. Wow! Su Ningxi whistled and deliberately swept the camera downwards. Is it because I interrupted a good thing? Lu Ruyan struggled to jump down, but Chen Tianhao held her waist tightly. He leaned closer to Su Ningxi's phone and looked at the number of people online. There were more than 20,000 viewers watching. Good evening, everyone. Chen Tianhao smiled evilly at the camera, and suddenly reached out to turn off the live broadcast. But the following scenes are not convenient to broadcast. When the audience watching the live broadcast saw Chen Tianhao, they all thought that Chen Tianhao was also the top brother on the list and expressed their envy. Wow, what a rich guy. This guy will definitely take the top spot on the list. How rich must he be to pamper a girl like this? I'm jealous. Look at his muscles and temperament, maybe he is a hidden boss. Chen Tianhao raised his eyebrows slightly at the screen and said with a smile. Everyone has misunderstood. I am not some top brother on the list. I am. He paused deliberately, looked at the messages scrolling on the screen, and then continued. I am the owner of this villa. The owner of the villa? Doesn't that mean he's even richer? That's what I said. He doesn't look like an ordinary person from his aura. Wow, this is so enviable, living in a villa and having such a beautiful girl. Su Ningxi said mischievously off camera. You guys are just guessing. There are so many stories behind this. After saying that, she blinked at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan broke free from Chen Tianhao's arms and said with a red face. Su Ningxi, please stop causing trouble. Then he looked at the camera and said somewhat embarrassedly. My dear friends, I'm sorry to have caused you any misunderstanding. He and I, we are friends, just ordinary friends. Lu Ruyan doesn't want to expose her private life on the internet. Ordinary friends? Can ordinary friends be so close? That's right, can ordinary friends do this in this villa? Miss, you think we are 3-year-old children. There is obviously something fishy going on here. Lu Ruyan's cheeks turned even redder after hearing what she said. She looked at Chen Tianhao, hoping that he could help her out. Chen Tianhao found this lively atmosphere quite interesting. He said to the camera. Everyone, stop making blind guesses. We should know the situation between Ruyan and I ourselves. Humph, if you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. This doesn't look like a proper gathering of friends. Some of the audience began to boo. Chen Tianhao didn't care about these. He put down the bottle, pulled Lu Ruyan and Su Ningxi to the living room, and said as he walked. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I just mixed some drinks, come and have some fun. When they walked into the living room, the audience exclaimed in amazement at the luxurious decorations in the living room. Wow, this decoration is so luxurious. This is the life of rich people. It's so enviable. I feel like my life is hopeless. Su Ningxi walked to the sofa and sat down, picked up a bottle of wine and said, I'm really in big trouble today. I actually have the opportunity to drink in a place like this. At this time, a netizen named Ming said, Can you guys talk about something practical? I'm more concerned about the girl who just changed her clothes and then changed back again. What's going on? When Lu Ruyan heard this, her face instantly turned red. She said to the screen angrily, That's enough. As Lu Ruyan spoke, she walked towards the kitchen. She saw the unfinished dessert on the table, so she said, I'm hungry. I'll get you some food. Chen Tianhao sat on the sofa, looking at the messages on the screen, thinking that this live broadcast was really interesting and could add some fun to his relationship with Ruyan. Then he said to the camera, Don't jump to conclusions. There are more exciting things to come. After saying this, before Su Ningxi and Lu Ruyan could react, he suddenly picked up Lu Ruyan and strode upstairs. Su Ningxi cried out in surprise. What are you doing again? The audience watching the live broadcast were even more excited, and the comments were scrolling faster. I knew it was going to be bad. The couple upstairs are simply amazing. As the picture disappeared again, the popularity of the live broadcast continued to rise, and the barrage of comments continued to increase like snowflakes. Chen Tianhao gently closed the door of the master bedroom on the second floor with his foot, blocking out Su Ningxi's exclamation and the boiling barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. Lu Ruyan was also placed on the bed by Chen Tianhao. Are you crazy? Lu Ruyan propped herself up with her arms and sat up, the blush on her cheeks spreading all the way to her ears. More than 20,000 people are watching. Chen Tianhao knelt on one knee on the edge of the bed and slowly untied the belt of his nightgown, revealing his muscular chest. He leaned closer, the heat from his breath brushing her earlobe. Let them see. The sound was deep and resonant like a cello. You'll know sooner or later anyway. Su Ningxi's deliberately raised voice came from downstairs. Don't worry, babies. They're going to, get something. Then there was the sound of someone frantically adjusting the camera. Lu Ruyan bit her lower lip and her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt. Tianhao. That's not good. How can I see Xiao Su in the future? She put her hands against his chest. Chen Tianhao grabbed her wrist and pressed it on top of her head, and stroked her cheek with his other hand. What are you afraid of? Chen Tianhao chuckled. I'm your boyfriend, openly and aboveboard. Su Ningxi held up her phone and stood in the middle of the living room. The comments in the live broadcast room were already exploding. What the hell? Is this something I can watch for free? Hurry up, host. We want to see the sequel. How's the soundproofing in this villa? Request a live broadcast. She hurriedly turned the camera to the ceiling and stammered. Everyone, let's take a look at the ceiling design of this villa. Suddenly there was a muffled bang sound from upstairs, as if something heavy had fallen on the carpet. The barrage instantly boiled over again. A fight broke out? This noise, the bed is of good quality. Anchor, why don't you go up and take a look? Su Ningxi stamped her feet anxiously, and was just hesitating whether to turn off the live broadcast when she suddenly heard Lu Ruyan scream from upstairs. Chen Tianhao. Are you born in the year of the dog? The barrage was immediately filled with ha ha ha. Su Ningxi's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and her hands shook so much that she almost dropped her phone. She took a deep breath and tried to remain calm in front of the camera. Well, today's live broadcast ends here, next time. Before he could finish his words, Lu Ruyan's crying voice came from upstairs. Be gentle, you're hurting me. The number of people in the live broadcast room instantly exceeded 50,000, and the barrage was so dense that the content could not be seen clearly. Su Ningxi hurriedly clicked to end the live broadcast, but accidentally pressed the camera flip button. The audience finally saw her hopeless expression and red face. It's over, it's over. Su Ningxi slumped on the Italian leather sofa, mechanically stuffing macarons into her mouth. Ruyan is going to kill me now. Suddenly, her phone started vibrating wildly. The operations manager of the live streaming platform sent more than a dozen messages. The heat is exploding. Live broadcast. Continue. The company recommends you on the homepage. At the same time, the door of the bedroom on the second floor suddenly opened. Chapter 58. This is a matter of principle. The silver Porsche 918 drew an elegant arc in front of Baikeju and stopped steadily in the exclusive VIP parking space. The doorman had been waiting respectfully by the side, and he straightened his back when he saw the license plate. Su Ningxi's finger was still on the mobile phone holder, and the number of people in the live broadcast room had exceeded 100,000. The comments flew by like snowflakes, and it was almost impossible to make out the content. She took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound less trembling. We're here, Baikeju. Chen Tianhao got out of the car first and walked around to the passenger seat to open the door for her. Suning-shi stepped out of the car carefully, fearing that she might damage this priceless luxury car. Watch out for the steps. Chen Tianhao's hand was loosely placed on her waist, without actually touching her, but it gave her a feeling of being protected. Lu Ruyan jumped down from the back seat lightly and naturally took Chen Tianhao's other arm. I'm starving. Come in. Her voice was as sweet as melted honey, but her eyes glanced at the camera of Su Ningxi's mobile phone. The hall of Baikeju was magnificent, and the light reflected by the crystal chandelier made Su Ningxi unable to open her eyes for a moment. She subconsciously adjusted the angle of her phone to capture all this luxury. Mr. Chen, the henteing box you reserved is ready. The manager came forward personally and bowed at just the right angle, showing both respect and decency. Just as they were about to follow the manager upstairs, a sudden voice came from the side. Ningxi? It's really you. Su Ningxi turned around and saw a young man in an Armani suit and with a slicked back hair walking towards her quickly. Her expression froze instantly, and her fingers unconsciously tightened around the phone. Mr. Lu, Mr. Lu. She forced a smile. What a coincidence. Lu Dongxiang stared at Su Ningxi with burning eyes, completely ignoring Chen Tianhao and Lu Ruyan beside her. I just saw your live broadcast on Douyin and rushed over immediately. He shook his phone proudly. I didn't expect you to actually be here. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Fuck. It's Douyin's deputy manager Lu. I heard his uncle is the big boss of Douyin. Xiao, she actually knows this kind of big shot. Lu Dongxiang seemed to have just noticed Chen Tianhao. He looked him up and down, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Who is this? Su Ningxi introduced awkwardly. This is my best friend Lu Ruyan's boyfriend, Chen Tianhao. Tianhao, this is Douyin manager Lu Dongxiang, the head of my live streaming platform. I wonder what Lu Dongxiang's expression would be if he knew that he was the largest shareholder of Douyin. When Lu Dongxiang heard the word boyfriend, his eyebrows raised slightly. He stretched out his hand. Nice to meet you. Chen Tianhao shook hands with him briefly, with a faint smile on his face. Mr. Lu. The two people's hands separated as soon as they touched, but it seemed as if invisible sparks flew. Lu Dongxiang turned to Su Ningxi and suddenly raised his voice a few notches. Ningxi, all the expenses for you and your friends tonight are on me. He looked at Chen Tianhao provocatively. Just consider it a celebration of your live broadcast reaching 100,000 viewers. Many guests in the hall cast curious glances upon hearing this. The consumption level of Baikeju is well known, and people who can say such things are either rich or noble. This move costs at least more than 100,000 yuan. Lu Dongxiang also raised his chest and looked at Chen Tianhao. Su Ningxi's face suddenly turned red. No. No thanks, Manager Lu. Today it's Mr. Chen's treat. Lu Dongxiang interrupted her. Why are you being so polite to me? He turned to the manager. Bring out all the best wine and put it on my account. The manager looked at Chen Tianhao in embarrassment, but the latter just shook his head slightly, still with that mysterious smile on his face. We appreciate Mr. Lu's kindness. Chen Tianhao's voice was neither hurried nor slow. But we invited Miss Su tonight, so naturally I should be the host. Lu Dongxiang sneered. Mr. Chen may not know that the cost of Baikeju is not affordable for ordinary working-class people. Ningxi is my important anchor, so I should be the one to entertain her. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Lu Ruyan watched this scene with great interest, her fingers twirling around her hair, seeming to be quite interested in this contest between males. The audience in the live broadcast room has gone crazy. Fight, fight. Mr. Lu is so domineering. Mr. Chen seems to be very secretive. Chen Tianhao chuckled and took out a black card from his suit pocket and handed it to the manager. I will book Baikeju tonight. Please move to Haitianiases next door. All expenses will be charged to my account. Lu Dongxiang's expression changed instantly. Booking Baikeju? Even he had never been so extravagant. The manager took the black card with both hands and said respectfully, Mr. Chen, I'll arrange it right away. But it may take some time to clear the area. Chen Tianhao looked at his watch. I'll give you 20 minutes. After saying that, he turned to Su Ningxi. Mind waiting a moment? We can go sit in the bar area first. Su Ningxi was completely stunned and the phone almost slipped out of her hands. The number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 200,000, and the barrage is refreshing frantically. Book by Keiju? How much does this cost? Who is Mr. Chen? Lu Doqiang's face turned pale and he suddenly took out his cell phone. Mr. Chen is really generous. But you may not know that Bai Keiju was opened by my uncle's friend. It is not a place where you can do whatever you want just because you have money. He dialed a number and deliberately turned on the speakerphone. Hello, Uncle Lee? I'm Dongqiang. Yes, I'm at Bai Keiju. A friend wants to book the place. A majestic voice came from the other end of the phone. Dongqiang, Bai Keiju never accepts private bookings. This is the rule. Tell your friend not to embarrass the people below. Lu Dongqiang looked at Chen Tianhao proudly. Uncle Lee, but my friend seems very sincere. No matter how sincere you are, it won't work. The person on the other end of the phone was firm and resolute. This is a matter of principle. Chapter 59, Book the Whole Theater, 100 million. Chen Tianhao heard the tough attitude from the other end of the phone, but the smile on his face did not diminish at all. He leaned forward slightly, approaching Lu Dongqiang, his tone gentle but oppressive. Mr. Lu, it seems that your uncle's friends are not very respectful. But... He stood up, took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to the stunned manager. Here, tell Uncle Lee that I'll book Bai Keiju tonight, and I'll pay 100 million. When the manager took the black card, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was 100 million. He can't possibly earn that much money even if he works for his entire life. He turned around quickly and said respectfully to Uncle Lee on the other end of the phone. Uncle Lee, Mr. Chen said he is willing to offer 100 million for the entire theater. What do you think? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a suppressed laugh. Haha, 100 million? Are you kidding, Mr. Chen? Chen Tianhao took over the conversation, his voice calm but powerful. I'm not kidding. Uncle Lee, I respect the rules of Bai Keiju, but you have to respect my sincerity. I believe you also want to take your uncle's business to the next level, right? Is 100 million enough? Uncle Lee on the other end of the phone was completely silent. After a moment, he sighed and his tone became much more respectful. Mr. Chen, we all feel your sincerity. Let me come over and take care of it right away. Please wait. Chen Tianhao hung up the phone, smiled meaningfully, and handed the check to the manager. Tell Uncle Lee I'll wait for him. The manager took the check as if he had been pardoned and left in a hurry. Lu Doqiang's face changed completely, his eyes were full of shock and disbelief. He pointed at Chen Tianhao and said in a trembling voice. Who are you? 100 million for a full house, that's not something that just anyone can come up with. Chen Tianhao's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. Mr. Lu, it doesn't matter who I am. What is important is that Bai Keiju will serve me tonight. Su Ningxi was laughing so hard that her body shook. Ruyan poked Su Ningxi's shoulder with her finger and said, Ruyan, your boyfriend is so cool. He booked the whole theater for 100 million. He's just like a big shot in a novel. Lu Ruyan was also completely stunned. She opened her mouth slightly and managed to utter a word after a long while. Tianhao, what do you do? I didn't expect Chen Tianhao to be so powerful that he could spend 100 million. Just having a meal. This world must be fake. The thought that Chen Tianhao was her boyfriend. So delicious. Chen Tianhao did not answer her question, but turned to Lu Dongqiang and said in a gentle tone. Boss Lu, can we continue now? Or are you not going to give me even this little bit of face? Lu Doqiang's face turned pale, and he obviously had no intention of arguing anymore. He glared at Su Ningxi fiercely, turned around and left, his back looking very embarrassed. At the same time, the manager walked over quickly with a middle-aged man with gray hair and a majestic aura. When the middle-aged man saw Chen Tianhao, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but then he showed a meaningful smile. Mr. Chen, I've heard a lot about you. I'm Li Changgang, an investor in Bai Keiju. It was me on the phone just now. Chen Tianhao nodded slightly, stood up and shook hands with him. Uncle Li, nice to meet you. I came here mainly to give my friends a surprise, but I didn't expect to disturb your rules. 100 million is just a small token of my appreciation, I hope Uncle Li doesn't mind. Li Changgang laughed and patted Chen Tianhao on the shoulder. Mr. Chen, you are too polite. Since you asked, I will not let you down. Bai Keiju is yours tonight, please use it as you like. He turned to the staff member nearby. Go, arrange the best private room for Mr. Chen, and invite the other guests to the Hai Tian Ise next door. Remember, be nice. Yes. The staff nodded quickly and took quick action. Li Changgang turned to Su Ningxi again and asked with a smile. Ms. Lu, Ms. Su. Are you interested in trying Bai Keiju's top-notch private dishes tonight? I haven't cooked in many years, and I really want to show off my cooking skills tonight. Lu Ruyan was also stunned. She obviously didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man was actually the investor of Bai Keiju. She quickly came back to her senses, smiled and nodded. Of course, I've heard of Uncle Li's cooking skills for a long time, and today I finally have the chance to taste it. Su Ningxi said enviously, Ruyan, you are so lucky. Uncle Li's cooking skills are famous, and even many politicians and business tycoons are eager to get a piece of his cake. Although Lu Dongxiang had already left, his face and expression had already been clearly captured by the audience in the live broadcast room. The comments were completely blown up. What the hell? 100 million for a private viewing, this is too much. Who the hell is Mr. Chen? Even Douyin's manager has to give him some respect. I bet 5 bags of spicy noodles that Mr. Chen has an unfathomable background. Lu Dongxiang's face must be green. Lu Ruyan looked at the crazy comments in the live broadcast room, her lips slightly raised, but her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She never thought that this seemingly ordinary man had such amazing financial resources. Chen Tianhao smiled casually as if nothing had happened, and whispered to Lu Ruyan. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Let's just relax tonight. Lu Ruyan also nodded, but her heart was in turmoil. The more you get to know this man, the more mysterious he becomes. And she seemed to have been caught in a vortex from which there was no turning back. Li Changgang smiled and led them to the box, and whispered to Chen Tianhao. Mr. Chen, I won't charge you for today's private booking. I'll just say thank you for your support of Bai Keiju. But I hope you can bring more friends. Bai Keiju welcomes you at any time. Chen Tianhao smiled slightly and said meaningfully. Uncle Li, thank you is not necessary. Don't worry, I have many friends. I am afraid I will be too busy to handle the business of Bai Keiju in the future. Li Changgang laughed loudly, obviously enjoying what Chen Tianhao said. The luxurious decoration in the private room makes people feel like they are in a palace. And the top-notch private dishes of Bai Keiju are a feast for the taste buds. Su Ningxi looked at Lu Ruyan's boyfriend in front of her, her heart full of questions. This man's identity might be more complicated than she imagined. After dinner, Chen Tianhao wiped the corners of his mouth elegantly and looked at the two ladies. Have you finished eating? Do you want to go shopping? Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up. Where are you going? Chen Tianhao smiled slightly. Champs-Élysées. Su Ningxi took a deep breath. Champs-Élysées is the city's top luxury shopping mall, and any bag there costs at least 6 figures. The comments from the new fans in the live broadcast room instantly exploded. Fuck. 918. This car is worth 20 million, right? Mr. Chen, are you going to the Champs-Élysées to shop? Watching the rich spending money from the front row. Chapter 60. Is it a rule? Chen Tianhao gentlemanly opened the gull-wing doors of the Porsche 918 for the two ladies, and the crystal headlights drew a dazzling arc of light in the night. Su Ningxi carefully sat in the passenger seat, her fingers unconsciously stroking the carbon fiber interior. Fasten your seatbelts. Chen Tianhao said softly, and then pressed the start button. The roar of the V8 engine instantly made the live broadcast room boil, and the barrage rolled wildly. The Porsche 918 drove out of Bai Keiju like silver lightning, and passers-by stopped to take pictures along the way. Su Ningxi was holding up her phone in the back seat to broadcast the video live, and Chen Tianhao's profile, concentrating on driving, flashed across the screen from time to time. Family, we are heading to the Champs-Élysées now. Su Ningxi's voice was slightly drowned out by the engine noise. Brother Tianhao said he would give us a surprise tonight. Barrage. I love this speed. Mr. Chen looks so handsome when driving. Please give me a full view of the interior of the car. 5 minutes later, the Porsche stopped steadily at the main entrance of the Champs-Élysées. The sharp-eyed security guard recognized this limited edition supercar and immediately trotted over to guide the driver to park. Mr. Chen, welcome. The security guard saluted respectfully. Do you need help reserving a private parking space? Chen Tianhao casually threw the car keys to him. It's troublesome. Walking into the mall, the dazzling crystal chandeliers illuminate the entire space like daylight. Inside the Hermes flagship store, crystal chandeliers illuminate the entire space with splendor. As Chen Tianhao and the two ladies walked into the store, they heard a shrill sneer. Now, anyone dares to enter Hermes? A middle-aged woman with heavy makeup and her pot-bellied male companion were looking at them with contempt. Why are you pretending to be rich, young man? I'm afraid you can't even afford the matching bags here. The man next to her also echoed. That's right, nowadays internet celebrities will do anything to make videos. Su Ningxi's face suddenly turned pale, and Lu Ruyan also frowned. The comments in the live broadcast room instantly exploded. Who is this auntie? How dare you talk to Mr. Chen like that? Just wait for a slap in the face. Chen Tianhao just smiled and walked straight to the counter. Call your store manager. The store manager rushed over upon hearing the news, and his expression immediately changed when he saw Chen Tianhao. Mr. Chen. The store manager walked forward quickly, bending his waist to 90 degrees. Last time, Chen Tianhao spent a considerable amount of money in their store. The store manager was extremely respectful to a rich second generation like Chen Tianhao. Why did you come here in person? Chen Tianhao tapped the glass counter with his slender fingers. Bring out the 2 most expensive bags in your store. When the store manager heard this, beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. He didn't expect Chen Tianhao to give him such a big surprise. Mr. Chen, you mean the 2 most expensive ones? Any questions? Chen Tianhao raised his eyebrows. No problem. The store manager quickly turned around and growled at the clerk. Go and get those 2 bags from the safe. The whole store fell silent. The middle-aged woman widened her eyes and shrilly said, Safe? Hermes' safe contains. Before she could finish her words, the clerk came out pushing a safe with a combination lock. The store manager personally entered the triple password, and with a slight click, the safe slowly opened. This is the Hermes Starry Sky Tears Platinum bag, which is limited to only 3 pieces worldwide this year. The store manager put on white gloves and carefully took out the first bag. The bag is inlaid with 128 carats of blue diamonds, and the buckle is carved from a whole piece of emerald. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. A 128-carat blue diamond? How much does this cost? I found out. A similar one sold for 38 million at an auction last year. The store manager took out a second bag. This is a special Phoenix Nirvana model, made from the softest part of the abdomen of the extinct saltwater crocodile. It took 3 craftsmen 2 years to hand sew it. It is the only one in the world. Su Ningxi covered her mouth, her voice trembling. These 2 bags together cost 60 million. Chen Tianhao said casually and took out a black card from the inside pocket of his suit. Wrap up. 60 million? The middle-aged woman screamed and almost fainted. The man next to her turned pale and quietly let go of her hand. The store manager took the black card with trembling hands. Mr. Chen, do you need to get some goods? Distribution? Chen Tianhao chuckled and took out another black card from his other pocket. Pack up all the merchandise in your store and I'll give it away. The whole store was in an uproar. The shop assistants began to pack the goods in a hurry, while the middle-aged woman had already collapsed on the sofa, her lips trembling constantly. The live broadcast room was flooded with comments. All the merchandise? This must be at least hundreds of millions. Mr. Chen, are you planning to buy the entire store? Lu Ruyan gently pulled Chen Tianhao's sleeve. Tianhao, this is too expensive. Chen Tianhao held her hand gently. As long as you like, I can buy the entire Champs-Élysées for you. The middle-aged woman was still screaming and shrieking. You can't do this. This is Hermes, who buys things like this? You're breaking the rules. She seemed to be blaming the store manager, but her eyes kept glancing at Chen Tianhao, as if she wanted this ignorant boy to give up. The pot-bellied man next to her saw that the store manager and the clerk were busy packing goods for Chen Tianhao. Gradually, he put away his previous disdain and contempt, put on a flattering smile on his face, and slowly walked towards Chen Tianhao. Mr. Chen, I've heard a lot about you. The middle-aged man said with a wink, his voice full of flattery. I am honored to meet Mr. Chen today. It is a great honor. My name is Ma Chang. I have a small business on the Champs-Élysées and I have some friendship with the bosses here. I don't know Mr. Chen's name, please bear with us ordinary people. Chen Tianhao just raised his head slightly and glanced at him with a smile, but there was no trace of emotion in his eyes, as if the man in front of him did not exist at all. Seeing this, Ma Chang thought Chen Tianhao was not used to this kind of address, and quickly added with a smile. Mr. Chen, you are obviously a rare talent. You must have come here for these two beauties, right? The Champs-Élysées is beautiful. But if Mr. Chen is willing, I can arrange a more private place for you, and I guarantee that you and the two girls will have a great time. When the store manager heard what Ma Chang said, he frowned slightly and felt unhappy, but he still forced himself to continue directing the clerk to pack the goods. Chen Tianhao put down the black card in his hand, gently adjusted his cuffs, slowly stood up, looked down at Ma Chang, his voice still calm. Oh? Then I am so lucky. I didn't know what great business boss Ma has on the Champs-Élysées. You just said that you have a good relationship with the bosses here, so tell me, are these Hermès rules considered rules in your mind? Chapter 61 Stress Relief. When Ma Chang heard this, his heart skipped a beat, but he still said, Mr. Chen, please stop joking. There is no need to care about the rules. Mr. Chen, do whatever you want. I was just joking to liven up the atmosphere. Chen Tianhao suddenly laughed out loud, and the laughter echoed in the store, revealing a hint of sarcasm. A joke? Boss Ma's joke is really not worth mentioning. As he spoke, he took out his phone, scanned the bags and merchandise on the table, and said casually, You can't just trample on the rules of Hermes. Ma Chang was still immersed in his own boasting and didn't react for a while until he heard a clerk next to him muttering, Mr. Chen just spent hundreds of millions to pay for this. The rules Mr. Chen mentioned are not something you can ignore. Ma Chang finally realized that he had said the wrong thing. The smile on his face froze. He was about to open his mouth to make amends. Mr. Chen, I made a slip of the tongue. I really wanted to toast Mr. Chen. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chen Tianhao. Boss Ma, I advise you to keep your mouth shut. Don't make jokes. Ma Chang's face turned red, his lips trembled, but he could no longer speak. Chen Tianhao patted Ma Chang on the shoulder, his tone gentle but with unquestionable majesty. I advise you to know your own position in the future and stop trying to get close to rich people. You are not worthy of them. Ma Chang was left speechless and could only watch Chen Tianhao and the others walk towards the elevator. Just as the elevator door was about to close, Ma Chang suddenly shouted in panic. Mr. Chen, you see, I was just blinded by money. Please forgive me and give me a chance. I will definitely change my ways. Chen Tianhao just stood quietly in the elevator, looking at him with a half smile through the elevator door that was about to close. You know you're wrong now? What a pity. There is no medicine for regret in this world. The elevator slowly descended, leaving Ma Chang standing there with a look of embarrassment and regret on his face. The middle-aged woman next to him was about to speak to comfort him when she saw this, but she couldn't utter a word. She could only stand there blankly, watching the elevator disappear on the first floor. After hearing this, the middle-aged woman finally couldn't bear the blow and fell to the ground with a thump. And her male companion had already slipped away without knowing when. Chen Tianhao didn't even glance at the person on the ground, and gently put the starry sky tear on Lu Ruyan's back. It suits you very well. Then he turned to Su Ningxi and said, The other one is for you. Su Ningxi widened her eyes and stammered. Me too? This is a 30 million bag. The live broadcast room was instantly flooded with comments such as rich and inhumane. The once arrogant middle-aged woman was now crawling towards the door in dejection, fleeing in the mocking eyes of the crowd. Anyway, it's not Chen Tianhao's money that is being spent. Next, the two continued to sweep up luxury goods stores. Bite. Spend 86666, trigger double rebate 173332. Spend 90,000, trigger triple rebate 270,000. The consumption rebates for one night also earn Chen Tianhao 200 million yuan. Account balance, 1,209,005,080.93. Chen Tianhao is now also a wealthy man with a cash flow of billions. Chen Tianhao also became a real landlord and rich man. Let's go back, Tianhao. After strolling around for a night, Lu Ruyan saw that it was almost time and prepared to go back. Today, Chen Tianhao also satisfied the shopping experience of both of them. There are already bags of different sizes in my hands. It seems that shopping is indeed the nature of every girl. Chen Tianhao brought Lu Ruyan and Su Ningxi to the parking lot. His cool Porsche exuded a charming luster under the lights. He opened the car door for everyone like a gentleman, and the three of them got in one after another. Chen Tianhao started the car, and the Porsche sped away like an arrow from a bow. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, voices of envy rose one after another. "Oh my god, I'm so envious of him, rich and handsome, what a life of wonder. I also want a boyfriend like this, who takes his girlfriend on all kinds of shopping trips. This Porsche is so cool. My life feels so dark." In the car, Lu Ruyan leaned against Chen Tianhao with a happy face, and she said softly, "Tianhao, I'm really happy today, thank you. It feels really good to be looked at with envy by good friends." Especially in luxury stores, every time Lu Ruyan bought an item, she would attract Su Ningxi's envy. Chen Tianhao raised the corner of his mouth and responded gently, "As long as you are happy, there will be many more days like this in the future. Anyway, I have plenty of money, so I'm not afraid to spend it." Su Ningxi joked. "Tianhao is really generous today. You just gave away a bag worth 20 million. I feel bad for you." Chen Tianhao explained with a smile. "As long as you are happy, none of this matters. Besides, sometimes appropriate efforts will bring more happiness." As we chatted, the vehicle soon arrived at Haitian Villa. Chen Tianhao drove slowly into the villa. The lights of the villa illuminated the entire courtyard, making it look exceptionally luxurious. Lu Ruyan invited Su Ningxi to sleep here today. Su Ningxi wanted to refuse, but could not resist Lu Ruyan's pleading. After all, it was already late, and it would be bad if something happened to Su Ningxi. Lu Ruyan looked at Su Ningxi expectantly, her eyes sparkling. "Cici, sleep here today. This is such a rare opportunity. We can have a good chat and put on a facial mask together." Su Ningxi bit her lip in embarrassment. "Yenner, but this isn't a good idea, after all." Lu Ruyan quickly grabbed Su Ningxi's hand and shook it gently. "Hey, what's wrong with that? We've been sisters for so many years, do you still care about these things? Please." Su Ningxi was somewhat shaken. "But I'm afraid it's not appropriate." Lu Ruyan refused to give in. "It's okay, just think of it as accompanying me, okay, Cici." Su Ningxi sighed and finally compromised. "Okay, I'll listen to you then." Lu Ruyan happily pulled Su Ningxi to the guest room. "Cici, we live here. It's very cozy, right?" Su Ningxi forced a smile. "Yeah, not bad." After Lu Ruyan and Chen Tianhao entered the master bedroom, Su Ningxi stood in the guest room and muttered to herself in a somewhat tangled manner. "Oh, this is really troublesome. How can I sleep like this?" Lu Ruyan looked at Chen Tianhao sweetly. "Tianhao, you are so nice to me today." Chen Tianhao looked at Lu Ruyan lovingly. "Then let me see the reward you gave me." Su Ningxi lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She covered her ears with her hands, trying to block out the noise, but to no avail. Su Ningxi whispered, "Oh, how can I sleep like this?" Su Ningxi sat up somewhat irritably, put on a coat, walked to the window, looked at the night view outside, trying to calm herself down. Su Ningxi said to the bright moon outside the window, "What can I do? I won't be able to sleep all night." In the end, there was really no other choice but for Su Ningxi to open the short video on his browser to watch. "It's just a short video, don't think too much about it." After more than an hour of self-comfort, Su Ningxi fell asleep gradually due to exhaustion. Su Ningxi suddenly sat up from the bed, her eyes wide open, looking confused and speechless. Su Ningxi rolled her eyes towards the next door and said softly, "Oh, this is not going to let me sleep." After saying that, he helplessly started watching short videos on the browser, trying to relieve the stress. Chapter 63. I want to call the police. The roar of an engine came from the distance, getting closer and closer, like a beast awakening. A silver-gray Porsche 918 Spyder was parked steadily in front of the red carpet at the main entrance of the building. The scissor door slowly opened upwards. Chen Tianhao stepped out with his slender legs, and his custom-made Oxford shoes made a crisp sound as they stepped on the ground. "It's the Porsche 918. Limited to 918 units worldwide." A programmer in a plaid shirt exclaimed and almost dropped the coffee cup in his hand. The ladies at the front desk all leaned forward and whispered, "This is the big guy coming to our company. I heard he's the new company's largest shareholder." Chen Tianhao seemed oblivious to the commotion around him and slowly got out of the car. Chen Tianhao stood in front of the Douyin headquarters building and looked up at the 50-story glass curtain wall building. The sunlight danced on the mirror, making the four big words Douyin Group sparkle. He adjusted his suit and tie, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Mr. Chen, welcome to Douyin. A man in his early 40s with a slicked back hair came up quickly, followed by 7 or 8 executives in suits. The man held out his hand with a smile on his face. I am Zhang Mingyuan, the company's vice president. On behalf of all employees, I welcome you. Chen Tianhao simply shook hands with him and nodded to Zhang Mingyuan. You're too polite, Vice President Zhang. I'm just here to take a look. You are joking. Zhang Mingyuan bowed slightly. Zhang Mingyuan's eyes swept over Chen Tianhao's body without leaving a trace, including the $1 million Patek Philippe watch and the more than 15 million Porsche 918. This young man, who looks to be in his 20s, possesses a dignity that ordinary people do not have. Mr. Chen, would you like to go to the VIP room to rest first? I asked my secretary to prepare Da Hong Pao, yes. No need. Chen Tianhao also rejected Zhang Mingyuan's request. He was not interested in those boring tricks in the business world. Just take me to visit the company. Zhang Mingyuan's smile froze for half a second. I didn't expect Chen Tianhao to be so direct, leaving him no chance to show off. Of course, no problem. Of course, Zhang Mingyuan did not dare to refuse the request of the largest shareholder. All employees stopped what they were doing as they walked through the halls. Someone secretly raised his mobile phone to take a photo, but was immediately stopped by the security guard. Wherever Chen Tianhao walked, the air seemed to be solidified by some invisible pressure. Mr. Chen is young and promising. In the elevator, Zhang Mingyuan tried to break the silence. I wonder where Mr. Chen is from. Chen Tianhao looked at the floor number that kept jumping. 1 student. I didn't expect Mr. Chen to be so humorous. Zhang Mingyuan quickly waved his hands, thinking that Chen Tianhao didn't want to talk and was ready to change the subject. Chen Tianhao was also helpless about this. Mr. Chen, you are now the largest shareholder of the company. The whole company attaches great importance to this inspection. We have prepared the meeting room, and the heads of various departments are waiting for you. Chen Tianhao nodded and glanced at the group of executives behind Zhang Mingyuan. Some had curiosity in their eyes, some looked disdainful, and more were watching cautiously. He knew clearly that this group of people were evaluating the weight of him, the upstart who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In the elevator, Zhang Mingyuan introduced the company's recent situation attentively. Last month, the number of daily active users exceeded 300 million, and advertising revenue increased by 45% year-on-year, especially in the live streaming sales sector. Chen Tianhao suddenly interrupted. However, the conversion rate of paying users has dropped by 1.7 percentage points, the user retention rate in the Southwest region has declined for 3 consecutive months, and the terms of the recent cooperation agreement with Star Entertainment Media are extremely unfavorable to the company. Zhang Mingyuan's smile froze on his face, and sweat oozed from his forehead. How does Mr. Chen know these internal data? Now that I've bought the company, I have to do some homework. Chen Tianhao said lightly, catching the surprised looks exchanged by several executives out of the corner of his eye. Chen Tianhao couldn't say it was the system's credit, after all, no one would believe him. The elevator stopped on the 38th floor. Zhang Mingyuan led Chen Tianhao to the meeting room, his steps obviously more flustered than before. In the conference room, more than 20 executives stood up in unison. Chen Tianhao sat down at the main seat and raised his hand to signal everyone to take a seat. No need to be polite, let's get started. The marketing department will first report the new quarter's promotion plan. Marketing Director Li Yan stood up and opened the PPT. We plan to invest 500 million yuan in promotional expenses in the next quarter, focusing on creating the concept of universal creators. Stop. Chen Tianhao frowned. Are you still using this kind of money-throwing promotion? Douyin has already passed the stage where you need to burn money to buy users. He turned to the production department. I've read the user feedback report for the new version. The city friending feature is a disaster. Who made the decision? The conference room was completely silent. Several executives looked at Zhang Mingyuan secretly. Zhang Mingyuan coughed dryly. This is the result of collective discussion. The discussion is about letting the product deviate from its core positioning and copying competitors? Chen Tianhao sneered. Immediately shut down this feature and focus resources on optimizing the recommendation algorithm. In addition, he glanced sharply at everyone present. From today on, all expenditures over $5 million will require my signature. Zhang Mingyuan's face turned ugly. Mr. Chen, this does not comply with company procedures. Process? Chen Tianhao took out a stack of documents from his briefcase. This is a list of the company's unreasonable expenses over the past 6 months, including the 20 million yuan in consulting service fees approved by you, Vice President Zhang. The recipient seems to be the company run by your brother-in-law? Zhang Mingyuan's face turned pale, and the temperature in the conference room seemed to drop 10 degrees. After the meeting, Chen Tianhao asked to visit the company. Zhang Mingyuan left on the pretext of an emergency and sent Lin Yuqing, the marketing manager, to accompany him. Lin Yuqing was about 27 or 28 years old, wearing a simple beige suit and speaking clearly. During the visit, she hesitated several times. Just say whatever you want to say. Chen Tianhao stopped in an empty corridor. Mr. Chen. Lin Yuqing bit her lip. The company has many problems now, but the root cause is not at the business level. Vice President Zhang and his people have formed a profit group, and many decisions are made for personal gain. Chen Tianhao raised his eyebrows. Why are you telling me this? Aren't you afraid of retaliation? I have been working at Douyin for 5 years and have watched it grow from a startup to where it is today. There was a determined light in Lin Yuqing's eyes. I don't want to see it being eaten away. Chen Tianhao nodded thoughtfully. I didn't expect that there would be such a thing. Looks like there will be some stories to come. With the system in hand, everything they do is not just some tricks. Although he is not interested in these things, he is still the largest shareholder of Douyin and the nominal boss. Chen Tianhao sneered. At this moment, a voice attracted Chen Tianhao. If you continue like this, I'll call the police. Chapter 64. My dad is Vice President Lu Shichang. If you continue like this, I'll call the police. A cold female voice came from the corner of the corridor, carrying suppressed anger. Chen Tianhao frowned and walked towards the sound. Lin Yuqing's face suddenly changed and she lowered her voice and said, Mr. Chen, that's Deputy Manager Lu's office. Through the half-open blinds, Chen Tianhao saw a girl with a high ponytail being forced into a corner. She was wearing a simple white shirt and jeans, holding a stack of documents tightly in her arms. Opposite her was a man, his suit jacket casually draped over the back of a chair, reaching out to touch the girl's face. Yun, don't be shameless. The man's voice was greasy. You're just an intern, and becoming a full-time employee is just a matter of a word from me. The girl suddenly turned her head to avoid it, her ponytail drawing a stubborn arc in the air. Deputy Manager Lu, please respect yourself. I'm here to deliver the quarterly report. Chen Tianhao pushed the door open and the door hit the wall with a loud noise. They both turned their heads at the same time, the girl's eyes lit up, and she quickly hid behind him as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. When did the company become a nightclub? Chen Tianhao said coldly. Lu Dongqiang was stunned for 2 seconds, then sneered. Which department are you from? Do you know who I am? Do you know where this place is? Lu Dongqiang looked down on Chen Tianhao from the bottom of his heart. What was there to show off just a few bucks? There are many things in the world that money can't do. Don't even ask around. In Douyin, except for a few vice presidents, Lu Dongqiang is afraid of no one. Who wouldn't he buy his 3-point noodles? He looked at Chen Tianhao. I'm going to kill you today. Once you are in my territory, if you can get out safely, I, Lu Dongqiang, will take your last name from now on. New here? I'm Lu Dongqiang, the deputy manager of the marketing department, and my father is Lu Shichang, the vice president. Chen Tianhao ignored him and turned to ask Yun. Are you okay? Yun also shook her head. Looking closely, Yun today looks like a neighbor's sister, making you want to take care of her. Thanks. Yun also thought of something. You should leave quickly, Deputy Manager Lu. He has a very deep background. Yun tugged at Chen Tianhao's sleeve, her voice very low, her fingertips trembling slightly. His father is the vice president of the group. You can't afford to offend him. Chen Tianhao looked down at her. Yun's eyelashes cast a fine shadow under the light, and the tip of her nose turned red due to nervousness. She had her hair tied in a high ponytail today, and the collar of her white shirt revealed a hint of her slender collarbone, making her look like a frightened deer. Fine. Chen Tianhao patted the back of her hand gently, and it felt cold. Lu Dongqiang has already dialed the internal line. Security department? There's a disturbance in my office. Send a few people up here immediately. He hung up the phone and looked at Chen Tianhao with a sneer. Want to leave now? It's too late. He also let Chen Tianhao experience the feeling of being kicked out by the security guards like a stray dog. I am preparing to use this to vent my anger at being a guest in Tianka. The thought of Chen Tianhao being kicked out. Lu Dongxiang was also in a very happy mood. Maybe he could even use this to threaten Yun Yun. Lin Yuqing stood at the door, wanting to say something but stopping herself. She recognized Lu Dongxiang, the second-generation rich man who relied on his father's power to bully the company. Unfortunately, he's probably going to be in big trouble today. Deputy Manager Lu. Chen Tianhao suddenly spoke. In the third quarter of last year, 3.2 million yuan of marketing department activity funds went missing. You were in charge of that, right? Lu Dongxiang's face changed. What nonsense are you talking about? And last month, you asked a supplier to issue false invoices and cashed out 800,000 yuan in cash. In front of this golden finger of the system, when the detection is turned on, what Lu Dongxiang has done is undoubtedly exposed. You investigated me? Cold sweat broke out on Lu Dongxiang's forehead, but he then pretended to be calm. So what if there is? Do you think these can threaten me? Why don't you ask around? I'm the boss here. Lu Dongxiang also pretended to be calm and said that after all, this was his territory, so why should he be afraid of Chen Tianhao? If anyone is afraid, it should be him, Chen Tianhao, who is afraid of me. Right. That's it. There were hurried footsteps in the corridor. Four security guards rushed into the office, and the leader asked respectfully, Manager Lu, where is the troublemaker? Lu Dongxiang was overjoyed to see the security guards coming. It was truly a timely relief. Let us see what you will do now. Lu Dongxiang pointed at Chen Tianhao. That's him. Throw him out. No, teach him a lesson first and then throw him out. The security guards looked at each other in bewilderment. Chen Tianhao looked dignified and had a strong aura, and he didn't look like someone who would cause trouble at all. But under pressure from Lu Dongxiang, they still surrounded him. Stop! A loud shout came from outside the door. Everyone turned around and saw Lin Shiji, one of the group's vice presidents, walking quickly towards them, followed by several senior executives. Lu Dongxiang immediately put on a flattering smile. Mr. Lin, how come you? Lin Shiji didn't even look at him, he walked straight to Chen Tianhao and bowed slightly. Mr. Chen, why didn't you inform me in advance that you were coming to inspect? Mr. Chen? Lu Dongxiang's smile froze on his face. Boss Lin, did I hear you correctly? What did you call him? Mr. Chen, he is the largest shareholder of our company. Finished. Lu Dongxiang kept muttering to himself. Yun Yun took a breath of cold air. She had heard that the group had a mysterious major shareholder, but she could not connect him with the young man who helped her out. I didn't expect Chen Tianhao's strength to be so terrifying. Mr. Lin has arrived just in time. Chen Tianhao spoke slowly and calmly. I was just discussing with Deputy Manager Lu about his embezzlement of public funds and sexual harassment of employees. Lin Shiji's expression suddenly changed, and he turned around and glared at Lu Dongxiang. You did a great job. No, Mr. Lin, he wronged me. This is a misunderstanding. It's all about Wuhan. Lu Dongxiang explained in panic, pointing at Yun Yun. It was this in turn who seduced me. She wanted to become a regular employee. That's enough. Chen Tianhao suddenly raised his voice, and the whole office fell silent in an instant. He walked to Yun Yun and gently pressed her trembling shoulders. From now on, I don't want to see Lu Dongxiang in the company anymore. Mr. Lin, you understand what I mean. Chen Tianhao also issued his first order after taking office. Yun Yun opened her eyes wide, her lips slightly parted, but she couldn't speak. Unexpectedly, the problem that had troubled her for a long time was solved by Chen Tianhao's simple words. So awesome. At this moment, Yun Yun was also attracted by Chen Tianhao, such a capable man. How could that woman refuse? Lu Dongxiang looked as pale as death, and suddenly rushed over and grabbed Chen Tianhao's arm. Mr. Chen, I was wrong. Give me a chance. My dad. At this moment, Lu Dongxiang was regretting his decision. He didn't expect that Chen Tianhao was so strong. You should have said no earlier. Why do you keep playing tricks on me? At this moment, Lu Dongxiang was regretting deeply. Just as Lin Shiji was about to execute Chen Tianhao's order, a voice interrupted Lin Shiji's actions. Wait. Chapter 65 Come in. Wait. A majestic voice came from the corridor, the crowd automatically parted, and a middle-aged man with gray hair and a well-tailored suit strode over. He was followed by several serious-looking group executives, and the atmosphere in the entire office froze in an instant. Lu Dongqiang shouted as if he saw a savior. "Dad! Come and save me." Lu Shichang didn't even look at his son, but walked straight to Chen Tianhao with a formal smile on his face. "Mr. Chen, nice to meet you. I am Lu Shichang, the group's vice president. My son is young and ignorant, so please forgive me if I have offended him." He stretched out his hand to shake hands with Chen Tianhao, but was ignored. Chen Tianhao looked at him coldly. "Vice President Lu, your son sexually harassed employees and embezzled public funds. Is this called being young and ignorant? If you are sensible, you can do whatever you want." The smile on Lu Shichang's face froze for a moment, then returned to normal. "Mr. Chen, there must be a misunderstanding. I know Dongqiang well. Although he is a bit naughty, he will never do anything illegal." He looked around and his gaze stayed on Yun Yun for a moment. Yun Yun subconsciously shrank behind Chen Tianhao. "How about this?" Lu Shichang lowered his voice so that only Chen Tianhao could hear it. "Shall we go to my office to discuss this in detail? Some things are not convenient to talk about in front of so many people." Chen Tianhao remained motionless. "If you have anything to say, just say it here." A hint of anger flashed across Lu Shichang's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He took a step closer and lowered his voice. "Mr. Chen, you have just taken over the company and may not understand the situation. I have been the one who built up the marketing department over the years. Although Dongqiang has some minor flaws, he is capable. If you insist on firing him today..." He paused and said meaningfully, "I'm afraid it will have a significant impact on the company's operations. After all, many important clients and projects are maintained by my father and me." This is a naked threat. The air in the office seemed to freeze, and everyone held their breath, waiting for Chen Tianhao's reaction. Yun Yun nervously clenched the document in her hand, and the paper made a slight rustling sound in her hand. She secretly raised her eyes to look at Chen Tianhao's profile, only to see the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a chilling smile. "Vice President Lu, are you threatening me?" Chen Tianhao's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Lu Shichang's face changed. "Mr. Chen misunderstood. I was just stating the facts." "Then let me state a few facts." Chen Tianhao interrupted him and told him what the system had detected, that Lu Shichang had damaged the company's interests. In the third quarter of last year, the marketing department's activity budget was 3.2 million. Of that, $1.8 million went into your son's Swiss bank account. Last month, you and your son received a 15% kickback for your cooperation with Star Media. Besides, with every word he said, Lu Shichang's expression became uglier. These are just the tip of the iceberg. Chen Tianhao also said to Lin Shiji, "Boss Lin, call the police." Lu Shichang finally couldn't hold it anymore, his face turned pale. "Chen Tianhao, don't go too far. Without us, Douyin's market share would have shrunk by at least 30%. Do you think you, an outsider, can run such a big business?" "Yeah." Chen Tianhao sneered. "Then we'll wait and see." He turned to the security guard. "Take Lu Dongqiang away and wait for the police to handle the matter." The security guards looked hesitantly at Lu Shichang, then at Chen Tianhao, not knowing who to listen to. "What are you still standing there for?" Lin Shiji shouted sternly. "Do as Mr. Chen says." The two security guards then stepped forward to hold Lu Dongqiang. Lu Dongqiang struggled and shouted, "Dad! Save me! Chen Tianhao, you will die a horrible death. Yun Yun, you bitch, it's all because of you." His voice faded away and the office became dead silent. Lu Shichang looked ashen, but suddenly he laughed grimly. "Okay, very good. Chen Tianhao, we'll see." He turned around and was about to leave, but Chen Tianhao stopped him. "Vice President Lu, you are suspected of embezzlement and bribery. The police are waiting for you downstairs." Lu Shichang turned around suddenly and stared at Chen Tianhao in disbelief. "You dare? Why not?" Chen Tianhao asked back calmly. "Everyone is equal before the law." At this moment, several policemen walked into the office, and the leading officer showed his ID. "Mr. Lu Shichang, we have some issues that require your assistance in investigating. Please come with us." Lu Shichan's face turned pale instantly, and he stared at Chen Tianhao fiercely. You'll regret this. The police took Lu Shichang away, but the atmosphere in the office remained solemn. Everyone was so shocked by this sudden turn of events that they were speechless. Chen Tianhao looked around and his eyes finally fell on Yun Yun. She was staring at him blankly, with a mixture of surprise, admiration, and a hint of indescribable emotion in her eyes. It's all right, Chen Tianhao said to her softly. Yun Yun finally woke up from her dream and lowered her head in panic. Thank you, Mr. Chen. The tips of her ears turned slightly red, and her fingers were unconsciously twisting the corners of her clothes. Chen Tianhao turned to the other employees. I hope everyone can learn from what happened today. From now on, Douyin will never tolerate any violation of laws and disciplines or behavior that bullies employees. If anyone encounters a similar situation, please report it to me directly. After he finished speaking, he nodded to Lin Shiji. Boss Lin, I'll leave the follow-up matters to you. Yes, Mr. Chen. Lin Shiji responded respectfully. I didn't expect Chen Tianhao to be so swift and decisive. Chen Tianhao took one last look at Yun Yun and turned to leave. As soon as he reached the elevator entrance, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Mr. Chen. Please wait a moment. Yun Yun trotted after him. Her cheeks were flushed because she ran so fast, and her high ponytail swayed gently behind her head. Chen Tianhao pressed the elevator pause button. Call me Tianhao. Mr. Chen is weird. Anything else? Yun Yun took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to look him in the eyes. Thank you so much today. If you hadn't shown up in time, Her voice was choked and her eyes were slightly red. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito and her cheeks were tinged with red. Tianhao, I don't know how to repay you. Chen Tianhao looked at her at a loss, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He reached out and pressed the elevator door button, his tone surprisingly gentle. Come in first. Yun Yun hesitated for a moment, but still followed him into the elevator. Let's go. This is my office. Come in and sit down. Yun Yun looked at Chen Tianhao's invitation and was in a dilemma for a moment. He wouldn't want to do the same thing as Lu Dongxiang in the office. After hesitating for a moment, Yun Yun still walked into Chen Tianhao's office.